Open the public hearing of the Standing Committee of Social Policy and Legal Affairs inquiry into the relationship between domestic, family and sexual violence. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country in which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past, present and emerging. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. This hearing will be broadcast and a transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. For those in person or listening online, please be advised that this hearing may contain evidence that could cause distress. If anything you hear today upsets you or causes distress, please reach out to 1800 RESPECT, Lifeline, 13 Yarn, Kids Helpline or other support services. There is also Parliamentary Workplace Support and Employee Assistance Program for Broadcasting Hansard, the Committee Secretariat, the Committee and member staff. I now welcome Dr Marissa Patterson, MLA, and representatives of the ACT Government to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Dr Marissa Patterson, member for Murrumbidgee.
Jacinta Evans, a group manager in the Health Community Services Directorate.
Karina Arthi, Director General, Health Community Services Directorate.
Jerry Banks, Branch Manager, Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Office.
Thank you. Although you are not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast. Thank you for that. I'll do a quick introduction. I'm Louise Muller-Frost. I'm the member for Boothby in Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Melbourne's eastern suburbs.
I think you already know this gentleman.
Dave Smith, member for Bain, and very well represented by Dr Patterson in the Assembly.
Fantastic. And online we have Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
And Ms Clutterham.
Yeah, Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt in South Australia.
Lovely. And we may have Alex Hawke, who is the Deputy Chair, join at some stage. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion?
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. So I'd like to just say thank you very much to the Chair and the committee for inviting us here to present our research today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the devastating impacts that domestic, family and sexual violence has on individuals, families and our community. And I'd also like to acknowledge the 49 lives lost who we'll be referencing today through this research. Each life lost presents a profound tragedy to our community, and every person has a unique story and their absence leaves a significant mark on our community. So today I'll be presenting some of the findings from the ACT Domestic and Family Violence Review. This review was established to help us better understand domestic and family violence related deaths and to improve and identify opportunities to improve our systems, our services and our response. Its purpose is not simply to examine what occurred, but to learn from these tragedies to understand how we may prevent future deaths. The 2025 ACT Domestic and Family Violence Review is significant because it examines non-homicide deaths of people where there was evidence of domestic and family violence having occurred in the previous 2 years. Non-homicide deaths include suicide, accidental deaths, a person's death where it was self-inflicted or unintentional, for example, in the case of an accidental overdose, and deaths where intent could not be conclusively determined by the coroner. The findings of the report are confronting. Between 2020 and 2024, 49 fatal incidents occurred in the context of domestic and family violence in the ACT. 11 of these deaths were homicides, and 38 were non-homicide deaths, including 29 suicides. The report also highlights the profound impact on children, with 67 young lives touched by the violence in these cases and often by the loss of a parent as well. The review found very clear and reoccurring patterns, and these included misidentification of victim survivors as perpetrators, the profound and often overlooked impact of domestic and family violence on children, and the persistence of violence across multiple relationships and throughout the life course, and a strong link between perpetrator suicides and known indicators of high-risk domestic and family violence behaviour. The ACT government remains committed to implementing and advancing the recommendations of this domestic and family violence review and progress to work collaboratively with other governments in other jurisdictions and the federal government. So thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much, and thank you for the submission. So you've touched on a number of things that have been themes that we've experienced from a number of witnesses. So I'll start with a couple of questions and then we'll pass around. I'm interested that your choice was the last 2 years as the time frame. One of the things we've been struggling with, particularly with the sexual violence part of the family, domestic and sexual violence, is that there's often a long lag time. What was the decision about 2 years? Was that?
I'll pass to officials to get some more clarity on that, but I think in terms of what the decision making around the 2 year timeframe was, but I think it was really to look at the most current events and see if there was any explicit patterns of experiences in both victims and people who use violence in their deaths. And also, I guess there's the most up-to-date evidence in terms of all of these have gone through coronial processes, and yeah, from my perspective, it's a line in the sand. But
Yeah, the Minister's right in terms of a line in the sand. We are a small jurisdiction, very small numbers, and it's questionable whether we went back any further we'd see any different patterns just because of how small our numbers are. So, yeah, the Minister's correct. It was just we picked a period to look at.
Yep,
I would just note that it's in the legislation that way, so every 2 years is when we do our reports under the legislation, and part of it is to make sure that there's a level of currency to the findings, so that there's not too long until we do that review and understand the implications. But.
Thank you. The deaths that you were looking at, the 49 deaths, did those include perpetrators or alleged perpetrators? So
yes.
That deaths were in there as well?
Victims, so there were 13 victims and 25 people who used violence included in the study.
Yep, thank you. And in terms of the information about how you identified that these were in the context of family, domestic and sexual violence, were you looking specifically at government sources, or are you able to get into the not-for-profits?
Yeah, both. So, I mean, I think there are limitations to the evidence that we were able to collect. So this is only the second death review that we have done in the ACT. The first one specifically looked at homicides, and this one looked at non-homicide deaths. And so it was a mixed method review, quantitative analysis of the characteristics of the deaths, pulling from coronial records, as well as sort of independent statutory officers' records, police records, and where appropriate, working with service providers in the ACT to provide information and context, as well as media reporting and sort of any other kind of I guess, analysis that could be conducted to get an understanding of the context of these people's lives.
Lovely, thank you. I might pass to my right.
Thank you very much, Chair. Around the experiences of children, the data in here was quite startling, even if it is a small sample size. Has the government identified opportunities for intervention in support of children outside of that, the traditional child protection, take them out of the house kind of arrangement, and are they being implemented?
Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of work that goes into working with children and young people, particularly around their experience as victim survivors of domestic and family violence. So in the ACT, we've just released the 10-year ACT Domestic and Family and Sexual Violence Strategy, which clearly identifies children and young people as a key cohort that we need to direct services specifically to address. So we've had in the last budget round a portion of funding to specifically fund services that work with children and young people. So there's a range of services, those that work with very early intervention and very young children, up to other sort of intervention services where they work with both the parent escaping violence and the children more as a family cohort. So maybe pass to Jacinta Evans.
Yes, thank you. We do have some quite, I think, innovative approaches to children at the moment in the ACT. So with the raising of the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14 recently, the ACT government implemented a therapeutic support panel to which referrals can be made of children. They don't have to be under 14, but so since the beginning of the scheme, we've increasingly moved to the under 14 age group. But the role of the panel is to accept the referrals and consider the needs of the children and young people that have been referred. And 100% of the children that are referred do have a trauma background, with more than 70% particularly listing domestic and family violence as being an element of that trauma. So the panel is working very specifically with those children. It is a more bespoke approach at the moment. The panel work with about 35 to 40 children at any given time. So they're able to really tailor what the response might be for each child. And we're not a big enough jurisdiction to have big systemic things right from the beginning. We'll build to that. But this initial approach has been to sort of look at the needs of each young person and think about what does that mean. So for around the 25% of those children who are Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander children, it might be something that we would be approaching through an ACO or through, a culturally appropriate service. For other children who are in the care and protection system, we might be thinking about what are the services that they're currently engaged with, and sort of strengthening and supporting those. So it's an emerging sort of level of support, but the biggest element of it is that therapeutic support for some of these kids that have never had perhaps assessment of their mental health needs or their undiagnosed disability. It's kind of looking to what supports they might need, working with their schools, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and can I add also, you mentioned child protection. In the ACT, we've shifted our approach to child protection. It's a last resort very much, and what we try and do very early on is identify family-based solutions for issues. Of course, if we believe a child is in harm, we will take action, but we try and get the early indicators to be able to work with the family. And to give you an example, we have a special First Nations unit that work with First Nations families from very, very early stage, and we give them a lot of latitude in terms of working with that family about what will work for them. So it's combined with the raising the minimal age of criminal consent, the shift in how we're approaching child protection. We are seeing that sort of shift, that more family-based work.
And we also have a domestic violence crisis service co-located with the child protection team as well, so working together.
Yeah.
Could you provide examples of the types of and the intensity of the interventions that go into that family environment? Because obviously a danger is identified, otherwise they wouldn't be in the system.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and have a look, because as I say, we are a small jurisdiction, so I'm not quite sure how we would do that with the records we've got. I don't know whether Jacinta, you would know. I think
some broad sort of ideas. So, for example, we have Melaleuca Place, which is our therapeutic trauma recovery service for children who are in foster or residential care. So that's specialists who are able to sort of work really consistently with the child and the family when they've suffered harm. We've got a youth at risk project, which sort of then again engages with the child in the place that they're in. And we do have, as the Minister's sort of alluded to, a range of non-government services that can also be engaged through those government services. So where we would have a family that might be referred to the First Nations group that the Director General referred to, they will be thinking about the breadth of supports and services for the child. So it is again, we're small enough that usually the response is quite specific to that family. But I would say with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families, in our recent conversations with the committee of our Boras Our Way, which is one of our Aboriginal led reviews, they've been very clear that one of the strongest elements is actually the interaction between Aboriginal people with these Aboriginal families and not having the overlay of non-Aboriginal people in amongst the issues that they're sorting out. So a lot of it is really about meeting that family where they're at with their own cultural needs.
And PCYC, they also run a program called Solid Ground that is working with sort of younger sort of cohort, I think around about sort of 12 to 15 years. Very intensive program where they work with them in terms of supporting them. That all the kids involved in that program have experienced domestic, family or sexual violence. And so that program has won national awards and is a fantastic model that we're really pleased to be able to continue to fund, but is a great example of just, I think, the intensive need, one of these programs, but the needs of these kids as well.
So, as we've continually referred, it is a small jurisdiction where the numbers of data are small. How helpful is having national data? Is it a frustration that there's a lack of consistency, or is evidence from other jurisdictions in Australia informing your practice as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So we draw on evidence, the best practice evidence anywhere in Australia. So the more investment in research that occurs across Australia nationally and at government levels is very beneficial to us all. I do think there's significant emerging areas of research, for example, around coercive control. And one of the findings from this report and our first death report that looked into the homicides was that coercive control is almost always a factor in these relationships. And so we're seeing, and I think that plays into some of the findings around misidentification of victims as well, where more police and justice services and our community services are taking more of a holistic look at people's lives rather than just an incident type approach to domestic and family violence. So I think the more evidence that we can build and progress around things like coercive control and how that manifests and the impacts of it, and also sort of legal and community responses to it, I think is going to be really important.
I'll give my colleagues it.
Lovely, thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, thanks, Minister, for the work your jurisdiction has done. I think small jurisdictions often punch above their weight, and this is a great example of it. One of the real challenges for the ACT is just the cross-border issues, and I was just wondering whether, in this context, are there particular challenges? Understanding that often just family units or domestic relationships themselves can be cut across borders day to day, and whether there are particular challenges in terms of data, and whether maybe some of the lessons from cross-border communities like Canberra could be extrapolated to how jurisdictions in general could work together better to share data.
Yeah, I think. I often speak to victim survivors who have come from other jurisdictions or trying to leave to escape to other jurisdictions, and hear of some of their challenges in they sort of have to persevere things in 2 or more jurisdictions, and it's very, very challenging for them. So I think we've had some of these discussions in the policing space in terms of cross-border issues, and I think they're very live in the police space in terms of different laws and jurisdictions and that type of thing. So I think that is a piece of work that needs to happen. I think Jacinta, in the child protection space, there might be similar issues.
Well, it's hard. Like, as you know, with Canberra, Queanbeyan, and everyone being so close, and Murrum Bateman, people flow in and out. I think
Very much so.
we only have as you can imagine, legislative responsibility within our borders. So we deal with whatever issues happen here. So I know that in child protection, we just look after the children who are within our borders. It doesn't matter if they reside anywhere else. If they're here, we will take care. The issue of information sharing, I think, is really interesting because we are going through implementing information sharing for domestic violence in the ACT. And just the complexity of doing that within a jurisdiction between government and non-government agencies is fairly significant. If you're bringing in another, like in our case would be New South Wales, another jurisdiction which has a different legislative framework, different obligations, I think it would be incredibly difficult. Be very useful to be able to get access. But again, we'd have to be looking at like why we would be after it. If you're looking at it for research, you could imagine some of our surrounding areas, the numbers would be even smaller than here. So we wouldn't be able to really rely on that data because the data set would be so small. So I think it's a very long-winded way of saying it'd be great to be able to share information. We take care of children who are within the borders, regardless of where they might live. If they are in danger, we will act. But information sharing, it is something that I think would be worthwhile addressing, but it's hard, particularly across jurisdiction.
And just thinking about the Queanbeyan situation, you could put Yass in the same category, really. You might have over a 24-month period multiple changes of location and jurisdiction.
That's right.
So,
like we've got a great working relationship with New South Wales when it comes to child protection, and we regularly work together because at the end of the day, we're all concerned about the child and the family, and that's what we focus on. And then we sort out the bureaucracy behind the scenes.
good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Whitty.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've done in this space. We've had it mentioned a couple of times that sometimes misidentified victims as perpetrators has been a recurring theme, I guess, in terms of suicide. But just wondering if you wouldn't mind sort of going into that a little bit further. Have you done any work into finding ways of preventing that, or anything that you might have done to investigate that further?
I think it's a really emerging, well, it's a concern that's always been there, but I think it's really being elevated and really coming out in reports like this and other more national reports and research about it being a significant issue, particularly around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and also culturally and linguistically diverse communities. What this research found is that of the 13 victims who had died in the past 4 years, 6 of them were reported from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Fewer than 5 were reported as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, but nearly half were misidentified by police or other services in this process. And I think one of the things that, from a police perspective, that they work, it's really about training, and it's also around having these, I think most jurisdictions have pretty high risk family violence units which look at patterns of behaviour over time, so trying to have that overarching look at an individual over multiple points of time, because then they see the patterns of abuse or coercive control, whereas when you have general duties police that might turn up to a residence and not have a clear understanding or picture of the background of the individuals involved, then I think misidentification is a risk. And so in the ACT, every single ACT police officer has been undertaking advanced course in domestic family violence responses. So this is a 2-day intensive course that all of our sworn police officers have been undertaking over the past few months. And I think coercive control is a key part of that education program. And I think the more that we do in that space, the more discussions that we're having with particular communities that are specifically identified as being misidentified regularly is really important. And we've been talking in the ACT about having more of a sort of roundtable or community discussion around that, because it is a significant issue.
I might add.
Thank you. No more questions, Chair.
I was just going to add, I think the Minister mentioned that one of the issues with misidentification is a incident-based view rather than a pattern-based view, and there are two major reforms in the ACT at the moment that are going to support a change in that. The first is the introduction of the coercive control criminal offence legislation, so that will provide that legislative basis to support a pattern-based assessment of violent behaviour over time. And the other is the information sharing scheme, which the Director General mentioned. Part of that, we're developing a new risk assessment management framework, which is a shared language and method for assessing domestic family violence risk to support victim survivors. And in the rollout of that, there will be training as well, which will support agencies, frontline agencies particularly, to better understand and assess domestic and family violence risk, and coercive control is a big part of that. So those two reforms combined should help to go some way to reducing misidentification.
Thank you. Ms Clutterham.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My question was pretty similar to Sarah's. It was about the misidentification of, victims and perpetrators. It's pleasing to hear about the coercive control legislation. We've had that in place in South Australia, my home state, for a short period of time, and that was a very welcome development. So, well done to the ACT for also going down a similar path. Just on the misidentification, and you mentioned it was sort of, more prevalent, I guess, in PALS communities or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. What might it look like? Is it where someone, fights back, just to use that term, and then they're classified as a perpetrator? Like, what exactly is it? Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. So it can look like a lot of different things. It can be a victim in a sort of trauma response. It can be self-defensive acts. It can also be manipulation by the perpetrator of systems. So there's and also like mistrust of police, for example, by certain communities, language barriers. All of these types of things can culminate to end in misidentification, and the impacts of that. And what was found in this review was that sometimes victims had been charged, or victims' children had been removed from their care. So the circumstances and the potential ramifications of misidentification are very significant. And ultimately, these people all took their own lives. So it is a very, I think, important part of the context of what is happening in these situations.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's a terrible, statistic to hear you say that misidentification, not necessarily was the cause, but was a factor in someone's suicide. I mean, that's horrendous. What is something, a small step, I suppose, government could take or frontline services could take to assist in ensuring that, or at least minimising the misidentification? And I appreciate that's not an easy question to answer, because you have listed off a range of factors that might lead to misidentification. But is there something that, sort of jumps out that could be done, low-hanging fruit? Yeah, thank you.
I think, firstly, centring the voices of victim survivors in this conversation is key and critical, understanding the context and experiences of victim survivors, building trust with frontline services and with police, with certain communities, and really ultimately about listening to people, I think. And then it goes to the training of police, particularly, who are often first responders to these types of incidents. And then, as Mr. Banks said, around having systems in place through our information sharing and our risk assessment management framework, where we will see training through a whole range of frontline government services. So particularly looking more broadly to like health sectors and education sectors of government as well, because they obviously are coming into contact with both children and individuals who are coming into contact with the system and may be experiencing domestic and family violence. And if they have that common understanding of what patterns of risk and violence look like and understanding of coercive control, well, then they can identify that and share information with relevant services and authorities more promptly. I think one of the other interesting parts out of this report here was around that most of the victims had been in previous relationships with previous experiences of violence, and same with the perpetrators of the violence. Most of them had previous partners where domestic family and violence was a factor in their relationships. Many of the perpetrators had family violence orders out against them or had previously. So I think all of those kind of getting that more broader, holistic look at an individual's patterns of behaviour and the early intervention is really key.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm really interested in the police training that you're doing, and I'll put that in the context that we've heard from social workers and psychiatrists and all sorts of people that they've had like an hour's training as part of their entire qualification course. So 2 days sounds fantastic. Can you talk to me a little bit about what actually is involved in that, and I guess how you break down misinformation, misconceptions, people who are not open to the idea of looking for coercive control or looking for family violence?
So I can probably only give you a broad overview of what my understanding is of what their training is, but it really is intensive training about what police may be presented with when they turn up to a domestic family violence incident, the type of language they're using, and I think my understanding is that it has a really in-depth look at how perpetrators manipulate systems, manipulate police often in these very high-stress situations, and how that can present. Also, I think in terms of how they work with both parties, both the victim and the perpetrator in these instances, how they may go around determining what next steps are. The Commonwealth Government has also just recently funded the virtual reality training, so we just went to the launch of that as well recently, which ACT Police will also be trained in that. So that again is it looks at different scenario-based type of training where, you know, there's sort of one way you could go or one way you could describe behaviour and engage with a victim and a perpetrator, and potentially that may not always be the right way. So I think I think the more training and I mean what we're seeing in the ACT is just year-on-year increases in police call-outs for domestic and family violence incidents. And so everyone from general duties to your really specialised policing in domestic and family sexual violence are actually engaging with this issue on a daily basis. So it does need to be broader general duties training. But we also need training for our legal system, our judiciary. So I think we need everyone in the system trained to be as best practice, evidence-based in terms of how they're engaging with victims, survivors and perpetrators of violence.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm going to go back to my data sources. Are there intervention points that have been identified as a result of looking at patterns of service use? And I'm really interested in how broad that pattern, how broad that data collection is. So, for instance, I heard about an overseas jurisdiction where, and it was another relatively small one, where they actually had services across all of government, so including like school and, you know, not non-sort of social services, health-related data as well.
So one of the findings of this report was that both the victims and the perpetrators of violence had multiple engagements with services. So, for example, with the victims, at least 12 of the 13 were involved with at least one service, 6 were involved with 2 or 3, and 5 with more than that. So I think that does really demonstrate how important any engagement with the system or services are and how they are opportunities for early intervention. And similarly, with the perpetrators, they had also had very significant engagement with, at least 22 of the 25 were involved with at least one service, 10 with one or two service, and most of them had engagement with police in the last 12 months as well. So again, more opportunities for intervention. I think, as Ms Evans said, in the ACT, we are really focused on particularly young people and diversion from the system. But I think we also need to be looking at adults as well and perpetrators of violence in terms of how we, at that very early stages when they're coming into contact with the system, when violence has been identified, what sort of programs that they are being referred to. I think some of the experiences that I have heard from people who have used violence has been that it often takes quite a long time for them, and multiple instances of violence and sometimes multiple experiences with our justice system, with corrections, that then they start to go, I really need to change my behaviour. So what we need to be looking at is interventions that can really engage people much earlier. And, mental health is a really big aspect of the findings here as well. Both the victims and the perpetrators of violence had all had many had mental illness and mental ill health. So again, looking at different ways the system can engage and support these people is critical.
And were there any commonalities that were like a red flag that this is escalating to being fatal?
Well, so with the perpetrators, so I guess the separation from a partner was so 8 out of the 25 deaths were in the context of separation, and similarly with the victims as well. So I think that is a potential. I think that's very well known in domestic and family violence sectors as a really high risk point. So and I think this research reiterates that. But also, I think, what's concerning particularly around the people who use violence in this report is that many of the risk factors in behaviours are also the same risk factors associated with intimate partner homicide. So this is a very high risk group of either harming someone else or themselves. And so I think intervention is critical, and understanding these people's lives and where we may intervene as early as possible. And the median age of these people is around 41. So there is a fair bit of history behind someone of that age. So there is a lot of scope for early intervention.
Thank you. And in terms of perpetrator rehab type programs, what does the ACT run?
Yes, so we have a few. We have Room for Change, which is run by DVCS, Domestic Violence Crisis Service. So that is a residential behaviour change program. Everyman also runs behaviour change and counselling type services, working with the man, I think it's called, and they have intensive programs that they run. Yet and Mara, which is Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander ACO, they run a special program working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander dads. I think that's the Caring Dads program that was funded through the Perpetrator Interventions Commonwealth funding, as well as a program working with men in the multicultural community. We also have sort of criminogenic programs that we run through the prison and through AMC, working with men who have been convicted and are sentenced to prison for domestic and family and sexual violence. So a range of different programs and offerings, and I think from the context and our understanding is around having different types of services available to different types of people. Not every service model is going to be the right for everyone. So I think where every man has sort of more sort of introduction type programs to get people into their programs. They also run mental health programs and counselling services a bit more broadly, and homelessness services as well, whereas DVCS's Room for Change program is a very specific behaviour change program that has a range of sort of criteria to be able to be participate in that program, and has quite much more of a stricter framework. And yes.
And are they generally opt-in, or are they court-ordered, or a mix of both?
I think courts do make orders that someone should participate in these programs, but I think that's challenging as well, because, well, one, that you really need to, you need people to want to participate. Yes, so it is about, and we also would hope that people would participate in these programs prior to getting to the point there before a court. I think people, through family violence orders and things like that, they go and participate in these programs to potentially try to get their children back, or contact with their children again, or yes, so a range of different ways people do come to access these programs. But something that we have really prioritised in our last budget has been funding of particularly Everyman and Room for Change, to see that there is consistent ongoing funding for these programs. I think, again, our ACT Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Strategy really points to the importance of working with people who use violence, and more in the national space it is recognised that we're not going to change things unless we're working with people who use violence.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering, what is the confidence that the assessment of these intervention programs is robust, and that they are effective interventions, particularly in circumstances where individuals are being compelled to engage in these programs rather than, volunteering themselves?
Yeah, so it's really why we need good data. So we need sort of and evaluations of these programs, and more basing what we do in research and evidence base. So is critically important, because we shouldn't be running programs or investing in programs that have uncertain or no clear outcomes. So I would say that's something that we've been really cognizant of in the ACT, and we would, I think, also like to do more work in the space of sort of understanding the ecosystem of programs and where there may be gaps for people too. So, yeah, some of the advantages of the research can be identifying your gaps in your service delivery as well.
Do we have time?
Oh,
yeah. So my final one is around police. 2 days training in any area is still not very much. It's certainly better than an hour. Is the role of police in these situations very clear to the officers? Because generally it's, immediate danger, resolving that immediate danger. Is there a role for, identifying long-term patterns and things like that? Or are we...
Yeah.
Are our expectations of police realistic?
Yeah, so there is absolutely a role. So we have our specialist family violence unit that looks at very specific high-risk offenders. We also have our family violence FVSAP. I'm just trying to remember the acronym, what it means, but it is a group, a coordinated information sharing group within victims support that shares information, Family Violence Safety Action Program, which shares information around high-risk offenders. So it is absolutely the intention of both police and the system more broadly to have eyes on those people who are high-risk perpetrators of violence. And that's where information sharing is really important. That is where police training is really important. It is everyone's role and the system's role not to let down victim survivors in actually making sure that there is monitoring and that there is appropriate interventions being enacted where necessary with both victims and children, and also with the perpetrators.
Is there a, like, I don't know if they've got cameras in the ACT, but when there are family violence related interventions, are they then reviewed later?
Yes, so they do review particularly any critical incidents so all ACT police wear body-worn cameras and are required to have them on by law so for any incident. So yes, they do case reviews, they do a whole range of, and also have hierarchies within police. We also have, it's more in the sexual violence case, in the space, but around ACT police, it was called the Police Review, which was looking at cases of sexual violence, whether they had proceeded to charge or not, and they basically looked at all the cases that did not proceed to charge and had an independent look at why those cases didn't proceed, and it was found that there were significant systemic issues around policing in that space, and the collection of evidence and the interpretation of evidence and working with victim survivors. So ACT Police have done significant work over the past couple of years since that report in implementing the recommendations and having oversight and sort of case review, independent case review of sexual violence cases that don't proceed to charge. So I think there's more that we could be doing in the domestic violence space, but I feel like the work that was done in the sexual violence space with ACT policing really was quite groundbreaking and quite confronting in terms of having a look at policing practices.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence today. You will be sent a transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide any responses to any questions within 2 weeks. There may be a delay in getting the transcripts out to you, just so you know. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be looking forward to your report.
Oh, thank you. Perhaps I'll come and present to you then. A return visit. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare to give evidence. Was this for me? Thank you. You're just going to have a whole load of friends arriving, aren't you?
This is the Canberra Community
Yeah.
Centre.
Right, thank you very much. So for that, just let me sit down. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yeah, morning. Alistair Beasley, Executive Director, Community and First Nations Insights Division.
Sally Mills, Director, Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Section.
Chris Killick-Moran, Head of the Suicide and Self-Harm Monitoring Unit at AIHW.
Lovely, thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast, just so you know. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion?
Yes, we do. Thanks. So the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare thanks the committee for the opportunity to appear today. We would also like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians on the land that we're meeting on today, and I do pay my respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here with us today. As Australia's National Agency for Health and Welfare Statistics, the AIHW has almost 40 years' experience collecting, analysing and reporting data to inform decision making. Our role is to provide independent, high-quality evidence and to work collaboratively with government service providers and researchers to strengthen the national evidence base. We have dedicated teams working on suicide and self-harm and family, domestic and sexual violence who work closely together on these issues. While our work focuses on data, we appreciate that these numbers represent people and their lives. We acknowledge those who have died or have been affected by suicide or intentional self-harm and those with lived experience of domestic, family and sexual violence. This inquiry highlights an area where the evidence base is improving but remains incomplete. There is no single nationally consistent data set that identifies deaths by suicide associated with FDV. Our submission focuses on two key national data sources, the Australian Burden of Disease Study and the Family Domestic Sexual Violence Integrated Data System, to provide insights into this relationship while being clear about the limitations of the data. From these data, we know that there is an association between suicide and self-harm and intimate partner violence, and suicide and self-harm and child abuse and neglect. In 2024, around 26% of the estimated total fatal burden in terms of years of life lost due to suicide and self-harm was attributable to child abuse and neglect. Also in 2024, around 19% of the estimated total fatal burden in terms of years of life lost due to suicide and self-harm among females was attributable to intimate partner violence. Analysis of linked data also showed between 2010 and 2024 there was a greater number of deaths and deaths by suicide among people with a recorded experience of FDSV compared to those without a recorded experience. These data sources provide important insights, but there are opportunities to strengthen national understanding. This includes improving consistent identification of FDSV in key national administrative data sources and strengthening national linkage systems to support more informed policy and service responsiveness. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide evidence, and we're very happy to answer questions and support the inquiry in any way we can.
Thank you very much. I didn't introduce us. I'm Louise Miller-Frost, the federal member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Melbourne's eastern suburbs.
Dave Smith, member for Bean, Canberra's best suburbs.
Online, Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
And Ms Clutterham.
Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Look, I'm actually just going to start with one of the last things you said. You mentioned the need for better identification of family, domestic and sexual violence in key data sources. What particular data sources are we talking about? Like, where is it not currently being identified that would be useful to have?
Yeah, sure. So I think the primary data set that we have, and I might throw to Ms Mills in a minute to provide you with a bit more detail, but the current data set we have is the what we call the FSDV IDS, which is an integrated data set. It is a data set that we've been working on for a number of years now and have made significant progress on. But it is a data set where there is much more work to do. It does take time to improve these data sets. We have to work very carefully, particularly given the sensitivity of the data, with stakeholders, with states and territories, work through appropriate governance, legal and other issues. And so really when we sort of look to those gaps, we do have, I guess, a framework, and we have funding from the Department of Social Services to continue to work to close those gaps, but there is much more to do. I don't know, Ms Mills, if you want to add something sort of more specific there in terms of the particulars where you see the gaps and how they might be filled.
Yeah, look, definitely, Alastair. So there are, as Alastair mentioned, there are definitely gaps. The AIHW, our expertise is obviously in the administrative data in a large way, and from our perspective, when you think about the services where victim survivors are most likely to attend is probably where we would see the most opportunity to focus improvements. There are two in particular where we've been doing some work. Emergency departments is one, as well as primary care, because as we know, whilst unfortunately a lot of victim survivors do not actually seek formal services, they may choose not to or they may not be able to. We know that when they do, GPs and health professionals are one of the first formal supports that they will come to. So we see that that is a real area of opportunity in terms of the administrative data collections and similarly emergency departments. And I will just add to that, so I'm talking at a national lens. Obviously there are some work that's been done on emergency departments in states and territories or specific hospitals where there's better data, but we come as a national organisation, so those comments are in terms of nationally consistent data.
Thank you. And so you make reference to the ICD-11, which I know from a health perspective, well, actually I know ICD-10, but anyway, from a health perspective. And one of the other things that we've heard from other witnesses is around, was particularly about coroners, but also health services and other services who were not using good language to identify family, domestic and sexual violence. And so things were written down as, difficult childhood or relationship issues without any real, making it really difficult to actually analyse what was going on there. Does the ICD-11, is that kind of the solution to that? Because one of the other suggestions was a taxonomy for coroners, for instance. But is the ICD-11, is that actually the solution to that language issue? And how broadly is that applied outside the health system?
I think that's an excellent question. So we do see great opportunities if the ICD-11 or when the ICD-11 is implemented. And I'll just give you some examples. So you've touched on the very broad phrases that we have currently in some of the psychosocial codes in the ICD-10. The ICD-11 has what they call extension codes, which are far more detailed with far more specificity, which will give us granularity that we really need in this area to better identify experiences of family, domestic and sexual violence, and that's not only for victim survivors but also for perpetrators. So for example, some of the specific codes would be history of spouse or partner violence, for example. So you can see that is much more specific than something like relationship problem.
And if I might just add to that, in terms of you mentioned some of the coronial processes, and I think in terms of the morbidity data that Ms Mills is referring to in the hospital system, we sort of have a similar issue in that the coding structures are only so good as the information that's been presented to be put into the coding. So particularly for highly stigmatised behaviours like suicidality or family, domestic and sexual violence, there's often barriers to disclosure for people, and there may not even actually be evidence available for the coroner to consider. Yeah. So, and a lot of that does come from the community stigmatisation of those behaviours. So it's that's a bit of work that we need to, well, not we, that we as a community need to do, and that would improve our data flows as well.
Okay.
Could I just add to the end of your question where you were talking about the use of the ICD-11 more broadly? We've both spoken, obviously there would be implementation starting at the mortality end, probably moving to the hospitals. But another benefit of ICD-11 is the potential for it to be rolled out and implemented in the broader health services context, which, as you can imagine, has amazing opportunities for nationally consistent data, being able to link common diagnoses or situations. Of course, this is a long-term implementation that requires resources, but it offers huge opportunities.
Thank you. And one of the other, so some of your data looked at the history of child abuse and neglect as an attribution or a risk factor for suicidality. Is there work actually looking at disaggregating what child abuse and neglect means, and is that child sexual abuse, or is that there's a whole range of behaviours and actual experiences in there captured in one?
Yes, that's a very good question, Ms Miller-Frost, and in fact our burden of disease team are revising their methodology as we speak. I'm not quite sure of the timelines for them publishing the revised burden of disease estimates, but the last I spoke to their researchers, they were looking at unpacking the child abuse and neglect component into constituent elements of that category. How far they can disaggregate that will depend on the quality of the research that they're able to identify, but they're actively looking at that.
Great. Could you give us an idea when that will happen? Like, take that on notice? Like, not now, but
I can
find out from
I can ping a message and get people to look it up.
And just to add to that, what they are exploring is physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and neglect, just to get down to what you were,
lovely. No, thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested whether the data challenges are more significant for regional and, without any bias towards this region, cross-jurisdictional areas, so areas where potentially you might have a perpetrator or a victim actually residing in different jurisdictions, but and hence there may be challenges in bringing that data together.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's a really good question. I'll start, maybe then I'll hand over to my colleague. So, as I mentioned, the Institute's focus is very much data analysis and collation for population level purposes. So there are sort of two elements to your question, I suppose. There is data sharing in the very real dynamic life situation of keeping people safe across borders, which would not be something that I would feel that I have the expertise to comment on. But we could provide more information in terms of how the AIHW uses administrative data that we have available to us to explore interjurisdictional activity or movement, if you would like, just I suppose to clarify.
I'm interested in perhaps just the lack of consistency in terms of that data collection in jurisdictions which might sit side by side in that interaction. I am interested in, you're right, I'm actually interested in the other matter as well too, but just if there's a breakdown between jurisdictions which relationships cross over, there's a challenge to get.
I can make a comment to that, Mr. Smith. I think Ms. Mills is absolutely right. There is that distinction between a person's case notes, which by necessity must be identifiable, moving between service providers, potentially across borders to promote continuity of care. When we talk about our linked data assets, we cannot identify the individuals, but we can, with a degree of certainty, I think it's around 95% certainty, go, they're probably the same person, but we don't know who they are. Yeah, so we can actually model some of those cross-jurisdictional flows. And to get to that final part of your question, there are distinctions between what's coded in various jurisdictions, for example, in emergency departments or even within admitted patients, but we do have national standards that are the minimum that must be collected by all jurisdictions, and so at that national minimum data set level there is consistency between jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to get to the kind of philosophical point of the what is the point of it all? So we're collecting data. But it's de-identified. So it's not, this process of coding and things like that is good for kind of system-wide research. But is there opportunity for the labour involved in coding at a practice level and broader? Could that also feed into systems that actually enable intervention and prevent prevention strategies and things like that, or is this purely a retrospective exercise? And the resourcing of that has to compete with opportunities for intervention.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So look, it's a very good question. So obviously, as we talk about the data landscape's maturing, by and large, we do use the data for, I guess, what we call population level research. But what we are looking to do as the data matures, and we're just sort of right in the middle of that maturation and continued development of that data, is increasingly do things like person-centred research, where you can follow people longitudinally over time and look at factors that that might be protective or predictive of particular vulnerabilities and so forth. And that's some of that work we've begun. And also to the data that we collect, of course there's a range of appropriate governance around it, but that's available to researchers. So our main linked data asset, for example, the National Health Data Hub, I think there's over 400 policymakers, academics, etc., accessing that under very strict governance and controls, obviously, to do a range of research. And as we mature, particularly that FDSV integrated data set into that hub, it will become available to those researchers for work. The other thing too, we're very actively talking with, say, the Department of Social Services about how we use some of that data, again, in an appropriate way to look at service interventions and what the right interventions might be and where there are gaps. So there's things being done, but we're really sort of just at the point where there's a lot more that will happen over the next few years. But there are opportunities there, I think, along the lines of where your question goes. Yeah.
Could I just add to that? I think, Mr. Gregg, you're also touching on the burden issue, if I'm right, in terms of what services that are doing the frontline work and need to have as much time as possible to support victim survivors, people who are using violence, how much of that time is taken up with data collection. And I think the question is an extremely valid one. In another area of another project that I'm working on, we are liaising with NGOs working on the front line with refuges and FDV specialist services, and it is something that comes up very frequently. And as you can imagine, there are real tensions because some of these NGOs are not only collecting data for a specific FDV program, but what we know and are hearing is that they are collecting data for a wide range of, could be mental health, related to intensive family support, especially some of the bigger NGOs, which I'm sure you've heard from. So this is a really important issue in terms of, to your question, making sure that as a nation, the data that we ask for is useful at all levels. So it has to be very useful at the most importantly for the people that are using the data, but then can be aggregated up to help inform decision making. And I think that's something that the Institute really plays a strong role in terms of working with services to understand that. And we have a role not only in analysis but in data improvement. So I think your question is a really good one, and I think that there is a lot of room for improvement. From what I'm hearing from stakeholders in Australia about trying to harmonise and minimise the data burden on the ground in a way that improves care, first and foremost, but doesn't impair or impede the important data we need for decision making.
It's a really good point. I might just quickly add that broader than this area across the Institute, we've identified that as a focus and we're doing work. So we know that a number of NGOs will have a number of data systems that they have to fill out for a number of grants and a number of projects and so on and so forth. And obviously that's not just for the Institute's purpose, that's for a whole range of agencies' purposes. But what we are doing is starting with the Institute and saying, okay, how are we contributing to this problem across the various data sets we collect? And so we're actively sort of looking at that and seeking to minimise that burden. So as Mil said, it is something that's sort of part of our active consideration. And also too, I know the sort of the philosophy that's applied by the teams is very much let's not just get gold standard data and well played it. Let's actually think about the practicality and the burden and weigh all that up. So there is a practical approach that we take to the collection. Yeah.
Do you see opportunity for new technological innovations, around AI and things like that to kind of help facilitate that? But is this going to require collaboration with a whole lot of stakeholders going, look, how do we record, collect data? Why do we do it? What's the purpose?
Look, yes, I think there are some really, really interesting opportunities coming out technologically, and the two I'd emphasise is one, AI, as you've mentioned, but also some of the advantages that we can get from linking data sets, which means that we can actually identify aspects of a person's presentation or situation without needing to ask them multiple times. So in that way, we can find things that, and frequently people will, come to me and say, well, why don't you ask this in the emergency department? And you go, well, it's not really strictly relevant to clinical care. And if someone was to ask me that question when I was, seeking to get my arm sutured, I'd probably go, can you just get on with it and fix my arm? But in terms of AI, we do have a project at the moment that's being run out of our injury surveillance area in collaboration with researchers at the University of New South Wales and other academics, which is looking at a national project to use artificial intelligence and large language models to run over the clinical notes of the clinicians who have been working in the ED, and to use that to abstract some of the data that we would otherwise not have access to. It's particularly important in emergency departments because they don't have clinical coders. It's the clinicians themselves who do the coding, and they tend to really focus on the primary diagnosis because, as we just mentioned, they're in a very critical care situation.
And another advantage of that Chris has just outlined is this technique is also being tested in a way that preserves the data within the original environment. So as you can imagine, there are privacy implications with free text. This is running models off data that's actually still within the systems of where the data are held. So it has a lot of privacy preserving advantages, if you like. And that work, to get back to the question about ICD 11, is also actually looking at how these languages can then take the free text information and then code it. So they're actually doing some testing to see whether it can be coded to ICD 11 and looking at how we can validate that. So huge opportunities, and that gets to your point about burden of being able to have the people in the ED filling out their notes as they need to fill out their notes, and then secondary users of data playing safely and ethically in the background to then be able to use that for more population level reporting so that we can compare, like your question, one state, another state, in a way that's comparable and meaningful.
And excuse me, Chair, if I might, I have an answer to your earlier question. Our burden of disease area has informed me that they're expecting to publish the next study, the 2026 study, by December. They will have developed those disaggregations that Ms Mills referred to in her earlier answer, but they're uncertain at the moment whether they'll be sufficiently robust to be published, but they will have actually derived them and have been testing them.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms Whitty's told me she doesn't have a question, but I can see that Mr Hawke has joined us online.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I can hear you. No, it's okay. I don't have a question. I've been listening in. I've been here for a while. I just got two committees I'm bouncing between, but yeah, thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Ms Clutterham.
Thanks, Chair. Just the one from me. I just wondered, is there any, insight and data available about, I suppose, perpetrators and victims regarding whether they participated in any programs during their educational years? So, I meet with a lot of groups that do work in schools about bullying and harassment and violence and, consent and all of these sorts of things. And I think that they're growing in their reach. And I just wondered, do we know whether, children who've been through those programs are less likely to become, victims and perpetrators, or is it still too early days to measure the success of those programs?
Thanks, Ms. Clutterham. It's Sally Mills here. It's an excellent question, and it is one that many people are asking. It's not an area of specific expertise to me, so my comment will be broader in that those data are really going to rely on some longitudinal analysis, and you've got some time period between when you might have attendance at a program, results of in changes in knowledge or awareness as a result of that program, and then you need to then see has that then equated to a change in behaviour. So there's quite a few steps there in terms of and time in terms of what you'd need to have and the data that you would need to have. So at the moment, I'm not aware of any longitudinal studies, but there have been some evaluations, for example, for some programs that are run, Respectful Relationships, for example, that may be able to provide at least some initial results of how those programs are changing children's understanding and knowledge.
Yeah, and what about in the prison system? Programs that are run, for people who are incarcerated. Do we know whether if you do a program, you're less likely to reoffend, or no difference, or is it kind of the same answer in relation to the school side of things?
Again, that's something that I'm not an expert on. I will say broadly that the evidence in terms of men's behaviour change programs does suggest that if, I think it gets related to the previous witness actually, in terms of their willingness to engage, whether it is mandatory or not mandatory, does really impact the effectiveness of those programs.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions. So your submission included some reference to the burden of disease study, and that they were looking at both protective and risk factors. Is that data mature enough to say, well, these are the protective factors, these are the risk factors? Is there an answer there?
I would say at a general level, I think the answer to that is yes, Chair. But it depends on the strength of the literature and the evidence that they use to develop those attributable fractions, whether they be risk factors or protective factors. So it's certainly possible within the architecture of the methodology. It depends on the level of information that's able to be input to that methodology.
So is that information published, or are we able to get that information?
Yeah, most certainly. We'd be very happy to provide you with a summary of the burden of disease methodology. Yes, it's an international, very well established methodology.
Okay. And it's publicly reported, but we can follow that up and provide it to you.
Okay, I'm particularly interested to know what are the protective factors and what are the risk factors. So that would be great. The data that you're looking at, I'm coming back to that whole terminology thing. So for people who, for instance, don't necessarily disclose that they're turning up to an emergency department and this is the result of family and domestic violence, is there any way of actually looking at that pattern of repeat presentation? So if somebody's turning up repeatedly with a broken arm or a broken leg or a head injury, that we can say, well, looks like something's going on here.
I think it's an excellent question, and I can start and maybe hand over to Chris, but I think it's definitely an area of interest that we would like to do more work on, and linked data does provide us with huge opportunities, as does some of the more sophisticated modelling looking at predictive patterns, for example. So we have done some preliminary analysis, but we've used the linked data that the AIHW has, the National Health Data Hub, to look at repeat visits. So, but that's a slightly more basic analysis to what you're really asking for. But it shows that the foundations are there. Linked data will give us the foundations to do this. And of course, there have been research on a smaller scale that look at that. And we, in particular, have looked specifically at people who have been hospitalised for FDV and the amount of repeat hospitalisations that occur, because obviously that is something of interest. And it's definitely something that we want to look more at as we have more de-identified data coming into the system, to start to really see not only in one hospital context, but are there other broader service use patterns that you could also look at a systems level to really see where we might be having possible points of intervention.
No, I think that's a very good answer, Ms Mills. I would just add that we have actually done, not looking at family, domestic and sexual violence specifically, but looking at suicide death as an outcome. We have done and published some analyses around service use in the period leading up to death by suicide, in the year preceding. And it's quite detailed analysis looking at MBS, PBS usage, emergency department usage. It's quite detailed. And now that Ms Mills' team has developed the FDSV integrated data system, we'll be able to actually stratify some of that analysis by people who are in that cohort versus people who are outside of that cohort, and we'll be able to examine if there's differences in the way that people who are experiencing family and domestic sexual violence are or are not interacting with the service system.
I think, it's very, very, it'll be very interesting work. I will just add a whole caveat there, because I think it's really important that we are talking about people that are visible to the system here. Yeah. And I know you know that, but I just think it's really important in the context of this topic. These are people that are visible to the system. They're still very important because they have obviously clear support needs that need to be addressed, but...
And again, particularly for some of the service systems where victim survivors are going outside the health system, for example, we're doing some research looking at people's experiences of or cause mortality around people who are using specialist homelessness services, for example. And in many cases, and family, domestic and sexual violence victim survivors are grossly overrepresented in those data, although we haven't done that stratification as yet. But some of the figures that we're pulling out around the number of people who die of particular causes who are in contact with that service system are truly staggering. And when people look at them and there's a sharp intake of breath and you go, and they're the people who got through the door of a capped service system. Exactly. So you can, and it's the same. We're also looking at people who are using specialist alcohol and other drug treatment services, another capped service sector. So whenever we show these quite sobering statistics, we have to always caveat them with it. We don't know how much of an underestimate it is, but it's a big underestimate.
Okay. That data on service use by people who die from suicide, is that published? Is that something we can get as well?
Yeah, we can bundle that up for you.
That would be great. Yeah, thank you. Now, you mentioned linked data. It's a long time since I worked in the health sector, but we didn't have linked data within our entire actual health system. Is it better now? Like, can you actually get this data? Oh, good. Yep. Yeah, I recall actually phoning around and getting paper stuff sent to me, so it's good to know that it's improved.
It has improved a great deal, Chair, and I'm actually the principal investigator on a project at the AIHW. We call it NACS. We don't need to understand what the acronym stands for, but it brings together alcohol and other drug treatment services data, specialist homelessness services data, health systems data, and mortality data. And we linked that about 3 years ago and have to date pulled out about, I think we're up to 9 publications in our foundational series out of that. And I use that as an illustration to say, yes, the data is available and it is accessible, but it's very complex environment for analysis. And so, sometimes people will say, oh, well, you've got the linked data, why don't you just... And, I don't like the word just, because, as I mentioned, it took about 3 years for my analysts to pull those foundational reports out. So it's there, it's hard work, but the insights that we're getting are really, really valuable, and we would not have been able to get them without that linked data environment.
Yeah.
And so the not-for-profits that you're getting, is that because they're government funding and they're having to put data into a government system, or are they...
Yeah, so the data that Chris, the Institute does hold the Specialist Homelessness Services data collection, and that is a national minimum data set, and there are data coming from NGOs direct to the AHW under those arrangements.
Yeah, and so I mean across government there's a few linked data assets. The ABS has PLIDA. We have the National Health Data Hub and some other bespoke linked assets, but essentially what we're working to do is put everything that we hold into the National Health Data Hub, and there are a range of kind of sophisticated sort of governance processes and so forth, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, about 400 plus researchers and others accessing that. It's got, as well as sort of the hospital data and other data that was mentioned by colleagues, it has aged care data, it has NDIS data, broader disability data, homelessness data, so you really can follow people through their life course, be person-centric, look at movements between systems. It really is quite a change, and it's rapidly advancing. I mean, I think one thing I would say is that researchers and policymakers still need to pay to access that service, so it is kind of remains subject to short-term funding and project-based arrangements. And I mean, we do really think that this is sort of the strategic data infrastructure that Australia should invest more in, and invest in a more sustainable and long-term way, because we do think the benefits of doing that are huge.
And just to add to that, there is quite a lot of information on our website in terms of the accessibility of this more broadly. So obviously we do a lot of work within the AIHW, but as Alistair has said, there is definitely ways that the researchers can access the hub now, and that is extremely useful for the research community.
Okay. Any more from you?
No more from me, Chair.
Mr. Greg?
This is another broad one. Who decides what your organisation collects and why? Is it a feedback loop between researchers and the Institute, or how do you go, well, look, this is going to be a worthwhile pursuit for us to focus on this bit of data and expand to this area? How are those decisions made?
Happy to say that. So I think, broadly, I'd probably start with our purpose and our act, which is to improve the health and well-being of Australians. And so, over many decades now, we've had to think about, what are the relevant collections for us to collect? And we think we have a pretty comprehensive, there are still important gaps, and we've talked about some of those today, but we think we've got a pretty comprehensive set of data across health and wellbeing services. So I mentioned disability, aged care and others. In terms of the practical process, we have annual kind of planning initiatives. We have sort of from the ground up, we have excellent, as you've seen today, absolutely excellent in-depth knowledge by sector, where they're listening on the ground to people and organisations about what they need and what they want. So there's a number of channels by which we'll think about how to prioritise our work program. We also will receive, and in fact it's a large proportion of our funding is specific funding from, say, the Department of Health or whatever else, who through government will have particular priorities that we'll work on in advance. Just to take one example that comes to mind, dementia, which is now a very significant health issue across the country. The government's investing in data infrastructure behind that, for example.
Just a final one. Is there an area where, as an example, where you're collecting data but are kind of frustrated that no one's analysing it or researching it?
It's a good question.
If the committee might indulge an anecdote, I did have a researcher approach me at a conference recently and go, I'm reviewing this paper for from one of my PhD students, and they've made this claim here and they've referenced your research. And I said, well, we've published nothing in the last 7 years that would actually justify that comment.
So I think, look, we're a bunch of data people and researchers, and we'd always love to see more research and more evidence-based policy on everything. I think one of the things we've done in the last couple of years is establish an evaluation function, so to actually look a little bit more at the so what. We're looking at that. I'm having discussions with, say, colleagues in relation to analysis on disability, which is obviously a very important topic at the moment, is one that comes to my mind. But look, I think, again, it's sort of just, this linked data is really something that's just maturing sort of as we speak, and so I'm very sort of hopeful and optimistic, as long as sort of, I guess, funding for various players remains sort of sustainable and so forth, that, over the next kind of few years, the research out there is going to balloon. Yeah. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We might leave it there. So thank you for your attendance today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections and transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, which may be a little while, you are asked to provide responses to questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript, and please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. The committee will now suspend for a brief break before resuming at 11:15 a.m. Now, can I ask you a Welcome the representative of Relationships Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Nick Tebby, National Executive Officer with Relationships Australia.
Lovely, thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast, just so you know. I'm Lois Miller-Frost. I'm the member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Dave Smith, the member for Bena, and your local member.
Thank you.
Campaign opportunity.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Victoria. Hello.
Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
And Ms Clutterham.
And Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt in South Australia.
And we may have other members drop in or out. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we move to discussion?
I would, yes, thank you, Chair. And I have provided a written copy of it so you can follow along or refer to it later. But thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people as the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respect to elders past and present, and extend that to other families that have an ongoing connection with these lands. I also acknowledge victim survivors of domestic, family and sexual violence, and all those affected by suicide who may be following these proceedings. I appear on behalf of Relationships Australia National Office and our 8 member organisations. And our submission provided to this committee draws on data from our own client base, as well as our Relationship Indicators research, which is Australia's only national representative survey of the state of relationships, and on the practice experience of our staff working daily in family law, family violence and counselling services. Today, to frame the evidence on behalf of Relationships Australia, I really want to put one central proposition to the committee, and that is that I feel our service system is letting families down when it comes to DFSV and suicide, and that's happening across 2 key interconnected areas. The first is an identification failure. Suicide risk where DFSV is present is routinely missed, and DFSV where suicide risk is present is also routinely missed. This occurs because the 2 are treated as separate problems, belonging to separate service streams. The second, then, is a response failure. Even where both risks are identified, the system struggles to hold both simultaneously, defaulting to one or the other rather than addressing both of them in an integrated way. Both failures share a common root cause, and that is interconnecting service systems that are built in silos. To emphasise this, we provided in our submission some evidence and data insights from Relationships Australia in South Australia, which analysed 3 years of intake for over 21,000 clients. Among clients currently afraid for their own safety, 48.8% also reported that a partner or former partner had previously threatened or attempted suicide, compared to just 12.3% of those without safety fears. Overall, 1 in 7 of our clients carries both risks simultaneously. Our concern is that that co-occurrence is not being systematically identified and is not being systematically responded to. And the complexity in those relationships and the experiences of our clients matters. As the committee has already heard, suicide threats can function as a tactic of coercive control. But men who use violence are also often genuinely at risk of suicide, carrying their own histories of trauma, shame and disconnection. The 2 are not mutually exclusive. A person can be both dangerous and in genuine distress, and a system that can only see one misses the other, with potentially fatal consequences in either direction. Addressing this then requires 2 structural fixes, and we urge the committee to consider both. The first is universal screening, mandated across community, family relationship, family law, mental health and judicial settings, underpinned by national competency standards. Universal screening can assess DFSV risk, suicidality, coercive control, trauma and social isolation together as one connected picture. When it's applied universally and not just to clients who look like they're at risk, universal screening makes the co-occurrence visible. But if it's only applied to clients who already look to be at risk, then it misses the point. The second structural fix is the establishment of multidisciplinary hubs, single entry points where DFSV, mental health legal, financial, family support services all operate together rather than in parallel, or worse, in isolation. This is the structural fix for the siloed system and was the subject of considerable exploration by Andrew Metcalf in his review of the Family Relationship Services Program. It's not enough to screen people well and then send them back into a fragmented service system that was not designed to hold their complexity. The hub model ensures that when screening reveals something that needs to be responded to, it will actually be responded to by the right people in the right place and cohesively. The families we work with are not presenting with one or more discrete problems. They deserve a system capable of seeing all that they are carrying and of responding to it in a holistic, trauma-informed way. And with that, I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll start with the universal screening. Is there a current validated tool that can be used that covers all of those? And is it, what are the downsides? Is it burdensome? Is it long? Is it,
Thank you, Chair. There are different tools that are used in different places around the country. So for us at Relationships Australia, we're very proud of and pleased to have the opportunity to talk to you about DOORS, which is the Detection of Overall Risk Screen, which is a risk screening tool that was developed by Relationships Australia South Australia in conjunction with Professor Jen McIntosh, with funding provided by the Attorney General's Department, particularly for family law clients is where it began. And over a number of iterations, and it's certainly been tested and there's considerable evidence, and as you heard the numbers, tens of thousands of people have now gone through it. It's proven to identify those wide-ranging risks in a way that is, because it's universal, quite non-confrontational when it's applied, and because it's applied to everyone who walks through the doors, it doesn't come with any layers of judgment before it's applied. So whether it's burdensome or not, I think a lot of work has gone into. Once upon a time, it was a long checklist of questions that everyone would be sitting in the waiting room filling out before they saw their practitioner. Now it's on an iPad. And there are variations. There's even a kids' doors that's been developed to work with children and understand their experiences. And what it really gets to the heart of is helping people reveal things in a safe and trauma-informed way that then the practitioner can immediately see what needs to be responded to. You can imagine someone coming to Relationships Australia thinking they're here for a mediation may well not be ready for that mediation if there are other issues, mental health issues, safety, and a whole range of other things. So it's about unpacking those. But it's not mandated. So where it's used, that's fantastic, and it's used across a lot, but even not all of the Relationships Australia organisations in every instance. It's used in a lot of other community organisations. But in some states, for example, in Victoria, they use the MARAM tool, which is similar but different. And then there are others emerging as well. So it doesn't necessarily matter which tool, as long as they are consistently applied and easy, I think, to use.
And so how many questions is it now?
Oh, I couldn't tell you the exact number off the top of my head, but it's a finite number of questions. I'm not going to even try and guess the exact number. I'm sorry, I should have that. But it's something that won't take longer than 10 to 15 minutes in the waiting room.
That's a good metric.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. And so the client's actually doing that themselves rather than taking up...
In most cases, unless they need assistance. So children, you can imagine, actually do it with a practitioner, with a child-inclusive practitioner who they use toys and colours and charts and things. But yeah, if you're an adult approaching services, you'll do it before you see the practitioner.
Yeah. And so that's validated and it's available and not specific to any particular service type, so it's not a psychologist or a social worker that has to do it.
No, it's absolutely unspecific in its application, which I think is one of its strengths, and freely available. It's all been made publicly available for those who want to use it, and validated through a number of research projects. And you may be aware, the Family Court, or Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia, in a couple of years ago adopted something known as the Lighthouse Project, which actually adapted a version of DOORS for people coming into court and worked with the same researchers to make sure it was appropriate for court attendees, and they've now been using it, and that Lighthouse Project has become a cornerstone of family violence detection within the court system.
And so is there any aggregated data available from the use of that, or is it all used for individual client services?
The predominant purpose is for the individual. However, for example, the data that we've provided in our submission is aggregate data, but directly from doors. Sorry, I apologise. Do you mean from the courts?
Oh no,
doors generally. Yeah.
Doors generally.
So doors generally, but however, different providers are not combining their data. Right. So if you are Uniting Care and you're using it, you're not then sending it back into the database. So RASA, in developing the analysis that they've done, have only looked at RASA clients, and they've got ethics approval to do that and to share the findings. But yeah, you can imagine that data could be quite powerful if it was shared across the whole service system, but that has not happened yet.
Okay, thank you for that. And yes, the data from the clientele was really interesting, so thank you. That's been very helpful. I'm also interested in what your data has shown you about potential intervention points, so risks or red flags where you can say that, okay, things are escalating now and it's getting more dangerous, but also those protective factors. And I note that you did say that strong social support serves as a significant protection factor. So either that sort of thing, or is there a service intervention that can either,
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Look, I think one thing that we absolutely see through the data, and because doors can be applied regularly, it doesn't just get applied on the person's first entry into a service. It's often reapplied at 6-month intervals and things like that. So you can track, as a service provider, you can track that client and that family's well-being. However, if you pull back to some of the broader research that's done, and some of this is very obvious, there are key points in a family's life cycle that present as particularly difficult times, and some of them are also particularly happy times. We know childbirth and starting a family is a time when there are pressures on that family, but of course there are others such as separation and entering the court system. So we'd certainly see through our practice experience that there are spikes in distress at those times, and I think some of the relationship indicators data reveals that those who are feeling unsafe in their relationships are much more likely to be feeling distress, and that's general population findings. And again, not that surprising, but bears noting that we have a lot of this information already, knowing where the key points are. And so then to answer the second part of your question, what would work? So certainly we're very strong proponents of the value of strong social connections. We know that social relationships, feeling connected, feeling belonging, even at the community level, but certainly with friends and colleagues, provides an insulation against some of that distress. Through our research, through our Neighbours Everyday campaign, with the ANU, we've seen that people who feel like they're well connected are more resilient and therefore have lower levels of mental distress and mental illness. So if we're talking about prevention at the broadest level across the community, working on community connection and empowering people to have strong social relationships is a proven tool for actually insulating them against some of the more personal experiences, some of the things the subject of this committee's inquiry. However, it's not enough, because we know that when that pressure point arises, whether it is separation or entering the court system or child protection, all of these really critical moments in people's lives, if the services aren't there to wrap around that family at that point, then that's when families can fall through the cracks and the gaps appear. So if, for example, picking on a Relationships Australia service, if someone was coming to us for a separation, maybe a dispute resolution, if we weren't also considering how they're doing and what's happening in their lives, we might miss entirely that there's a substance abuse issue or suicidal ideation, and not then respond to that as well. I think, well, we've done a great job, we've helped you with a parenting plan, but actually in doing that, that's rendered the situation worse, because we've left that untreated. So I think as a society, and certainly one of the reasons why we're so strongly in favour of the hub concept, we need to make sure fragmentation is not the reason why people fall through the cracks. No one should ever say, well, we don't deal with mental health, so we won't ask those questions. We need to make sure the services are there when and as people need them.
And the notion of the hub, is that co-location of services or integration of services? So we're talking a shopping centre or a department store type model? So.
Absolutely. It could be any of the above. And I think the Metcalfe review, if you haven't had a chance to look at it, Mr. Metcalfe goes to some extent to really unpack what a hub could look like. And I think, there's an easy way of referring to it as a bricks and mortar, and there are some brilliant examples already in Australia where I think one of them is in Melbourne, the Collingwood Neighbourhood Justice Centre. Essentially, if you walk into that Neighbourhood Justice Centre, services are there. You don't have to go looking for them. And people will, it's not that only one service exists and does everything, it's that the different services are talking to each other. And there's warm referrals, let's walk down the hall and take you to this service because that's who you really need to be speaking to now. So it can be a bricks and mortar type thing, but often really the core essence of a hub is more just that connectedness between services. And so we've seen examples overseas and even I think emerging here in Australia where they're more of a digital hub. But there are sharing and clients understand when they walk through the door of a family relationship centre or whoever it might be, that they're immediately going to have access to other services that are connected in with that initial service provider. And so in the family law system until 30 June this year, we have family law pathways networks, which are a great example of bringing services together. That happens at sort of the holistic level, but I think where we see that happening for a specific client or a family at risk, that's where we can see some real changes being made. It's intensive, but it's what makes a difference.
Thank you. One more question from me before I hand over. So your submission talks about perpetrator interventions as being essential for suicide prevention. Can you talk to us a bit about how that works to address suicide for those victims and perpetrators, and how we know about their efficacy and what could be done to improve it?
Absolutely. So to take the first part of your question, Chair, I think for too long perpetrators of violence have not had enough focus on them in the whole conversation and response to family violence. And necessarily support for victims and survivors is critical. But if we don't start addressing perpetration, we're just waiting for the next victim to come along. So I think over the last maybe 5 years, we've seen a marked shift in focusing on perpetrator interventions. They were already happening, but now we're seeing more attention to that, and I think the standing up of the Domestic and Family Violence Commission has really helped with that. I think a lot of the DSS focus on those issues has helped because it means we're now talking about what works. And so one of the things that we see to answer your question about how that helps with suicide is that when, to generalise, men are not particularly great at seeking help. But if they're in a service because they have to be, or they've been referred to it, or there's another reason to be there, that is a great opportunity to work out what else is going on. And so we know that there is a link between people who are a danger to themselves and a danger to other people. If they're going to use violence, you don't necessarily know who they're going to use it against. It may manifest as family violence, it may manifest as suicide attempts. And so when people are in those services, then again, through the power of screening and wraparound services, you've got them and you can find out what they need. But it's bigger than that. We know that a lot of the work of men's behaviour change programs and other perpetrator interventions is really to help recalibrate the approach that men particularly take towards conflict and challenge. And so helping them understand and develop different strategies benefits their own mental health as well as the victims of their violence. And so it has that flow-on effect. While that may not be the primary aim of a men's behaviour change program, it's definitely an outcome that we see. Your last question about efficacy, there's not enough research. So we know that of all the perpetrator interventions out there, first of all, there aren't very many. Second of all, programs like men's behaviour change are one of the few that have persisted for a long time. They've been subject to evaluations. Even at Relationships Australia, we've done some internal evaluations. There's a big study in the UK called Project Mirabelle, which looks at how they work. But we're still lacking a really comprehensive research project. And I think, again, right now there's a lot of attention to that issue and money being invested in it. Into which ones, because there's a lot of different ones. Even within Relationships Australia, 6 of our 8 members deliver men's behaviour change programs, and it looks 6 different models. Because some of them are only for court-ordered people, some are for self-referrals, and it really depends. So we've just this year developed a program logic for men's behaviour change in partnership with the Australian Institute of Family Studies, which we think is really helping us even have different models but know they're all working to the same goals. The next step is really to embark on an evaluation and show what works and what doesn't. Unfortunately, as you've probably heard, funding for evaluation and research is not as high as it could or should be, and so we don't know necessarily how we will fund that evaluation at this point, but we're working on it, and that's an internal project partnering with AFES. But I know, for example, in New South Wales, they've got an evaluation underway and others. So we look forward to seeing more evidence about what does work and where we should be focusing.
And it'll be interesting to see whether it makes a difference if people are required to go there, potentially against their will, as opposed to, you know.
Absolutely, and that's a common thing that we grapple with. Do you put self-referrals in the same groups as people who are required? How do you break down the barriers of people who are only there because they've been told to go there? Yeah, it's a challenging area, but we at RA, but also right across the sector, there are some incredible people who work in that space, and yeah, very inspiring stuff that they do.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about legal services in particular, because it's one of those relationships where confidentiality is kind of key, and that we as practitioners are encouraged to keep our files deadly separate to ensure confidentiality. So even things like a screening tool, if it's shared with a lawyer, it therefore loses privilege if you're using it for lots of different purposes. So how do legal services work effectively in an integrated service environment?
It's a really good question, and I mean, RA is not a legal service, but issues of confidentiality and inadmissibility come up all the time, as you can imagine, in our services as well. I think the simple answer to your question is probably there isn't a simple answer, but we need to perhaps start shifting the way we think about issues like confidentiality. I think there have been some impressive or important moves recently around information sharing between agencies, and that's not necessarily at the individual solicitor level, but certainly at agencies. But also where there's a growing appreciation that some matters require piercing that confidentiality or breaking the privilege, and so where safety is a real issue. I think as a person who's legally trained myself and practiced as a lawyer for a number of years, what I'm about to say may be counted as heresy, but I think there are times when client solicitor privilege should not be the ultimate, and if it is a person's safety, whether it's that client or people in their direct sphere, we need to be a bit more open to the idea of I guess encouraging lawyers and perhaps supporting lawyers to make those judgments and be prepared to, at the very least, refer their clients on. If lawyers are identifying these sorts of risks, they need to know who to send their clients to. And often we find that's one of the biggest gaps. You know, even though Relationships Australia services are squarely within the family law system, they almost operate separately and in a silo to what legal services are doing. And it's only when people get to court that maybe they come together. The Lighthouse Project is an example of where they grappled with that. You know, they're gathering evidence about risk, but it will not be used as evidence in court. It will be used purely for therapeutic purposes. And if we can get smarter about identifying which bits of disclosure or which bits of evidence go to which purpose, I'm confident that we can continue to preserve the role of the court in its evidence gathering and judgment capacity, while also making sure therapeutic services are informed and available to support people.
I think your submission talks about the kind of primacy of the interests of the child being a focus. Obviously, in relationship services, there are sometimes differing interests between different members of the family, whether it's legal interests or just personal interests and things like that. How do you navigate that in an integrated systems model to go, actually, the interests of the mother or the father and the child are not one and the same in this case? How do you manage that?
It's a really good question, because obviously that's one of the great challenges. If you're trying to provide therapeutic services, the simplest answer is you can't necessarily provide therapeutic services to all three of the groups you've identified in one go. And it may be that family needs, different people within that family unit need different support from different people. So child practitioners will usually be quite specifically trained to work with children, and they may not be the same people who are then working with the parents. If someone comes in for a traditional, let's say, a couples counselling, we're struggling with our relationship, we're not sure if we're going to go down the pathway to divorce or separation, but we need help, then the role of the counsellor is to identify, is it actually safe to provide that couples counselling to both of them at once, or do we need to separate and have separate people supporting them? And that's all done as part of that initial intake, and monitored throughout. If something changes, then we'll pivot with the family. But I think we have to hold that reality that not often the safety and the interests of the people who've come to you don't align, and you need to be prepared to support them separately.
I'll ask one more now, then maybe later if there's time. We've seen a lot of data that suggests that individuals have been involved in multiple relationships that involve domestic sexual and family violence over a period of time. Do you see kind of a lot of case studies of individuals kind of coming back in a different relationship context over time?
Look, I suppose anecdotally through our practice experience, and I think this is backed up by the research that shows that, there is something in that sort of exposure to violence and becoming a victim that can lead to a pattern of similar relationships. And often the way to stop that is by supporting, and I think, in Australia we've got fantastic services for victims of family and domestic violence, to support them to understand how to break out of that cycle. But you do hear about that cycle of relationships, and I think we would be, we'd be blind if we didn't talk about the reality that people get caught in those patterns. And the response to that then is to actually identify why is that happening. And I think one really interesting piece of work that is an extension of your question, but I think relevant, is children who are exposed to family and domestic violence are at a greater risk of either becoming victims or perpetrators as they age. And the Australian Child Maltreatment Study, which is world-leading study of children, shows, first of all, much higher numbers than I think people expected are actually victims of family and domestic violence, whether it's through exposure or direct perpetration, and that the onset of mental ill health and other consequences as a result of being a child who's exposed to various forms of maltreatment happens much younger than I think people expected. And so if we're not actually identifying that as a risk point and saying, how do we help you get back, on track and lead a life that's nourishing and full of respectful relationships, then we're missing an opportunity to save, not to save, but to help people not become a victim or a perpetrator later in life.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Chair. And it wouldn't be a parliamentary committee if there wasn't a Dorothy Dixer, Nick. So in your submission, you've noted the emphasise that need for long-term funding for both local and national services. And how does short-term funding undermine prevention outcomes and prevent that capacity maybe to deal with evaluation of program effectiveness?
Absolutely, yeah, thank you. Look, it is a perennial issue across the community sector, and you won't be hearing this for the first time in this committee or from me. But short-term funding, and particularly a sort of over-reliance on pilots that sort of stand up very quickly and then disappear. You know, we hear it again and again from our own practitioners, but also from the communities we support. They don't foster long-term relationships that are able to actually affect change. We know that when funding ends, we lose skilled workers. Certainly not even just when the funding ends, but as you approach that cliff in funding, people are looking for secure employment. Of course they are. So they will leave, they take that community connection and the relationships with them, and communities rightly start to distrust the services because, well, you're here right now, but will you be here next week? Or next year. And so long-term funding is critical to establishing those really embedded community services that are there for the long term to walk alongside families and support them. I have to say, across the departments that we predominantly work with, which is the Department of Social Services and the Attorney General's Department, we've been very fortunate to have, I think, a strong commitment to long-term funding and efforts to ensure that security of funding. And so that's an ongoing piece of work that particularly the Minister for Social Services and her department have been concerned with, is how do you support the community sector to get on with it and do their job? But short cycles, as you can imagine, do happen. We've certainly had examples of them as recent as things like elder abuse services and others that you just don't know whether they're going to be funded for another year or not, which creates an ethical dilemma for us. Do we take on more clients or don't we, if we don't know that we're actually going to be around to support them? But it also goes to your point of longitudinal data and evaluation. And I think that is a remaining issue within the funding envelopes, is that everyone loves evaluation and agrees that we need evaluation, but it's often not a component of the funding. And so we don't necessarily know how to fund what we think is a critical piece of our continuous improvement and continuous learning. Is it working, and what should we be doing differently? So I think funding long term is one part of it, but also funding that adequately reflects those components of a service is really critical. I think prevention only works when services are embedded in communities and the communities trust them. And that can only happen, we're very grateful in Australia that successive governments have funded these brilliant services, but it takes years, not months, to make sure those services are working where they need to.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Whitty.
Thank you. Excuse me. Also, just want to thank my colleagues for thoroughly investigating the couple of questions I had, including universal screening and sharing data. So if there's anything extra that you want to add in there, I'd love to hear it. But also something that just popped out to me as well is that you've made a comment here about gambling reform. I'm just wondering where you see the connection there.
Well, I think there's strong evidence that gambling harm has a range of impacts on individuals and their families. And so there's evidence about the links between gambling harm and domestic and family violence, although it's not comprehensive evidence. I don't think there's been enough study of those links, but I think it's established and seems to be accepted. And certainly the impacts of harmful gambling on mental health and the risk of suicide. And so we see one of the cornerstone opportunities for this government is to continue working to remove from gambling companies the hold that they have over the Australian public. I think perhaps this committee will have heard at various times some of the evidence around just the prevalence of gambling harm in our communities. And so we saw this as an opportunity to say, well, given the focus of this committee on both family and domestic violence and suicide prevention, the links with gambling can't be ignored.
Yeah. And then another question on your perpetrator intervention programs. The design of them, are they predominantly designed by men, women? Does it matter? Do you have an opinion on the way it should be designed?
That's a really interesting question. I can't answer about the design specifically, but certainly in the delivery of those programs, they're often delivered by both men and women. And we see, anecdotally, you can see why sometimes it does take people with a lived experience or at least a similar experience to the perpetrators who are in the program to often get through to them. But we know that an important component of perpetrator interventions is that the victim is supported during that process as well. And so you've got to have services that are family violence informed and trauma informed that wrap around those perpetrator interventions. And so it certainly benefits from having both men and women delivering those services and involved in their evaluation and feedback processes. And certainly within the Relationships Australia service footprint for perpetrator interventions, I can safely say without having the specifics that, both men and women have been involved at all levels of the standing up of those programs, the delivery of those programs and the evaluation of those programs.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just in terms of the services that are provided across your network, we know that the stats are that, predominantly perpetrators are male and predominantly victims are female. But do you actually provide services for women who are perpetrators and men who are victims?
Yes. Although they're often much fewer in number and in funding provided for them, so it's harder. But our services are for everyone. So if someone, if a male, for example, came and approached Relationships Australia and they were a victim of family and domestic violence, our counsellors and our other practitioners would absolutely be able to support them. I think where you get to things like men's behaviour change programs, inherent in the name, they're I think almost exclusively for men, but there are other perpetrator interventions. And so sometimes the best form of intervention for a perpetrator is not a group program, it's individual counselling and support one-on-one. And so those sorts of services are definitely available to women who are perpetrators as well as men who are perpetrators. So I think the simple answer is yes, definitely services are for everyone, irrespective of male or female, but the core funding for perpetrator interventions seems very much focused on men as perpetrators, and the core funding for victim services seems very much focused on women as victims. And then anyone else who doesn't fit into those buckets, it's about looking for other ways to support them.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, Mr. Green?
So I was wondering, in terms of where the lines are in relationships as to what is and isn't acceptable, we've seen a lot of funding go into respectful relationships education and things like that. Do you think we as a society have been sufficiently kind of clear amongst ourselves as to what is and is not acceptable behaviour within a relationship? We're in an era where more people are using tracking apps on partners and things like that. And do you think the lines are clear enough?
I do not think the lines are clear enough, and I think they're getting blurrier by the day. I think this is one of our great issues, and look, I think it extends beyond intimate relationships. I think in relationships generally, whether it's broader family or even social, we're seeing an erosion of what is really traditionally understood as respectful relationships, and it's becoming easier to be disrespectful. And technology has a lot to answer for in that. And there's so many examples. You mentioned tracking devices. I heard an example at a workshop recently of a electric vehicle being used to perpetrate tracking and monitoring of a victim because of all the built-in, we love the convenience of it, but we don't necessarily appreciate what's possible. And so I think as a society, to answer your question, we have more work to do to really emphasise and to bring people back to, what actually it means to be respectful of someone else and to be a safe, you can disagree with someone. You can separate from someone, and you can do that successfully and safely without it necessarily becoming, and certainly people do, becoming violent or unsafe. But too much, I think, the connection between the rise in gender-based violence and other forms of social disharmony and unrest is that we're losing some of those core skills of just how to be in relationships and how to be respectful.
Do you have any thoughts on how we could better promote that?
I have lots of thoughts. I don't know how well formed any of them are, and whether certainly none of them have prices attached to them yet. But I think education, absolutely, it starts at education. I think we have a problem though if we expect schools who are already under resourced and struggling with a whole range of other things to also be the solution. So it's right across the board, and we know that positive role models. We know that whether it's in sporting clubs or other interest-based groups, the role of positive role models and people modelling that behaviour is probably number one in terms of helping young people as they move from childhood through to adulthood understand what is acceptable and what isn't. I think we can do more to perhaps combat the rise of online disharmony. The ease with which people can co-opt an electronic medium such as Twitter or whatever it's called, X and Facebook and others, to promote unsafe messaging and disrespectful messaging seems to me too easy. And particularly when you add the layer of that often it's, offshore players who are just doing it to try and sow discord. So I think we should be aware of those issues and perhaps focused on them, and then thinking about, well, how do you challenge that? It's through education, modelling, supporting those people who are in those role model situations so that they know how to help people de-escalate tension and deal with issues respectfully. But it's a complicated matter, and it's really probably one of our most significant challenges for the time that we're in right now, because there's so much out there that we're receiving, so much information we're receiving every day, and not all of it is healthy, as you know.
Thank you.
Lovely. No other questions? Terrific. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
So thank you for your attendance today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. It's taking a little while to get that out at the moment. So
sure.
Once you've received the transcript, you are asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you very much, and really thank you for your submission as well. That granulated client data was really
good. I'm
really
glad.
useful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the team at RA South Australia, because I know
Thank you very much.
They're very proud of their data. So,
yes, it's
and rightly so.
Probably at least 6 months since I've been to visit them. But,
is it? Oh well, the offer's always there.
I do indeed. Yes. So unfortunately, not in my electorate, but
right.
I'm allowed to cross borders sometimes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Pleasure. You'll make it to the Socceroos.
Oh, well.
Are you still...
No, we're still going.
I'm sorry, but I'll make it.
Okay, well, you enjoy that. Cheer them on our behalf. Thank you. I now welcome the representative of the Canberra Rape Crisis Centre to give evidence.
Thank you. I have an opening statement.
Well, I just have to read some stuff first, and then that would be great. So for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Tiffany Carlson, Chief Executive Officer of the Canberra Rape Crisis Centre.
Thank you. Although you are not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Dave Smith, member for Bean here in Canberra.
Yeah.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Victoria.
And online we have Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
And Ms Clutterham.
Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt.
We occasionally have other people pop in and out. So please go ahead with your brief opening statement.
Thank you. I am here today as the CEO of the Canberra Rape Crisis Centre. I welcome the opportunity to appear and really value this inquiry, which seeks to strengthen our national understanding of the profound and long-term impacts of sexual violence on suicidality. CRCC is the ACT's only specialist sexual violence service, providing trauma-informed education, crisis, counselling, and legal, medical and other advocacy support to anyone who has experienced sexual violence, their supporters and any professionals impacted by sexual violence. Sexual violence support services are a critical yet often overlooked pillar of suicide prevention, responding to some of the most significant risk factors for suicide in our communities. Sexual violence is both widespread and underreported. Nationally, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men have experienced sexual violence since the age of 15, and child abuse affects more than 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys. Further, in Canberra, a recent health survey found a prevalence rate of 40% for women, which is double the national average. We support the need for improved data in this space. The impacts of sexual violence can be severe and long-lasting, including suicidal behaviours. Yet there are no nationally consistent Australian data set on suicide and sexual violence. From 50 years of clinical practice, CRCC understands suicidality to be a very common experience for victim survivors of sexual violence. And because the most common risk factor that specialist sexual violence services must screen for is a risk of suicide. Our clinicians assess suicide risk in every interaction with our clients, given the frequency of the presentation of suicidal ideation in victim survivors of sexual violence. And in our specialist services, our clients can speak about suicide in terms of self-determination. At its core, sexual violence is a violation of bodily autonomy, and for some victim survivors, suicide can be the ultimate attempt to reclaim control over their own bodies. This helps explain why sexual violence specifically is so closely linked to suicidality. This aligns with research showing substantially higher suicidality among victim survivors of sexual violence compared with non-survivors. An Australian study found female survivors of child sexual abuse were at 40 times higher risk of suicide and 88 times higher risk of accidental fatal overdose than the general population. And international research, for example, by Kolk, Perry and Herman, shows that a history of child sexual abuse is a very strong predictor of repeated suicide attempts. We also support better use of death reviews, which could be a useful source of data that can inform prevention strategies. Yet Australian DFV death reviews only examine sexual violence where it occurs in the context of domestic and family violence, which is around 1/3 of all sexual violence matters. We recommend expanding this remit to include all sexual violence, whether it was perpetrated by an intimate partner or family member or not. Also, as Secretary of our peak body, the National Association of Services Against Sexual Violence, I also note the NASASA submission, where we also call for improved data collection and a stronger focus on sexual violence as a distinct driver of suicide risk. And underpinning all of our specific recommendations is a need to ensure adequate, sustainable and ongoing funding for specialist sexual violence support services. Our hundreds of services around the nation are inadequately funded to meet the current demand, and adequate funding would enhance our ability to provide prevention and early intervention services. If this inquiry wants to prevent suicide, it must recognise sexual violence as a distinct driver of suicidality and specialist sexual violence services as an essential part of the suicide prevention system. The evidence shows that access to our services saves lives.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you do and your network. It's it's a tough sector, but really vital. So thank you. Where to start? I've got a few questions. So your submission notes that the threshold for recording a death as suicide is very high, and you've made reference to accidental overdose, be that either actually deliberate or not, or just risky behaviour. How would we actually, what threshold would you think would be a better setting, and how do we distinguish what is actually truly suicide?
So in our view, those accidental drug overdoses, they're highly likely to be intentional suicides. So reducing the threshold for what is considered a suicide would go a long way in terms of capturing the true rate of suicide.
And so one of the challenges that we've had across this inquiry has been around that data and terminology and how things are recorded. We heard earlier from, I think it might have been AIHW, who was recommending the implementation of ICD 11 as at least some way of having some standard language. And we've heard previously about having, particularly for coroners, some sort of taxonomy of language. Would that assist, do you think, in terms of being able to identify both the suicide itself, but also the sexual assault history?
I think that would assist, and I think what we need to do is move away from suicide is a thing we do not want to rule on, and let's make it really hard to deem this a suicide. What we should be doing is the opposite, really looking at what was the outcome, what led to that, to really capture the true rate of suicides and not trying to avoid it. There's a lot of stigma and shame and disbelief around sexual violence in the first place. That seems to travel across to the suicide outcomes as well. It's, this is very difficult. Let's try to avoid looking at this for what it really is. And if we're looking at how we're categorising suicides and reducing that threshold for what actually is a suicide would go a long way in terms of capturing the true rates.
Thank you. One of our other challenges, particularly in the area of child sexual abuse, but sexual assault generally, is in terms of saying that the abuse was a risk factor or, not necessarily causal, but a factor in a suicide. What is the time period proximity? And obviously when you're talking about child sexual abuse, it can be a very long tail. Do you have any recommendations?
So there's no way to do trauma correctly. Everyone responds to sexual assault, sexual violence, child sexual abuse in different ways. Trauma can come out immediately, or it can take decades upon decades to emerge, and there is no wrong or right way, and it affects every individual in a very different way. We do know the effects of sexual violence are profound, they're lifelong, and they can affect every aspect of someone's life. So mental health, from PTSD, anxiety, depression, which then all become further drivers for suicidality. Health outcomes from reproductive issues to ongoing immune issues to relational, society, social issues in terms of how people relate to others. It can also have educational and economic impacts. So the trauma of sexual violence can come out through one's lifetime, and we know that people might show self-harming and suicide outcomes soon after sexual violence, or it might take decades upon decades for those outcomes to occur.
Thank you. You identify that many services intervene after suicide attempts rather than before. What are the red flags that they should be looking at? How do we shift to that early intervention?
To start with, just going back to my point around adequate funding for frontline services, the federal government has committed billions for frontline staff. We're still really keen to see all of that flow through to us. All of the sexual violence specialist services around the country are already doing work across the 4 pillars of the national plan, but we're not funded to meet the demand in any of the areas. So we are in Canberra schools every week doing education work and different organisations in terms of consent and respectful relationships. We're educating different organisations on responding to disclosures. And our clinicians are working every day of the week. We're a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year service providing crisis supports and also clinical counselling supports as well. And we sit with our victim survivors through court, police, interviews and forensic medical examinations. So when we're asking about what can be done, there's so much that we're already doing and we're experts in this space. So my service alone has been around for 50 years providing this really high capability clinical work. So we have psychologists, counsellors, psychotherapists, social workers, OTs, nurses providing these very specialised sexual violence support services. We know what's needed. We're just not funded adequately to do everything that we know we need to be doing. I would love to be in every Canberra school, but we're having to prioritise. Similar with our demand for our services. We're not alone in this, around the whole nation. We have people present to us. We are triaging every week, whether we are, we'll have a 5-year-old present because the non-offending mother has found out that the ex-husband has been perpetrating against the 5-year-old daughter. We're triaging that against a 20-year-old ANU student who has been raped on the weekend. This is not something that I want to be triaging. And I know it's the same for every service around the country in terms of we know what works, we're the specialists, we've got the capability, we just don't have the funding that we need to be doing what we are doing. And so when you ask, what more needs to be done, if we're just funded adequately around the country, there's a huge amount of unmet need in terms of what we're providing.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Is it around both the sufficiency of funding, but also the length of cycle of funding, and the pressures that often places on lack of certainty for staffing, and just all the anxieties and all the pressures into making sure you continue to be successful through those funding cycles?
Yeah, good question. It's both of those things. So we're very appreciative of federal government and ACT government support in terms of funding our service. We have recently been overjoyed to find out that our funding won't be cut over the next 4 years. So we were facing a cut of 60%. So I feel like we can probably aim a little higher than just not being overjoyed that our funding's been cut. So our funding will continue and we are getting more certainty. So I had my men's program was finishing at the end of this financial year, and my Aboriginal program has finished because money has gone to ACOs. I also had an independent sexual violence advisor program that was in the pilot phase, so that's also been extended. So that's helping people through police and court processes. So when you have different pilots and different pools of money that are ending on different dates, it can make it really difficult in terms of that continuity of care and workforce retention. I have highly capable staff who could easily be running their own psychology practices, but they choose to work in our organisation because the work is so meaningful and very rewarding, and they can see the importance of the work that they do every day on the ground. But we're continually battling that workforce challenge in terms of attracting and retaining staff when you have to say, okay, I can give you, funding for this amount of time. So the ACT has provided us certainty for the next 3 years, which is fantastic. But even the baseline of our modelling, so we're around 6 million currently, to run a 24-hour rape crisis service, the modelling I've done is around $10 million per annum, which is not a lot of money to provide the education, crisis support and therapeutic counselling that this community needs. We're also, when you compare against different services around the country, there's a huge level of unmet demand in terms of their services, and we all know what we can be doing in the prevention space around sexual harm, and we all know what we could be doing therapeutically if we had a baseline of money, So 10 million would be my baseline, but what I could do in terms of education and prevention with even more than that, so we know what works, and all the research says that specialist sexual violence services work in terms of both individual and community outcomes. So having services like ours reduces impact on child support systems, legal systems, health systems, and leads to much better outcomes across all of those areas that I mentioned earlier for individuals as well, and the families, because we know that sexual violence has an impact on not only the individuals but their families, workplaces and broader communities.
You mentioned that you do some work in schools in terms of education. What's the approach? Is it consent education or what? Yeah.
So it depends according to the different cohorts. So we have consent education. We also have respectful relationships. We're currently looking at working more in some of the older ages as well, and supporting them through navigating consent in a way that's responding to the changing technological environment as well, because we know, for example, that pornography is a huge contributor to some unhealthy ideas about relationships, sex and consent. So that's an area we're really looking at. I know over the last decade or so we've been seeing increasingly violent forms of sexual violence. We're seeing things that are becoming more mainstream that would have turned up in a handful of our victim survivor experiences. A few years ago, like non-fatal strangulation is turning up in so many of the victim survivor experiences currently. So everything has shifted towards higher levels of violence and higher levels of degradation, and the manosphere and pornography are at least in part to blame there.
And you mentioned a men's program that is about to. What was the focus of the men's program?
So that funding has now been secured over the next 3 years, which we're delighted about. So that's a program we have for men and boys over the age of 16. And that is a program that we're very proud of, as well as the rest of the work that we do across the service. So we know that while women and children are the largest cohorts of victim survivors of sexual violence, 1 in 5 boys are victim survivors of child sexual abuse. So we know that there is a very large number of people in our community and around the country who are victim survivors. So we have a dedicated program for men and boys and male identifying people. So we see anyone of any gender, any age. Part of what makes specialist sexual violence services so unique is that we have been operating in this space for many, many decades, and our clinical care is at a very high level. And it's a very different workforce, say, to the DFE sector, which is focused on safety, potentially peer support, case management, particularly around the separation time, whereas the specialist sexual violence services are focused on also crisis support 24/7, but also that therapeutic care and understanding the drivers of sexual violence and the outcomes of sexual violence, which when you look at a Venn diagram of domestic, family and sexual violence, there's a third in the middle who are victim survivors of both, but sexual violence occurs in every context of our society. It occurs in every socio-economic area. It occurs in every suburb, every profession, and everywhere that there is a vulnerable person. And it's both perpetrated by people known to the victim survivors, and it's also opportunistic. So I think of just across society, there are, numerous areas where people are committing sexual violence on a daily basis. Workplaces, in family homes, in nursing homes, in childcares, in disability homes, anywhere that there are people who can be sexually assaulted, someone will be perpetrating against them.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. It sounds like your organisation provides a kind of rich array of different services. I was wondering if you were to go about designing a system from scratch rather than building on existing kind of supports and agency boundaries, how would it look different?
I think I always come back to why reinvent something that already works well. So our specialist sexual violence services work, and we know what needs to occur in terms of prevention, and we know what needs to occur in terms of early response, early intervention, healing and recovery. So I just keep coming back to, will someone please fund us adequately to do what we already know to work?
So do you think scaling of what you're currently doing will go a long way to solving the problem?
Yes, I think the kind of reactive responses that we've seen perhaps, and I'm just thinking of some of the childcare work and all of us who work in sexual violence are sitting here thinking, wait until they realise it's happening everywhere. There's a vulnerable cohort. So you could, it might have been a disability home, it might have been in a nursing home, and you would have had all of those resources pivot to that one thing. But we know that the prevalence is everywhere, and there's so much work that needs to happen in terms of shifting the dial of societal acceptance of sexual violence, because those child abuse figures that I mentioned, that's happening every day in Canberra, in all of your electorates. It's everywhere, and yet the shame, the stigma, the disbelief, we're still turning a blind eye to it. So I think, yes, it's scale up what we already know to be working, and we can make such a difference. We're already changing lives for the better in the work that we do, but it is hard when you see that we could be doing so much more in all of these spaces, and we could be doing a lot more prevention work as well, but we just don't have the resources.
Are there kind of data blind spots that kind of think, information you wish you had access to or things like that you don't? Like, is the system still got frustrating flaws that make it harder to do what you need to do?
Absolutely. So when I started in my role 2 years ago, the lack of data, so we have our own case management system, but just trying to find data about sexual violence nationally is horrifyingly difficult. We're not funded to meet the crisis need that we have currently across our services, let alone the prevention work that we have, let alone being able to do the data work in comparison and pooling all our knowledge and information to be able to really inform in a way that I would like us to government policy. So when you think about other the data gaps, like all of sexual violence, like so much is anecdotal. We know what works, we know what's true, we rely on international studies, we rely on the few national studies and research within Australia that we've got, but there's a huge gap in terms of all of the data that we would like to have. And even just thinking about different peak bodies, so NSASF as our peak body of sexual violence services, we're just made up of CEOs from around the country. We're not even funded for a whole person to actually be NSASF. And I just think if you could fund NSASF adequately to have a team working with policymakers and relevant government organisations, ANROS, DSS, AGD, we would be able to provide such a rich data set, really important case studies. There would be so much fantastic data that would really help inform how we as a nation tackle sexual violence. But we're all just turning up to things like this on top of our already busy CEO day jobs, trying to shine a spotlight on sexual violence. And in so many other areas, there are peaks upon peaks upon peaks. And I'm like, why do we not have a funded sexual violence peak? There are so many gaps and some pretty simple, low-hanging fruit, I would have thought, in terms of how you can actually get better data, get better policy with not, too much investment, just to get the right people with the right knowledge sharing it and being able to have services like mine funded to get the data that's needed.
This will be my last one. Some of the submissions we've received talk about how difficult disclosure is for people. It can take a very long time, and often it takes several opportunities for that to become more likely. Do you think some of that is driven by the fact that people are concerned that the system of supports just isn't there? So, why would I do it when I'm not going to receive the support I receive? Or have an outcome towards the perpetrator that's appropriate or be protected? Is there a trust and confidence issue between victims and the system?
Absolutely. So if you think of sexual violence, and current statistics are 92% of victim survivors in Australia will never report to police, let alone get through to a court outcome. So we are supporting a very high number of victim survivors who are never going to make a report to police. It's a complicated question, and there are many elements to the answer to this. So if you are a victim survivor, nationally and internationally, probably most victim survivors will never disclose to anyone. Of those who do, where child sexual abuse is involved, where you've been a victim survivor, it can take decades and decades. Some of the drivers of not wanting to disclose can include the very specific experience of sexual violence. So the bodily autonomy that's been taken away from you, the shame and the stigma, the observation that in Australia sexual assault is not, when you're looking at the end outcomes, is not, does not receive the same sentencing outcomes as, say, many other things. For example, in the ACT, our maximum penalty for rape is 12 years. In most other jurisdictions, it's over 20 or life. And yet we do not even get, if we get anywhere near a 12-year sentence, that is seen as an exceptional outcome. Many sexual assault sentences in the ACT are non-custodial. So that's a slap on the wrist and please go about your day and try not to, do this again, which is a disgusting outcome in my mind. So we don't have the legal supports. Taking through to sentencing as well, we have had a number of high-profile cases in this country where the credibility of victim survivors has been questioned, the veracity of their experiences has been questioned. There is a very high level of concern amongst victim survivors that they will not be believed and not be supported through a legal system. What other crime is there where we say, oh, are you sure that happened to you? What were you wearing? What were you drinking? Why were you out at that time in the morning? All of these victim-blaming behaviours and questions and the rape culture that we have in this country makes victim survivors feel really unsupported in terms of their disclosures. So if your car was stolen, you would not face all of those kind of victim-blaming questions. If you were out and king hit in Civic on a Friday night, you would not receive these same kind of questions. This is a very rape culture centred, response to victim survivors. So there's all of that in terms of public perception. You also have a whole range of experiences of victim survivors who have disclosed, and there are repercussions. So if it is, say, by the perpetrator's a priest or a community, someone who is, and quote unquote, respected in the community. And I would also note that one of the first steps of grooming is grooming the community and the families. So you do find people who seek out these roles of respect and power so that they have access to children. So there are those community impacts in terms of, well, I'll lose my access to my family, to my church, to my community. People won't believe me, and then that fuels the disbelief and the stigma as well. So it's a very important question, and it's also a really nuanced one.
Thank you. Ms. Clutterham.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for being here or being in the room. Sorry, I can't be there in person with you. And just thank you to start with for the work that you do. I'm just listening to your evidence and thinking, thank goodness for people like you who are prepared to do what you do in service of others. So thank you. My question was actually along the lines of the culture that has developed and just your observations on any differences that you see in not only reporting but reaction to sexual violence. We've had the Me Too movement that sort of people are now saying in some quarters, well, it's gone too far. Or this notion that women should be believed. We've got this kind of pushback that, well, no, they shouldn't, not all women are being truthful about what's happening to them. And it permeates, the online world, but it also displays in traditional forms of media. So I just wondered what your observations were about what impact that has on people reporting and then also experiencing sexual violence.
Thank you. That's another great question. It has a huge impact. So we think we're making progress in terms of sexual violence and that we're moving societal understanding of how we need to operate as a decent society. And we have these movements like Me Too, we have high profile cases around the world, and we think we are making progress in terms of entitlement, consent, gender norms, consent, and yet we are experiencing this horrific backlash against a lot of those movements. And the manosphere and Andrew Tate and pornography and all of these things are really problematic, and they are impacting on victims, survivors, and their willingness to report. So we will always get victim survivors reaching out to us because we provide the therapeutic support, the counselling, the crisis support, but it does impact on whether someone is willing to put themselves through police interviews, court processes, and that public process. Even your example around the disbelief. As I said, 92% of victim survivors will never report to police. So those who do, research has shown that they are truthful. Like, it's no different to any other crime. Yet we have this rape culture of, oh, well, maybe she just misunderstood. Maybe she's being vindictive because that relationship didn't work out or whatever it is. This is all the ways that the rape culture we have in society wraps around perpetrators and not victim survivors. And the research bears out as well that things are getting worse. So recent research of young people and, you know, teens and people in their 20s is showing that we've actually gone backwards in terms of what is acceptable conduct, also around consent and around gender roles. So we are actually going backwards. Some of the ANRO's research as part of the second action plan, they have a very good table where they show that all of the forms of violence across the country, and they break it down by jurisdiction, is going down except sexual violence. It's the only form of violence not going down. So yes,
Thank you.
The research bears out what you're saying.
I think the other...
Sorry, Claire. Can we get you to send that particular...
Absolutely.
That'd be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. I have another question, but I was also going to just sort of, you know, just make an observation. We had the recent case under, you know, the son of a very famous footballer was convicted, and he's of sexual assault, or I don't want to sort of misstate what he was convicted of, but I think we're all familiar with the case, and he's been sentenced to, you know, a custodial sentence. But the perception, you know, and the trolling and the hate that was piled upon his victim, and this followed a conviction in a court of law following due process, you know, and she still bore the brunt of this kind of unfortunate culture that has been developed despite the fact that she had had the courage to report what had happened. Evidence had been tested in a court of law, and in Australia we know that we can trust in our, you know, in our institutions, and she still suffered. I just find that quite unbelievable. But my second question was just about funding. We have heard from many organisations that there is a funding gap, and I'm just wondering, where are we going wrong with funding? Because the federal government is committing, you know, sums in the billions of dollars towards eliminating, you know, violence against women and girls and family domestic sexual violence, there seems to be new, announcements and programs being rolled out all the time, and there's a huge community will and a huge government will for this to succeed. But we just hear consistently that organisations are not properly funded, and I just wonder: are we funding, the wrong organisations? Is funding not being directed where it's most needed, or is it a case that there's too many organisations that are doing small things, and it would actually be better and more effective to fund a centrally organised, hub type service? Just to borrow the words of a previous witness.
That's a very good question, and I have asked myself and the ACT government and the federal government this question a lot. Why can we not trace those billions of dollars through to my service, for example? I think there's a few reasons there. When, for example, the federal government is providing money to states and territories and saying, please pass this on, please make this for frontline services, without the requirement that it actually comes through to the organisations that are doing the frontline work, you will find that in a lot of cases that money goes towards those own jurisdictions pockets. So it might be going towards a policy area or the police or some other program that is within those jurisdictions, because all the states and territories will say we all need more money for the work that we do. So it definitely does not come through to our frontline services where it's desperately needed. So I don't think it's a matter of having too many organisations. I'm the only one in Canberra, and our services are sorely needed, for example. And I know there are gaps in other jurisdictions around the country. For example, in South Australia, there is one in Adelaide, and if you are sexually assaulted towards the north of the border, you have to travel to Adelaide to get your sexual assault support, which is not great for a range of things, from evidence to mental health. In our sexual violence space, no, there are definitely not enough organisations. In terms of where the money's going, I cannot get a clear steer in terms of why the money isn't coming to us that we need. And I know I ask all levels of government that on a regular basis, and the ACT says, well, we've received some money, but it needs to go to a range of things, and you can't get a clear answer on that. And the federal government will say, well, we've provided money. And a good example of that is the 500 workers funding, where Minister Plibersek committed that 4 workers for my organisation would continue, but I haven't been able to get a steer from the ACT government in terms of where that's gone. So it may be that it's been rolled into my continuation of funding, but even just a very simple question like that, it's not clear. If from a federal announcement that is very specific about my organisation, what has happened in the middle between going through the ACT government and I get told it's part of ACT budget processes, and it is not clear to me. And that's just one very small example around the nation in terms of how the money flows. And I feel like from the billions of dollars, I should at least be funded for my baseline.
Yes, well, that's hence the question. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much for that very honest answer. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Ng.
Are you able to hear me?
Ah, yes, there you are.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Carlson, for coming to provide evidence today. Apologies I can't be there in person, and apologies that I came in late. I've got a couple of questions, but if any of them go towards information that you've already provided, then again, I'm sorry about that. Just in terms of timeframes for risk and where interventions might be best placed in relation to, when a sexual violence may have occurred, or incidents of sexual violence may have occurred, or particular things that might happen in someone's life, or for example, relationship breakdown or in relation to court proceedings. Are you able to provide any information about when those risks might be highest and when those interventions might be best placed?
Absolutely. So I feel what you're talking, some of that question points itself more to domestic and family violence in terms of relationship breakdown, court processes, etc. So I won't speak for that area, but that seems to be where there are risks in that space. In terms of
just to clarify, I just use those as examples of, I suppose, life events which might reflect a greater or lesser risk.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for that question. So with sexual violence, the prevention is best. So if people can not sexually assault someone else, that is obviously best. And then it's as close to the sexual assault as possible. So the earlier the intervention, all of the research says it's better to get that early response. So like anything, just imagine if you have a wound on your arm, the faster you get intervention, the faster you get support, the better. It's same with sexual violence, both physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. The sooner you get the support and the sooner you are supported, believed, etc., the better. So we, for example, have a program where as soon as someone presents to us, depending on wait lists, we get someone in for an intensive 6-week program. If children are involved, we triage children. So child victim survivors, they have particular psychological issues that we need to address immediately. So there are attachment issues, especially if it's around a parent, perpetrator, etc. So the sooner we can support them, the absolute better outcomes we can provide. So, and this goes back to the funding as well, because we know what works and we know what will reduce harm on somebody. And when we're sitting there trying to triage, we're like, this is not therapeutically the best model of care, because we know what works. And having someone, and around the country there are different levels of wait lists. So some services have 6 months to a year to wait, and we know that harm is occurring because we can't get to them close enough. It's not that long for my service, but I know nationally the lack of funding is really impacting. So the sooner we can support people, the better the outcomes, is the short story there.
Thank you. And then my second question was just in terms of the different ways that risk might present and where we might do interventions for sexual violence that occurs in a domestic and family violence setting versus, say, where it might be perpetrated by a stranger or somebody, I suppose, with a less intimate relationship with that person. Did you have any reflections on, I suppose, the difference between the way that risk and interventions might present?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the domestic and family violence, those major stressful life events like birth of children, separation, all of those things will be higher risk factors. In terms of sexual violence, generally, we know that the link between suicidality and any form of sexual violence is so high that our clinicians so suicidality is the highest risk that our clinicians face working with our victim survivors. So every interaction we have with our clients includes a screening and assessment for suicidality, which is probably different to outside of that domestic and family violence scenario where there are different risk factors going on. So suicidality, so inherently linked to sexual violence, that is the key thing. Every day in our service we are screening and assessing for with every counselling session that we have, every crisis call out that we have. And in terms of, and just from a general where people might be triggered and represent to our service, so we support children as victim survivors in their own right, non-offending parents, so anyone affected by sexual violence will receive a counsellor in our service. We support people through their episodes of care. So for example, and we don't have caps because we know sexual violence, as I said at the start, is not something that you can fix in 6 sessions, for example. So we, for example, have, and I'm just thinking of some of our clients, so we will have people come to us as children and they can't counselled through their child's sexual abuse experience. They might come back to us later as teenagers when they're forming, their own romantic and sexual relationships and they're triggered by something. They might then, and we support them through that episode. Then as they, for example, have children, so pregnancy is a high risk time in terms of, and when I'm talking about risk here, I'm talking about suicidality. So it's not an external risk, it's the internal and the impact of their sexual assault on themselves. So it might be they are pregnant because that is the part of their body that has been impacted and they've lost bodily autonomy around that. So pregnancy, another time. Also when their children get to the age they were when they were sexually abused, that is a high trigger time as well. You might also, and thinking of different clients, we have cohorts where, and a lot of sexual abuse does happen within families, uncles, dads, grandparents, etc. Also community settings like coaches, religious figures and so on. But it might be a victim survivor has never reached out before. So we have a lot of women in their 50s, 60s, 70s reaching out to us because their perpetrator, who might be their father or their grandfather or uncle, has died. So they finally feel safe enough that they can reach out to us for support. And that's not even getting anywhere near necessarily a courtroom or a police room. This is just being able to disclose that. So those different times of risk are when people are re-traumatised, perhaps triggered, or feel safe that they can reach out to us, and then those suicide risks emerge as well because they're getting support for the things they need.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions from me.
Look, thank you very much. It's been really valuable getting both your report and also having this conversation. We have had a lot of really valuable evidence around the family and domestic violence. It's good to also have that sexual violence in a separate context. And so thank you for your openness and for talking us through that. I've got a few formal words I have to say.
Yes.
Thank you for your attendance today. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. It's taking a little longer to get the transcriptions out, so once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website and as submissions to the inquiry. The committee will now suspend for a lunch break and resume at 1:45. Thank you so much for coming along. That's been much. I now welcome representatives from the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission and the Lived Experience Advisory Panel to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Michaela Cronin. I'm the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner.
Thank you.
My name is Vincent Shin. I'm a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Council.
Thank you very much. Although you are not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Witnesses are asked not to provide identifying information in relation to other individuals or in relation to ongoing or confidential processes such as coronial decisions, court cases or police investigations. If the committee considers this information of this nature as being provided, we may be able to suspend, or you can opt to suspend proceedings and we can take evidence in camera if that's preferred. I'm Louise Muller-Frost. I'm the Federal Member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Dave Smith, a member for Bean, southern Canberra suburbs.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Victoria.
And online we have Mr Ng.
I'm Deborah Ng, the member for Menzies in Melbourne's northeast.
And Ms Whitty.
I'm Sarah Whitty, the member for Melbourne.
Lovely, thank you very much. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before proceeding to discussion?
I would like to just make a very brief statement. Thank you. And if I can begin by acknowledging that we're on Ngunnawal lands and pay my respects to Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging, and recognise that this issue plays out in particular ways in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and I am aware that the committee have taken consideration of that. So thank you. It's very much something that we bring. I also want to acknowledge and the importance of, but the complexity of lived experience engagement in this committee's hearings. And I want to acknowledge Vinnie and the other members of the council who have both made submissions and spoken with you. I think that, and I really want to acknowledge the committee's work to ensure that you are balancing and hearing those perspectives. I understand that it's been a complex one to work through in your processes, but from our perspective, a really important one. As I've mentioned to the committee before, the Commission was established with 4 clear priorities. One is around the National Plan. And I think one of the things I would say about that is that the National Plan, while it references suicide and the relationship, it just touches on it, and that's only now a few years old. And what we've learned even in that time to come to here and the tasking of this this inquiry is in recognition that this is really is an emerging area of policy, service response and understanding across, and not just Australian governments but across the world. I talk to colleagues internationally and we are all learning about how do we do better in terms of addressing the issue and the relationship between domestic violence, domestic family and sexual violence and suicidality. And again, Vincent and I were talking about in all its forms and in all the ways that it intersects, which are multiple. So I want to acknowledge that from our perspective, the second area the Commission was one of the really important areas that the Commission was established for, was ensuring that government listens more and embeds processes for, and our government processes do not necessarily make it easy to do that for a whole range of reasons. And so that part of our job is to advocate for that to happen, and I really, as I said, want to acknowledge the committee has done that. The third area of responsibility for the Commission is around providing strategic policy advice to government, and this is one of the things that we raised in our yearly report. And a couple of years ago, we held a roundtable around that was predominantly focused on homicide, and as you all know, the 2 National Cabinet hearings meetings that were focused on homicide. The agenda was also talked about. We also talked about suicide. We also talked about the impact of women who, particularly, it is predominantly women, but women and children and men who lose their lives as a result of domestic, family and sexual violence. So it's something that's been on our agenda for a number of years now, and I know many of the people that you've talked to. And one of the things that we have already talked to you about and would be happy to talk more is exactly that issue of the data, the lack of the data that really gives us a clear picture about what's actually going on. And without that data, then what is it that needs to happen to transform systems to better respond to? So I think that's very much one of the things we're really keen for the committee to help us as a country work out what it is we need to do going forward, and we've got more work to do to build that picture than we currently have. So how to build the evidence that I'm sure will have been very frustrating for you as a committee. That is, so there's the paucity of evidence that is needed. There is some very good evidence there, but there's not enough, and there's not enough in our data records. And we know that one of the issues we come across all the time with data is what's missing in the data, who are missing and invisible in the data. So priority cohorts who, for whatever reason, don't access systems. As I said, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, LGBTQI+, older women sometimes. So there's a whole range of cohorts, migrant multicultural women who are on precarious visas that are not reflected in the data. That means that we can't respond to them, and therefore or the instances in which people think they're doing the right thing by not marking something as suicide. So all of those things that need to be done about how we can get a better picture and understanding so that we can do systems capability uplift. That's really, they're the kind of priority issues from the Commission's perspective, and you will have seen we raised in our submission. But very happy to have this opportunity to talk with you more today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to give it? Yes, please do.
I'd also like to begin with acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands we're meeting today, and I pay my deep respects to the elders past and present. My name is Vincent Shin, and I appear today in my capacity as a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Council at the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commission. I'm also a lawyer and worked in the Children and Young People's Rights Program at a community legal centre in Melbourne's West for 11 years. Much of my work has been around supporting victim survivors of family violence, where many of them struggled with periods of suicidality. I experienced many forms of family violence all throughout my childhood, perpetrated by my father. As a child, I struggled in silence. I felt isolated. I didn't have the language to talk about what I was experiencing. Even if I did, I feared that I'd be labelled ostracised or othered. So throughout my whole childhood, I struggled with suicidal ideations due to the family violence that I experienced. The police attended my home many times, and in one instance, we were granted a family violence intervention order. Throughout all of my interactions with this system, I was never offered any form of support, despite being the one that actually called the police. In my experience, the police and justice system at that time were only responding really to physical safety concerns and not the psychological needs of victim survivors. Whilst I acknowledge that we have made significant progress since then, there's still a long way to go in truly placing children at the centre and genuinely recognising them as victim survivors in their own right, with needs that are distinct from those of their mother. So today I have 3 asks that I believe might have helped me growing up. 1, outreach mental health support. I believe that child victim survivors of family violence are at high risk of suicidality. One early intervention and prevention program that I believe that could reduce that risk would be a program where outreach youth workers or mental health practitioners attend alongside police officers to a family violence call-out where a child is present. This program should be co-designed with people with lived experience and appropriately funded to factor the time it takes to build rapport with a child, because there is a high likelihood that it will take multiple attempts at engaging the child or young person. Number 2, increased awareness and training on mature minor determinations. One barrier for children that I have consistently seen in my work is a requirement to obtain parental or guardian consent for family violence related support. If a child is not of a particular age, certain services require parental or guardian consent to engage with that child. there is an exception where the child can be assessed and deemed as a mature minor so they can provide their own consent. I would like to see more training delivered to mental health practitioners on this to remove the barriers for children experiencing family violence who are actively seeking mental health support. Thirdly, more sessions on mental health care plans. Medicare provides 10 counselling sessions per calendar year through the mental health care plan. I believe this is manifestly inadequate for victim survivors of family violence. I would like to see the creation of a family violence focused mental health care program that provides much more than 10 sessions. I base my ask on the eating disorder treatment and management plan that provides up to 40 sessions, also, I believe, through Medicare. In closing, I'm glad that I didn't end my life, but suicidal ideation is something I still need to manage to this day. I know that my trauma responses didn't stop when the violence stopped. As the Standing Committee examines the relationship between domestic, family and sexual violence and suicide, and when it comes to making recommendations, please maintain clear line of sight of not only the immediate crisis-driven response, but also the longer-term recovery response. Because for people with lived experience of family violence, suicidality continues to be a risk even decades after the violence has stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for coming along, and thank you for sharing your story as well. It is very valuable to hear. Thank you. You've touched on a few things that I think we have heard from other witnesses, and particularly other lived experience. The child as a primary victim as opposed to a bystander is certainly something that has come through repeatedly. I guess, before I get into the dry data stuff, in terms of intervention points, when you look back, can you identify some key red flags where really services should have gone, boom, this is escalating for this child now? Now, we don't have enough services, we don't have enough money, but wow, this one now. Can you identify any red flags?
Two things and scenarios come to mind. The first being in the school environment. I went to 5 different schools. I moved around 10 times by the time I turned 18. I was very transient in all senses of the word, and that presents a lot of challenges, particularly for service providers, and I accept that. But when I was at one particular school, they found out about the violence because my dad told them. And unfortunately, the response that I was given was, here's a counsellor that I've never met, I have no rapport with, they've just found this out for the very first time, and I was very, very reluctant to engage. And so the time wasn't set up to build that rapport, and eventually, there's a combination of factors of why this happened, but essentially he gave up because I refused to engage. So there's problems there. But I think at that point, it was frustrating, and we're talking born in the 80s, and times were very different in the 90s in Australia, and I accept that. But it was frustrating on reflection as an adult, looking back at the school system, that I completely fell through the cracks. They knew a lot, even in primary school at another school, I distinctly remember a teacher seeing bruises and asked me about it. I lied. I just said I fell off my bike and nothing further. But I started crying. I started bawling my eyes out. And I thought, as an adult now, I think back on it, I'm like, you should know. Like, surely your senses should know. And so school, I think, is somewhere where I think we should put a lot more focus on the early intervention and prevention, agenda on this particular issue. The second issue was my interactions with police. Again, it's changed and police are much better, but there's still problems. Having worked in that space, working with police and assisting children in family violence intervention orders, seeing that it's got a lot of challenges. So at that point, this to shift back into the topic of suicide, I think they're those intervention points where that critical support needs to be made and offered, and not just tokenistic. And that's why I think about this outreach program. We go to them instead of them coming to us, because I know how children think and live, and I've been working with them for a cumulative 14 years. They're not going to just reach out. Some do, but by and large, no. And so we need to go to them and not just give up. I used to work in residential care as a carer, looking after kids in child protection care. It's so sad to see that there was a program where psychologists would go to the resi homes, but because of refusing to engage, that program stopped. But it's extremely frustrating because some did engage, and it needs that extra time to build rapport and not just give up straight away. And that's why when I talk about this outreach program with Victoria Police, a program actually exists similar. It's based in Victoria. It's police and YSAS, which is predominantly a youth organisation focusing on alcohol and other drugs issues that young people are facing. They go out with police. So it's a program that could, I think, be replicated, but instead of the focus for them, that program is around linking young people who have offended into services with obviously crime focus, whereas this idea that I think would have been great for me is having mental health support. Yeah.
And sorry, what was that program called in?
I know the acronym is EYOP, E-Y. Oh, actually, I think I wrote it. Embedded Youth Outreach Program. So these programs exist, and this idea of outreach in situ programs, multidisciplinary programs, I think is the way to address the younger cohort if we're looking at children and young people.
Thank you.
Can I add to the response to your question about red flags and what should we be looking for? One of the issues, particularly around children and young people, is they will often communicate through behaviour rather than telling the story, and that sometimes the behaviour is behaviour that is a cry for help can be behaviour that ends up actually being criminalised. And that issue that I think we have a real challenge in this country at the moment about understandable community concerns about wanting to feel safe, but the way that we are criminalising children and young people's behaviour when we know about the level of trauma that drives a lot of that behaviour. So I think the other thing to add to what Vincent has talked about is trauma-informed training for all adjacent workforces, so they can recognise that behaviour is often not about someone being naughty, but it's about a way to communicate the trauma that they've experienced. When somebody recognises that, and it doesn't take much to reframe a question and ask it in a way that a child or a young person will know that you're not blaming or shaming them, and that there might be an opportunity to talk about it.
I actually might add to that. So when like I said, I went to 5 different schools, and one of the schools I ended up getting into so much trouble. Every good few months I was suspended. I was extremely angry. If someone spoke to me in a particular way, I think, again, on reflection, it's a trigger response, it's a PTSD response, a response, fight or flight, that my child mind at that time was responding to my violent dad. And so whenever a teacher spoke to me in a certain way, just the demeanour, I would absolutely lose it. And yeah, got into a lot of trouble. So that's a clear red flag, I think. And one of the programs that I worked in is a school lawyer program where I was based in a high school. Did that for quite a number of years and was the lawyer for the children there. A lot of my work was also legal education, going into the classroom, tell them about I had a slight agenda, family violence, of course, and I did a lot of presentations on respectful relationships, what is family violence, how do you identify it, how do you respond, and how do you get help. and I feel that I think it's easy for me, but I can just see straight away when someone is just maybe a little bit tired in the morning. And I think back to my experience, I'd always go to school tired because the police have been at home until 5 a.m. I still go to school, and then get yelled at because I'm lying down on the table, on the desk. I saw that happen in the schools that I was doing the School Law program, and it wasn't necessarily my place to tell the teachers, hey, there might be something more going on. Knowing the cohort, I'm in the outer west of Melbourne, there's a lot of families experiencing disadvantage and vulnerability, and knowing that cohort, you can imagine what that young person or those young people, many of them, and I know for a fact a lot of them are experiencing things in the home that no child should. So yeah, it's for me, it's just so clear cut and obvious when they're acting out. It's often there's something more to it than just a kid that's angry for no reason.
Yes, we've had some other lived experience people talk about how behaviour has been dealt with as a compliance issue rather than actually looking at where it's coming from. So, yeah, thank you for that. I will go on to the data now, I'm sorry. It's cut and dry, but, one of our terms of reference is around actually having the data to be able to quantify what we're dealing with here and, I guess, drive a level of response as a result of understanding where we're coming from. So some of the things that we have heard about are very much around the availability of data, the way it is written down, the way it's coded, the challenges of accessibility of data between a government / not-for-profit and private service provider network, the coding or the language that's used. So because of stigma around suicidality, sexual assault, family domestic violence, we've heard about difficult childhoods or family issues or relationship issues. And one of the other things is just that question. So, and some of the suggestions around that have been either to develop a taxonomy around for coroners or to implement the ICD-11, which is a health framework on coding for diagnoses more broadly. And the other one was the issue of proximity in terms of, trauma has a really long tail, as you've described. When we're asking police or a coroner to look at, a death review sort of process, how far back do they go back? And, we don't have to have causality, we can have a correlation, but, do we go back 2 years or do we say whole of life? In which case there's a whole data issue there as well. So that's like blur. So I'd love to hear your inputs on where you think we should be going with those sorts of issues.
I'm happy to start,
Yeah, sure.
and Benny can come in. I think you've done a very good summary of what we would be, what I've been hearing as Commissioner, and what very much is on our agenda in terms of where is the points that you can get data from, and what needs to happen. One of my reflections would be that we in a whole range of ways, we can change coding practices, rules and legislation as much as we like. If we are not changing culture and implementation, the way those things are implemented, so I would really encourage you to at least make some pointers about what needs to happen in terms of the way anything you recommend gets implemented, and that there needs to be resources for training to ensure people can uplift their capabilities, because people both bring their attitudes to the way things will be enacted, and they won't necessarily change their practice. We've seen that in a whole raft of reform areas. We've got so one of the examples, and it's an adjacent system here, is the family law system. And we've got very good reform agenda happening, and absolutely there are issues around suicidality all throughout that process. we still have judicial officers within those systems who are not moving with the reform agenda. So I think one of the things that in that reform agenda has worked very well is the training and uplift, and that has moved many of them. Many of the judicial officers at all levels, I'm not just talking about judges, but that's required a great deal of effort to shift that. I think a couple of the systems, both Vinny and I have referred to, so the education system, the health system, and the coronial, like when we're looking back. So when people turn up to hospital, when you're looking back and reviewing something, because I do think the issue of understanding what suicide is and not seeing it as a shameful, all of the stigmas that is attached to not talking about it, not registering it, that will require some pretty big cultural shifts to do that. And if people have their own personal experiences of suicidality in their families, friendships, then there can also be trauma and triggers. And I've been very surprised at some colleagues who get very angry, who are very angry at someone for having taken their own life because that they have an experience and they have a view and form a judgment about that. So training, I think, training alongside how to implement. One of the things that's come up in other ways, because you'll be aware we're doing all the second action plan consultation at the moment, is yes, training in base qualification training, pre-service training, whatever profession you're in. But if those new graduates are going back into a culture, whether it's the police force, whether it's education, health, where they're being mentored by people and they are modelling and learning their practice. All of us learn when you start a profession by watching the people that you are either formally supervised by or mentored by about their practice. And that can, and what we often see when there's been really good training happen, is it undermines all of that shift, or people leave the profession. They just go, there's a huge values alignment here and I can't do this anymore. I don't want to be here because that's not what I was trained to do. I've seen that time and again. Aged care workers in shifting that practice. We know it's a huge issue in police retention. So implementation, I think, is going to be critical. Linking back to your question about data, because if people don't want to code something, unless if it's absolutely black and white, which it's really never going to be, then we won't see that shift. So that's what I would say about that. The other bit of your question, which I had in my mind and then I just lost. I'll come back to it. Stigma,
data sources, not-for-profit.
How far back do you look?
Oh, how far back, yeah.
The question about how far back do you look. I think one of the coroners that I've seen do this very well, and the times where I've seen that kind of investigation is the people who are closest who will tell you how far. So I don't think there's a rule that you could necessarily put about that, other than talking to families, talking to friends, who will tell you, who will know generally. Like Vinny's point before, people around know, and if you can have a conversation about, look, actually I know this person and I know that it was something, that it was the sexual abuse they experienced as a child that I've watched and they've never got it, or it was the relationship that they've left a couple of years ago. That's why I don't know that you can necessarily time bound, because it does have such a long tail. It's about asking the right questions at the outset that you could then say, okay, this is where we're going to investigate and examine this period of someone's life. Because I don't think everybody you have to go back to childhood, because you couldn't do that, but some people you do.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I have anything really more to add, except for talking about the time-bound thing. I think it's one barrier, I guess, if that was to be set, is, you know, as lawyers, there's certain files that it's 7 years that you keep for, and if it's something that, if that's a data source from a legal service, you're potentially going to lose that in 7 years. I don't know what the sort of timing is for health providers, but that just comes to mind.
That's a good point. Thank you. For that. I'll just ask one more question before I hand to my colleagues. Your submission included some statistics and information about disability and suicide. We know that disability and family and domestic violence stats are off the chart. It's actually not something that I have seen that's arisen too much in the submissions we've received. So I just wondered if you had anything else you'd like to tell us about. It was in the chart.
Oh, there we go.
On page 7. Yep.
Got it. Thank you. I can come back to you with further. In terms of that, what would be helpful? What's the?
I guess again that link between the family domestic violence and suicide in that particular population group who. In some instances have a lot of contact with service providers,
Yes.
but also somehow seem to be slipping between the cracks.
Again, I would say I think that's particularly people with a disability where there are assumptions made about what is related to the disability that might actually have nothing to do with their disability, that is a behavioural issue, that is about what's happening to them. We've seen appalling instances of people not taking seriously sexual violence against people with a disability because they've got a disability, and therefore actions and behaviours, like I was saying before, that are actually communication about what's happening are just written off as being related to the disability. So, and advocates have been talking about that for a long time. So I think what I would say with regard to this particular issue about understanding it, and one of the things that comes up a lot for us is around the boundaries around what is domestic, family and sexual violence. When people with a disability, it's often carers, or it's not quite the same relationships, but it is an intimate relationship. If it is a carer who is intimately caring for you, who is abusing you, then that is an intimate relationship that is being abused in a similar way, and where that person has significant power over you in the same way that an intimate partner relationship might be. And I think we need to think about that a bit differently. I do think that the added barriers for people with a disability so what I've been talking about therefore is perceptions of others about their behaviour, but also about how poorly we enable communication and ensure that someone has methods of communicating with somebody appropriate. That again, the way Vincent has talked about in terms of it takes time to build those relationships. You might need somebody who isn't a care, someone you are relying on for care to come in and build a relationship that you can communicate with. I think those are some of the added layers of factors for people with a disability.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Mr. Gregg?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Shen, I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more about the mature minor question or the Gillick competence. Obviously, there would be scenarios where an individual, because of their trauma experience, may exhibit signs that would weigh against a finding that someone is a mature minor. Do you think there needs to be a safeguard for alternative consent from a body or a tribunal or something in circumstances where it's both dangerous for the parent to be informed, but the child is not someone you could confidently find to be a mature minor?
I've heard through my work of a lot of people advocating for just an independent advocate for children just across the board, and I think that might be the alternative. And I think you're right that maybe there could be an alternative if this concept of mature minor is too challenging. However, in the work that I've been doing, the mature minor approach actually does happen in practice a bit in the schools that I've been working in. So it does happen. So there's certain, I guess, people or categories of people that are able to make this determination: doctors, mental health practitioners, school principals. So in the school setting, I've seen it happen and work, and it's most of the time it's for something that doesn't have too many long-term consequences for a decision made, like an excursion, for example. So I've seen that happen. But not sure if I've answered the question. I think an alternative. I think alternative. Yeah.
Yeah. We have complex presentations of behaviours.
Yeah.
Obviously, understandably, and that a call does need to be made at some point. But I just referring to those scenarios where a person's development may be impacted, as we know.
Of course. Yeah. And I think believe you're a lawyer as well. Yeah. So I think, as you know, when I'm not sure if you worked with children, young people. Oh, you have. So we have, when you're working with children, we have a different level of capacity check, like checklist to understand that they know using the Gillick principles, understanding short-term consequences, long-term consequences. But the other thing that when you're working with children in a legal sense, as a lawyer, we are duty-bound to make sure they understand before receiving instructions, giving them advice, and then proceeding with their file. But what we do is it's not just a do it once and put the checklist away. It's constant. And in criminal law, there's this other sort of concept where it's around sentencing. I won't go into it, but people have lucid moments. Children have lucid, clearer moments. They have moments when they're able to articulate what they need and understand, and then they don't. So I think having to checking in with the young people and not just doing it once and leaving it, I think that could sort of, I guess, mitigate any sort of risk involved in these kinds of decisions.
Is it still correct that lawyers, including within a school, are not mandatory reporters?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think that's a problem?
I've had this question a lot. I've been on the school lawyer program for about 11 years, so no is the short of it. The thing, as you know, as a lawyer, we've got these special rules that allow us to report. You know, if it meets a certain threshold, if it's imminent, if it's serious, and so we can report, and we do when we need to, but it's not mandatory. So, is it an issue from a school's perspective? It was definitely a sticking point when I was negotiating with schools, but I negotiated with the lawyers from legal division of the Department of Education, and they approved everything, services there, all above board. I think the community are rightfully concerned, I guess, but I'll put it to you in a positive light. When I was working as a school lawyer, did that for 6 years at a number of schools, I went public with my story, and my story was aired on TV, and a whole bunch of kids saw it from the school. We're talking about population of 1,900, and some of them told me, I've gone through some similar stuff. Not all of them were ready and wanting to talk about it, but most of them did, and I was able to assist a lot of kids experiencing family violence. I wouldn't just take all this problematic information and leave it. What we do as a community legal centre, I think you volunteered at the CLC, we're very holistic, and we focus on all the disciplines. So I will refer you to this counsellor, and the counsellor's literally next door to me. I'll link you in with maybe an AOD program. Other programs, and we would always do warm referrals, so the hand holding and not just here's a number, because they're not going to take up that referral. So the fact that young people, some of them found out that lawyers in schools aren't mandatory reporters, they found comfort in that because they've been let down severely by the child protection system. And it's been quite extreme. I know of certain scenarios where it ended up horrible, and they would never talk to anyone ever again.
I think it's odd then, and it leads me to another question. Do you think that desire for confidentiality and the agency over their story is preventing, the mandatory reporting for all its good intentions is actually putting young people off reporting
100%, because they've literally said that to me directly, because they've been through the system and, really, really let down, and they're never going to talk to any counsellor, anyone ever again. Yeah, that agency got completely ripped away from them. And In my capacity on the Lived Experience Advisory Council, a lot of my focus is on children because of what I went through. And I get a little bit, not concerned, but slightly frustrated, I guess, when the system looks at children as this person that lacks agency, intelligence, emotional intelligence, the ability to protect themselves, understanding how to do their own risk assessment. We do this every single day growing up in violence. We know, we're the experts in how to respond properly when dad's doing this. You can't teach that. And when that gets taken away from children, it really makes me a little bit sad and frustrated. Yeah.
Can I tell you a story about when mandatory reporting was introduced in Victoria? I was working as a sexual assault counsellor in a sexual assault service and out of eastern Melbourne, and we provided trainers to schools in the lead up to the introduction of mandatory reporting. So I did lots of training of schools across the state, and it was quite in-depth training. We would go, I think we did 6 sessions, it's a long time ago now. It was 6 sessions after school, couple of hours each time. And there's one school I remember in particular, and the school welfare officer at the outset of the training said, we don't have any kids at this school we don't have any kids who experience sexual abuse. Like, she literally said that in the first session. By the end of the 3rd session, she came up to me and she said, at the end of the session, and said, no one has ever reported sexual assault to me. And I could see the shift in her thinking. That's why I've never forgotten it, right? Because to go from doesn't happen here to no one has told me before was a massive shift. And I remember feeling really, So I think when we introduced mandatory reporting, the intent of that was to shift everybody for those professions mandated to see it as their responsibility to act and do something. And I think that intent is a very good one. Is it now serving our purposes in terms of keeping children safe? I would concur with what Vinnie's saying in terms of what now. Again, it's like what I was saying about implementation. Any good policy, there are always consequences, sometimes very unintended consequences. And what's the best way to be monitoring for those unintended consequences and to adjust is to listen to the people who are most directly affected by that policy or system, in this case children, who are telling us that they are not reporting. They're not asking for help when they should because they're worried about it being reported. And again, I would use the family law example of very, very good policy at the outset, the intent of women being able to leave relationships that they were deeply unhappy about, no fault divorce, supporting. That's what drove that policy intent. Now, family court is predominantly family violence and is often weaponised. How do we know that? Because when we listen to children whose bad decisions have been made, who are coming back as adults and saying a determination was made on the basis of the previous policy, which is not now. Now that we have a much more child-centred approach, we do not listen to children until often it's too late. So I would concur with what Vincent's saying about the intent of mandatory reporting was good and is still good, but unintended consequences that mean that people aren't able to ask for help from the very people that they should be able to ask for help from is very problematic.
Yeah, I'll just add one final point to that. I'm obviously not opposed to mandatory reporting. It definitely serves its purpose and has its place, but it's based on an assumption that the child protection system works. And having worked in the child protection system and seeing it firsthand, working in resi care where the children are removed and placed in there, sometimes I genuinely contemplate, is this actually more safe for you than your home? And that's a sad reality, and that shouldn't be a consideration for someone working in that space. It should be a system that is best practice, trauma-informed, just a very beautiful, safe home for kids to have that respite and safety until things get better at home, but it's not. And so when you're looking at not just that's at the pointy end when they are actually removed, but the intervening sort of mechanisms that are just not working. Child protection across the country, I know that it's got its challenges. So, yeah, it's frustrating. Frustrating.
So, do either of you have ideas about what we should be doing with the mandatory reporting framework? Like what's the tweak?
I think from what I've seen and being based in a school, and as a lawyer, we are all by nature might be risk averse, and first thing that you think about is your ethics and your duty to the court and duty to my practicing certificate. And so it's about risk management, and that's almost always for those that might not have lived experience or whatever it is, they just might not have that level of empathy, I guess, to not think of it as a tick box exercise. And that's the same with in the school environment. They're so worried about getting into trouble. Like, that is the first thought, I need to report, rather than I need to provide support for this child. So I think that's the friction that I see, where, of course, in theory, it is great and it should be there, and I support it, but where it falls apart is the implementation when... I'll give one example, which is so many kids have told me this. They're talking to a counsellor, something's disclosed, that counsellor doesn't even tell the child, I have to report. And all of a sudden, child protection rocks up to their house. It's time and time and time and time again I've heard this. That's baffling. At the very least, tell the child, I'm sorry, this is something that I have to report. And preface that before you have those conversations. And it's just that risk management mindset that they immediately revert to, rather than care and support. How do I support this person? And it same goes to suicide. We've got a checklist. We need to, as lawyers, we've got a suicide checklist, right? It's children, young people, they express this quite frequently. It is a checkbox at the end of the day, but you can do it with humanity, which I find that doesn't always happen.
So I suppose it's what it mandates. Is it mandating the commencement of a potentially harmful intervention?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not always. It's definitely not always. By and large, it's a good system. But sadly, as a lawyer, we only see the issues, right? We don't see when things are going great. We just know when something's gone wrong.
I could go on these points all day, but I might go to just one more on, I guess, legal roles around young people. Independent children's lawyers obviously have a role to play in the family law system. We don't see them as much in the family violence order space. Do you think there is a greater role for independent children's lawyers? Is it a model that we should replicate or change and enhance? Or
so ICLs, I also have some challenges with that. I practiced in family law before I went into community law. There are two ways of receiving instructions when you're a lawyer. One is instructions based. The client tells you, this is what I want to do. Then there's best interest. So these ICLs, some of them, if the age requirement's not met, this ICL, independent children's lawyer, is representing the child in their best interest, not getting direct instructions. So they don't have an ethical obligation to follow the instructions of this child saying, I don't want to see dad. But then if the lawyer has a different view or interpretation of the Family Law Act, they will say, well, it is in your best interest for you to see dad, so I'm going to put in this order. It's also, ICLs are in child protection proceedings as well, but same thing. There's these two things. So instruction-based is what my preference is. Best interest, it is very... most of them, you need a certain amount of experience to become an ICL, and they're quite good. Most of them are very good and well-intentioned. But there's a risk where... again, I talk about this agency because it's something that I felt I lost all throughout my childhood is, we shouldn't take away kids' ability to make decisions about their life. They know best.
To put it in, I guess, another way, you think that the value is in them skillfully eliciting the child's perspective for the benefit of the court, rather than being a secondary decision maker, which is, that's what you described, is what they're effectively doing.
It's all, yeah. By and large, they've been good from all I've seen. Yeah.
But large workloads sometimes
huge. Massive.
And
it's a very good way to describe it, though, in terms of eliciting what the child's perspective on what their best interests are, because that judgment about what the best interests are is very loaded and can be quite problematic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms Whitty.
Hello, thank you. Just wanted to ask, you mentioned before about about early intervention in schools, and I'm just curious if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit more about what that looks like, and particularly because you also mentioned about changing schools, and that often happens in cases where kids are in child protection, moving from school to school as well, and how schools can address that when a child's moving across.
I'm assuming that one's for me, so I'll I think it's a challenge. How would we respond? If you want to. Yeah.
There's only just a couple of things I want to say about that. One of the things that has been coming up consistently across, I've been involved in lots of consultation lately about the Second Action Plan, the Child Sexual Abuse Action Plan, Safe Supported, and the First Nations Plan. That work's all happening at the moment, as you will be aware. One of the things that has been coming up, because there's been such a focus on children and young people, is early intervention, and the fact that, for example, a lot of our consent education is based at high school rather than, and what has been emerging is really clear themes around age appropriate programs from actually kindergarten, like really, so early intervention starting. And one of the things that was really interesting, someone commented in a session I was in the other day, was about not only that early intervention, if you are having conversations, you are educating people about how to have safe conversations. So you might not talk about all of the detail about domestic, family or sexual violence with kindergarten kids. You do age appropriate, but you're having conversations and they are learning how to, as they go through an education system, talk and about what their experiences are, learn about how they can share information, and and one of the biggest things, of course, is their ability is around consent, and what they are able to say no, being able to say no, which you can teach kindergarten little kids. You can start that very young. So I think early intervention actually needs to start much younger, and needs to be about enabling children and young people to have a language to talk about what is happening to them.
To address the point around sort of transient young people, I can't think of a solution at this point, but in terms of early intervention prevention, I sort of touched on it before around legal education. So we through the School Lawyer program, would go into the classes and would deliver sessions on very youth-specific topics: family violence, sexting, cyberbullying, bullying, criminal records, responding to police, responding to PSO, Protective Services officers in Victoria. There's all these topics that we do very regularly and consistently, and it's often done in collaboration with the health promotion nurse. So we have a school health promotion nurse in a cluster of schools that we operate the school. We used to, not there anymore, but we used to operate this program. And so that, I think, is teaching those young people the language, and a lot of the CLE, we call them CLEs, community legal education. There are activities where appropriate to be able to understand and practice maybe those sort of using that language, or really, instead of just someone talking to you for an hour, it's actually analysing and through this activity to think through some of their behaviours. So two focuses for the legal education. It's if this is happening to me, what I do, how can I get help? If I'm doing this, what are the consequences? So we approach it from those two angles. One challenge or barrier, I guess, we see in this is schools are an interesting place. Very interesting. Going back later in life, it's also risk averse. It's very traditional in some ways, and there's this idea of content being age appropriate, and in my mind that's quite subjective. Victoria, criminal age of responsibility, and if we're talking about sexual assaults, for example, or sexting, schools might feel that, hey, year 7 might not be age appropriate, which I understand, I accept that. However, in the criminal law sense, you can be quite young and get charged and in theory go to jail. So do we not have an obligation? And often the legal education sessions were requested from the schools. Hey, the sexting's happened, the bullying's happening, this is happening. Can you, help these kids? Or even family violence as well. So, yeah, I think that's one slight barrier with traditional schooling.
I mean, that is a good point. I mean, often we just assume that it should be year 10, 11 or 12, when it needs to be much earlier.
I agree. Yeah, but what I agree with the age appropriateness is how you deliver. Yeah. And we used to be experts in talking to children. We are instructed by 10-year-olds, so we're kind of okay at engaging with that cohort, and we know what language would be appropriate and what's not. But yeah, I think that would really help. And I think it's going back to another point around risk management, and people are so scared. When we think about data, and I was thinking about this quite a lot over the past few days about like collecting the data, I feel like a lot of service providers would be scared to ask the direct question around suicide, because that is encouraging them to talk about it. That means I might have to report, which they might not want to. That will completely potentially ruin that relationship that they've worked so hard to build with that person. So I think that's a big challenge that I was thinking about as well. Like, whilst I accept that we want to collect this data in some way, the way we do it, I think, is very, very tricky, and we need to navigate that quite sensitively. Yeah.
Safety has to come first.
Of course, yeah.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Ng?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cronin and Mr. Chin, and particularly Mr. Chin, for sharing your experiences as a victim survivor of family violence, but also the depth of your expertise working with disadvantaged younger people. My first question is just in regards to people like yourself, lived experience advocates or workers. Now, they seem to be playing a bigger role in a number of sectors, the family violence sector or mental health supports as well. And you talked about how, after you shared your story, some young people were more open to coming forward with you, and also but perhaps some young people who might be at risk of using violence themselves might find it easier to talk to somebody who has had similar experiences. And I'm just wondering if I could get your reflections on how it is best to, I suppose, responsibly and safely grow or incorporate lived experience advocates and lived experience workers into the family, domestic and sexual violence field and the mental health workforce.
Yeah. I think when I look at the lived experience space, I think we can take a lot of learnings from the mental health space. I feel they're a little bit more advanced in many ways in that landscape. I think one of the biggest things that on reflection with the Commission that I found interesting after, with the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commission, after when they were selecting us. One of the things that was a consideration was how established as an advocate individuals might have been, how confident are they in certain spaces, and what kind of experience, which obviously makes sense because this is the role. I think that is a good starting point for, I guess, safety from both sides, because the advocate knows how to keep themselves safe because they've done it before. And then the person engaging the lived experience advisory member or advocate is also comforted by the fact that they've been down this road. So I think that's in my mind is core. The thing that I struggle with is children. Like, I always bring it back to children. Children, I would love to hear more children. And it's a very, very tricky space, because of all the ethics involved. I've been involved in many evaluations of programs, the school lawyer program, another program, and the ethics involved to bring in children's voices is a lot, and it should be there. I fully accept that. But that, I feel, is a big barrier for people and organisations and anyone wanting to engage a child in their lived experience voice. It's a big, big barrier. It's a challenge. Not insurmountable, but it's a challenge if they're ready and willing. I wish we could see more. And to your question about how do you keep that safe, I was involved in one recently. It was done, I thought, quite well. It actually was a bunch of children. I don't know if you were there. I think you, Tanya. Yeah, the round table with children. And that was one of the most powerful things I've ever seen. It truly was, because of the children, and I could not believe how I took a step back. I felt a bit uncomfortable because they're all children and I'm this old man in this children and young people space. So I sort of, just watched and observed, and they said the most incredibly powerful things that I actually wanted to say. And so, my reflection on that is, they know what they need to say. If they have the right supports to articulate it, they literally said all the points that I wanted to say, and I'm glad they did and not me. So, there's so much value in having these children, and some of them, how old was young? One, we're talking like 10 years old, quite young. So it can happen, and it can be done safely. They had supports, and it was just, so I think I would like to see more lived experience voices from children. Yeah.
The only other thing I would add to that is a recognition that actually a large part of the workforce already is. And all of our workforces, if you look at the child maltreatment study data, 1 in 4, have experienced some form of child maltreatment. So the other bit of work that we need to do is recognising that we do already have lived experience and what we do to create safety for people if they want to share, if they don't want to. But the other is recognising the difference between lived experience and expertise. So what Vincent's demonstrating incredibly articulately is someone who has really thought about, processed, experienced, and able to articulate in a way. This is expertise we're hearing. It's not just experience. It's deep expertise. And that's what a lot of advocates bring to this space over time. And, I think that's important.
Thank you. Thanks. And along similar lines, Mr. Chin, you mentioned in relation to co-design and co-design in particular for supports for frontline workers to be able to better support younger people who might have experienced family violence or sexual violence. Are there particular examples of co-design that you would point towards that have worked really well, or expanding on the importance of co-design in that process?
Yeah, I think the Commission, we're in the process of co-designing from lived experience. We've got 3 different working groups on different topics and pieces of work, and we are literally co-designing from start together with the Commission and also the Lived Experience Advisory Council. So I think one of the challenges I think is with co-design is it's this sometimes esoteric concept that people are just not ready. They have no idea how to even begin. And so I think that's the biggest hurdle to get other people to, venture into and be brave enough to venture into that space because it's so valuable. We're in the middle of developing principles, frameworks, and all the tools involved to start, so that someone who's contemplating engaging lived experience, we've provided that, and this is a national group with representation from almost all states and territories. But I think there still needs to be more, and I think there is a focus. I've noticed this quite a lot in a lot of things. Alongside this work, I do put my hand up to be involved in other things and seeing the way the government works. I feel the government is at least talking the talk and really trying to put focus on lived experience, which is great. Yeah, so I think there is a shift into lived experience and co-design. I just think it's not that challenging. I don't think it's bring them along the journey from start to finish and reciprocate and be respectful and honour what they contribute. And if you can't honour that, explain to them why you can't honour that. These are the barriers. It's not something we can move, but as long as that communication's clear, then yeah, but if every single program was co-designed with someone who's gone through the system and had that lived experience, it's just an absolute no-brainer. Of course, it's going to work better. They know what hasn't worked and what can work. So yeah. Anyway.
Thank you. And final question from me. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll be as quick as I can. First thing I would say about co-design is one of the most important things is who gets to decide what the question is that's being asked and what the problem is and the definition of the problem. That's really important. And if communities are enabled to do that step, another is don't assume that when you're doing co-design that they'll automatically have the answers. That doesn't mean that just that community will have all those answers, and that's an unreasonable expectation that we place sometimes when we do co-design. You do need to bring in solutions and data and research from other places. The third thing I would say is Vincent's point about one of the critical things is the loop back. When someone's told you something, is to go back and say, this is what we heard, verify it, this is what we've done with it. We can't necessarily tell you how it's influenced the impact, but be respectful about the loop back. And the fourth thing I would say is we could very happily take that on notice and share any concrete examples if you would like.
No, absolutely. That sounds great. So just the final question in regards to part of the terms of reference are also about risks of people who might use coercive control or threats of suicide as coercive control. I'm just wondering your reflections on your experiences with younger people who might be at risk of using violence themselves or using coercive control themselves, and what are some of the preventative measures that could be put in place to, I suppose, better avoid that risk?
I've got a couple of things. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, go.
So when I said I did a lot of work in the schools with the School Law program, I think I didn't mention that I actually also represented and assisted children using violence in the home, and they were the respondents. So I did actually help a lot of young men that were the users of violence. Sometimes in a family setting, sometimes in an intimate partner setting. So the way that I approached it and I sort of mentioned this before, is the holistic approach that we don't just try and solve their legal issue. We look at the other social issues that they're facing and link them in with services. So I was very lucky that we've got relationships with lots of different service providers, and there's plenty of there are programs for young people using violence in the home. There's actually one that's operated by Youth Law Victoria. It's called AVIT, Adolescent Violence in the Home program, and they specifically focus on that. So there are programs for young boys. I think the tricky thing is the person who delivers the program, and I've heard this before, just being in that school environment. It's like there's this, and this rings in my head. Sometimes the kids would say, "Oh, what would you know? You haven't gone through it. You know, why is this guy telling me, I can't do this? You don't know what I'm going through." So I think it's important to really, really make sure and have the best candidate for the actually delivering part of those kind of preventative programs. I'm trying to think what else I wanted to say. I think that's it for now.
I think we were literally talking about that on the way here, about how tricky that issue is. And I'm sure you've heard this numerous times, that really you need to take both things seriously. You need to take any time anyone is at risk of or threatens or is talking about harming themselves, you have to take that very seriously and listen to what it is that they are communicating and ensure they get support. But you also need to make sure that is not, that you are providing support to whoever that is potentially being weaponised against. So I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you haven't heard about that. But I think what Vincent's talking about the relational way that you have those conversations and build them in to, and the early intervention point about having preempting those conversations needs to start very young.
And it sounds like the messenger is as important as the message.
Yes, absolutely. I did have some tricky conversations with some boys, and yeah, it does that relational sort of work that people might or might not be able to do. But I was very lucky that I had the ability to connect with the young people, and not only would I give them the legal advice, but just a bit of that education piece that I was so used to doing in schools on, like, these are the when I deliver about family violence, what are the social consequences of some of this behaviour and how it can be harmful, which still, I guess it's legal advice, but it's still comes down to how you deliver it, like without judgment and not like, yeah, because I feel a lot of these young people, it is often learnt behaviour that can be unlearnt. That's all they know. It's a instinctive response sometimes, not to take away their responsibility and accountability, but you can understand when you understand how the cycle of family violence happens, how tricky it is to not replicate this sort of behaviour as a boy. And that's what I remember from my experience. It was learned behaviour. I used to get so angry at the tiniest things, and I didn't like that about myself. But again, on reflection, I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Like, this is what I saw at home. It takes active, conscious work to unlearn that behaviour, and yeah, it's up to us to try and help the young boys. Yeah.
And I know I said that was my final question, but if I can ask one more.
We can barely hear you. There we are.
Tease that out a bit. Oh, sorry, was somebody else speaking?
Sorry, we were having trouble hearing you, but you're fine now, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If I could tease that out a little bit more, that idea of who might be best placed to deliver the message. I mean, I suppose, to put it bluntly, like, how important is it that it's coming from somebody who might be male for those young men, or somebody who's from, say, a similar cultural background, or, lives in a similar part of the world? Like, how important is it to find somebody who can deliver that message?
I mean, I think you're probably preempting my answer. It's pretty obvious that it's quite important, right? And you hear it day in, day out. And I remember as a kid growing up, if someone tried to sort of like, you know, not tell me off, like I said, I got into trouble a lot, and my attitude was, you know, what would you know? You have no idea what... I didn't say it because I didn't, but it was like, I'm not going to take your advice. You have no idea what I've gone through. Don't tell me what to do. So I think it's extremely important, particularly for the cohorts that I worked in. It's in the outer west of Melbourne. It's extremely multicultural, and I think that also plays a part in the person doing the delivering of the message as well. Very, very important. For me, you know, if someone outside of like an Asian culture was trying to explain something to me that had a cultural overlay or anything, again, it's that you don't know anything about my culture. So it's really important. Now, I've heard it from the kids when I was working, but also from my own lived experience. So it's important, very, very important.
Can I add to that? I just want to build on it a bit, because one of the things that I regularly hear too is the importance of choice. Because most people will want to talk to someone who they feel understands their context and cultural perspective. However, for some people there will be a feeling that is not safe for them because they might know somebody in their culture. You know, I mean, it comes up often around migrant where there might be, for example, I worked with people from reasonably small, worked with interpreters from reasonably small migrant refugee communities, and they would not talk to somebody who might know their family because it might literally be very unsafe for them. So I think I would absolutely support what Vincent is saying about you need to see yourself reflected in the helping system. You need to see that there are people like you in that system, and that's who you will often want to hear from. But you also need alternatives to that. Yeah, that's a really good point. I just remembered some examples. I know someone who's in the AOD space as a AOD support worker who had his own lived experience of addiction. And so he's now working in the AOD space and doing really well. And you know, there's another example that I saw recently. I can't remember exactly the program, but people that are working in that program have also experienced homelessness. Like I can't remember exactly, but that's that attitude that I keep hearing from the kids and my own attitude. What would you know? You haven't gone through it. So in that AOD example, you know, when you've got someone that has lived through addiction, they know, they have that first-hand experience and understanding. It immediately can, not always, lower that barrier to engage. Same with homelessness, same with all areas of social need. I think if you've got that lived experience practitioner, that can often, you know, more conducive to greater outcomes.
Thank you, and thank you again for sharing your expertise.
Thank you.
So I was just reflecting on your needing to unlearn angry behaviour. Is it also about learning new behaviour, learning alternatives, and learning that those options might also work to get the outcome you want? Is it both unlearning and learning?
It's a really good question. I'm thinking about it because, yes, I had no positive male role models growing up. I was South Korean background. I was born in Korea but raised in Melbourne. Both parents Korean, and it was a culture that I struggled in many ways. So I didn't have anyone in that community to look up to, and it was growing up. It was negative role models, right? And so unlearning, but the learning is like, how do I learn? Where do I learn from? And that wasn't really available, and it wasn't. it just simply wasn't a thing back then in the 90s. Whereas I think things are changing a little bit now, where young people might have a bit of space for that learning and growth. And in the school setting, I know there's friction at school. It's like there's pushback from the school and the department saying, where numeracy, literacy, you're bringing in all these things about, child development and growth into the school setting. But I still think that schools are an opportune environment to teach those sort of skills. So when I talk about this legal education, CLE, I wish I had that. So talking about respectful relationships, I've just heard, I went to mainly the boys' high schools. It's not nice. The things that go on there and that are said there, it's pretty, I reflect on it, I'm like, geez, that's extremely problematic. And if that's all you're, around, then how do you learn anything else? Like I said, education, teach them what is respectful, what language is respectful. When does it become a criminal offence? Not to sort of fear, put the fear of punishment, but sometimes, that it might not deter them completely, but they're making a more informed decision on whether I'm going to choose to do this kind of stuff if it is a criminal offence. So I think education in schools, because people might not have any positive role models at all outside of school, and school is the only place that they could learn these kinds of societal values.
And so, to ask a personal question, where did you learn it from? Did somebody break the nexus for you?
Again, a really good question, because I'm now reflecting for the first time. I think I've never actually been asked that question. Yeah. I've been asked, like, how did you, change your life? And I also failed school as well. I got 24.5 for my inter-score, which is very public. So, yeah, there was some challenges at school, not just stuff. But, who did I learn from? I think ultimately it was probably my mum. And I've got a sister. And I eventually sort of just naturally surrounded myself with more females than males. I just didn't feel, I don't know, I never reflected on it then. I still had a lot of male friends, but I think I just had this innate sort of feeling of not feeling safe for some reason. I just don't know. Yeah, and it's obviously a past trauma thing from my dad, but so I think I felt safer, and I was quite comfortable speaking about emotions. After a certain point. I don't know when it tipped over, not as a child, but it got to a point where I was comfortable. And guys don't, at that age, in my 20s, they didn't really, talk about that. So I think, mum, my sister, and sadly it's the women that have to carry the load of educating what's appropriate and what's not, which is unfortunate. But I hope that there's more male role models out there that are positive.
Thank you. We're getting very close to time, but there's just a couple of things that you've said that have kind of gelled with some other stuff that we've heard previously. So this is less a question and more a reflection and for, response, I guess. So you talked about a lot about how your school attendance was poor and your school achievement was poor and how that should have been a red flag. I'm aware from a New Zealand example where, being a small jurisdiction, they can do a lot of data collection, and they had linked for Maori and Pacifica girls, school exclusion, being expelled from school, had an 80% correlation, like 80% correlation to suicide within the next 10 years. I don't, that's the correct face, yes.
Wow.
It was like, quite, and so that's a data set that is entirely unrelated to health and social service usage. It is, but it's a data set that obviously, my question about whether that was a red flag actually came from that sort of a background, and Michaela, looks like you're aware of that.
Yeah, I had been aware of that and had the same kind of shock when I saw it. But I think, and I've had some really interesting conversations with some of the team at AIC, so Australian Institute of Criminology, about that, what you can do about finding proxy indicators for things that you can't necessarily count that thing, but you can count that thing. So one of the examples of that was I was talking to someone at the AOC about, said we know and we can count the number of, this is not a great example, but of child sex toys that are being imported into the country. We know that, we can count that because they're imported. We can't necessarily count prevalence of use of child sexual material because it's hidden. But I tell you what, there's a correlation when there is a when someone is arrested about what's found. So it shouldn't. But those kinds of what is it you can count and what is it we know from the data, and then retrospectively finding correlations. I think that's in terms of the question for the committee around how you look for data, getting the AIC and other data custodians to look at where there might be correlations, and sometimes they are unexpected correlations between things when you don't necessarily, like tasking people with go look for where we might have things that actually when you look at it, it correlates back. I think that's a really good point.
I think the other thing was it gave them a point of intervention.
Exactly.
Like, here's a red
Well,
flag.
exactly. That tells you that's right.
In.
That's the point, right? If we know that where someone is importing something, there is likely to be a very high correlation. Then you follow where the people who are importing that, right? It gives you the capacity to go further upstream.
The other one was, Vincent, you talked about a sense of a loss of agency. Michaela, you talked about the importance of choice. And a lot of what we've heard around particularly suicidality in the context of family domestic sexual violence has been around that specific coercive control part of it, and people feeling that they, words like entrapment or trapped, that loss of agency. And we heard from somebody earlier today giving evidence that for some of the people who had been sexually assaulted, self-harm or suicide was almost a form of regaining bodily autonomy, which is what had been taken away. So that sense of control over oneself and agency seems to be another one of those real, I guess, red flags in terms of what is the driver that takes some people in the suicide direction.
I'm very glad you've had that input around self-harm. I did a lot of work with young people who used self-harm for exactly those reasons. When I was a sexual assault counsellor, we wrote a book with the young women who were in the group, and that was exactly what they talked about, was I have no control over anything else other than my body, and what I have learnt is that the pain also helps numb everything else. So it's also a form of cutting off from pain in the only way that I have any control over. And I think, again, our health system doesn't necessarily understand the relationship between and conflates self-harm and suicide in ways that are not helpful, and is very punitive and shaming of people who self-harm, rather than understanding, again, like we've talked throughout, I think there have been lots of examples of where behaviour is trying to communicate something about what's happening for someone, rather than when I was a sexual assault counsellor, I used to have to turn up regularly to emergency departments with someone who'd self-harmed, and the emergency department and the hospital staff were utterly appalling in the way they treated these, because we've got real patients we need to treat, and you are wasting our time, and you've been here before and you can go sit in the corner. What we did with that group was, and this is a good 15 years ago, that group of young women, we developed a training program that they delivered, and they went back into the same hospital and stood up on the platform, and I watched the transformation of hospital staff, because they were the experts, they weren't the patient in the emergency department taking up their time. They could see it differently. So I think that's the other value of educating people from a lived experience perspective. And it had quite a transformational. It was the Austin Hospital, the impact on the staff, because we could see what was happening in that emergency department. People were not being picked up or treated well around their self-harm, but they weren't understanding the relationship between self-harm and suicide either.
And I imagine very empowering for the people who have gone from being the
Fabulously.
patient being ignored to actually being able to verbalise what's happening for
That's
them.
right.
So,
And being treated with the respect and as the experts that they were. They were an amazing group of young women.
Thank you. We're actually now over time. So thank you both so much. That has been really, really fascinating and very informative, and no doubt we'll have you back at some stage. So thank you very much. Oh, I do have formal words to say. Let me say my words. Get into my page. Right. Thank you for your attendance today. You will be sent a transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. It's taken a while to get the transcriptions out, so once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to the questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today or anything else you'd like to send to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have our next witness online. Fantastic. Okay, so I believe we have our next witness online. Thank you very much. So I now welcome the representative from the Australian Multicultural Action Network to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? No, you're on mute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ravi Krishnamurthy. I'm the president of Australian Multicultural Action Network.
Thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast, just so you're aware. Now, we have a committee that is both online and here in the room. So I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs, and I'm the chair of the committee. I'll go to my left.
Dave Smith, member for Bean. Good to see you, Ravi.
Nice meeting you, David.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin.
And online, Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
So thank you very much for your attendance. Do you have a brief opening statement you'd like to make before we proceed to discussion?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm Ravi Krishnamurthy, president of Australian Multicultural Action Network, and we have members of 17 different communities. We work with them regularly. Through our work with the multicultural communities, we have seen how domestic, family, and sexual violence can leave deep emotional trauma with people of different communities, and that is remaining still very hidden in the society. That's what we've noticed. Many of the victims we hear time to time, they remain in that silence, and they reach to the point of extreme decisions, even sometimes not even receiving any support. So based on that, we consulted, and then my submission mainly highlighting all these practical recommendations of how these invisible life trauma that they go through can lead to what we learn from there into a better system redesign and culturally safe practices to bring that early intervention into the system. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. So I'll start off and we'll go around for questions. So in terms of working providing services within the called communities. What safeguards are needed to ensure that we get appropriate data and we reach the appropriate people, knowing that some of these communities come from an area where they have a high mistrust of government in particular, or authorities, and also some of the smaller communities. We were discussing earlier the issue of translators when the community is very small and everyone knows each other, versus translators who can, obviously ensure that the full meaning of whatever's been communicated comes across.
From our limited knowledge across different reporting systems, we find that that national consistency is not sufficient at the moment, and also often we hear from public reporting when the incidents happen. Whether these incidents are recorded against the person, are they from the CALD communities, like culturally and linguistically communities, and what sort of faith belief and that sort of information, which is not really available so open. And also a lot of times we found migration and visa status and that sort of information again is missing as well. So improving a good coronial investigation and documenting all these maybe a bit personal to the person, but still, this type of data, I think that will definitely help while dealing with the culturally and linguistically diverse communities, because I do acknowledge that this means there needs to be some form of an integration or a data share between a health system and the justice system and even the immigration, but somehow bringing all this into the reporting in a broader level, that will give us a clear picture of what is going on with people of culturally and linguistically diverse communities. And also the current challenge I would like to mention here, because I do work with some of the mental health services. We don't provide the service directly from my Australian Multicultural Action Network, but then we work with a lot of services. And when our members, they go through the issues, we put them, look, this is the pathway and these are all the different services available. You can just approach them. As often, you would have heard from, other inquiries as well, there is a bit of a, that cultural stigma there, mainly with the CAL communities, language barriers. And as you have mentioned before, people come from all walks of life, right? Because in a different country, police is seen as like a monster, right? No one wants to talk to police. Oh my God, I don't want to see the police. That sort of a thing. So when people migrate to Australia, which is a fantastic country, I always appreciate our life here. We try to educate them. Look, this is how you go, and these are all the different services available. But I also found out, the mental health services and DFSV, which is domestic, family, and sexual violence services. Often I notice they don't work together. They do work a bit separate as well. And even the suicide risk sometimes is treated, it is not really, a good recognition for that. There is no proper understanding whether there is any underlying abuse is what causing it. I don't think, that type of information is readily available. And what will happen at the end is, victims, they just go around, and then all these different services, they keep telling their stories again and again. That does lead to that fatigue, and at some stage, people, they just go muted. That say, look, I've had enough. I've spoken with so many, and there's nothing happens here. It may not be exactly the service-related issue, but it's something that they carry in their mind, and that leads to that sort of a final outcome, which is not really what we want to see. Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned visa status, and you've mentioned that in your submission as well. We have heard a fair bit from some of the other service providers about the vulnerability of particularly women escaping domestic family violence who are on partner visas or various other types of temporary visas. Do the services that your organisation represents have any particular ways that they can address that particular vulnerability? So what we're hearing is that the women don't want to come forward because they feel they'll be exited from the country. They will become a further victim rather than the perpetrator being dealt with.
I just want to give a little bit of a story here, because a lot of times, when I hear from the community about, this particular issue, suicide doesn't happen straight away, but suicide is taken as a threatening mechanism behind the scenes. What I mean is, a way of saying is like, threatening that suicide is to stop the partner from leaving. That's one of the tactic I call, I've heard from the community. And also threatening that self-harm, which is slightly below, suicide. And if this sort of an abuse is openly reported, then that gives a pathway for them to seek support and then go further. But in many families where, as you have mentioned before, due to the visa status and financial dependence, that's again another very key factor here. That financial dependence, the partner they have on the other partner, and that leads to, I don't want to tell anyone because, the only person that I get bread is from the other partner. And then, if I go and then report this, then I'll get into trouble, that sort of a thing, right? And visa sponsorship is something that we are hearing, but in recent days, I think that awareness is slightly improving, which is very positive. Because there are a lot, I think Department of Home Affairs, they are doing a lot of work in that space, status resolution. There are various community events and meetings they run through, and they bring that awareness to members, which is fantastic. And one other issue here I would like to mention is emotional manipulation, which happens through the children, and also that a lot of CAL families, they come from a background which may not be just specific to CAL for everyone, all of us, is that family honor, because we wanted to maintain that family integrity, that honor, and show in a community setting that, look, our family is all united, we are all happy family and all that. So that's sort of that family honor. Behind the scenes, there are some hidden pressures as well. So these are all put together, it happens. When it comes to the visa-specific issues, we do guide our members to approach certain relevant services. We don't provide any service directly, but we have information which we share with our members. And there are different groups, Multicultural Hub, and mainly for the migrants, Mars, there is another institution in ACT here, and they are all doing a fantastic job. So we have very good partnership with all different organizations. So we put our members to speak to individuals. Depending on their need, we direct them to all these services. So we guide them as much as we can. When it does come to a stage where it's a breaking point, sometimes, very rarely we hear that, but sometimes we do hear, and that is when we tell them, look, there is a serious issue here. You don't need to get into the health system, because ending life is something that no one wants to see. It's precious. So how we can get on and correct ourselves and improve our life, I think that's where the priority should be. So we try to educate them, but there are other spiritual pathways as well, mainly with people from subcontinent. We direct them because there is yoga, there are meditation, and that sort of lot of services which are practical. At the same time, it helps improve the mental health status of the individual. So we do guide them. Look, these are all some of the initiatives that we can just work through as an individual. So various steps, depending on the person and with the background, we try to help them as much as we can. Yeah.
Thank you. Part of our terms of reference is very much around data collection and being able to, establish that, well, basically the quantum, I guess, of suicide deaths that might be associated with a family, domestic or sexual violence background. Given in your submission you talk about some of the difficulties about data fragmentation and particularly within CALD communities, the stigma around suicide, the stigma around family violence, that the data may not be there. Are there particular data sources that you think we really should be looking to include as, when, for instance, the worst happens and there is a death review as a result? Where should the coroners be looking for that data?
My network, we also work in the disability sector. That it's a monster by itself, but a lot of times we look into the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and they have very good data collection based on different types of sexual violence, family, domestic, and sexual violence. That national data, we can see it over there, and mental health impacts, as I have mentioned before, is not something totally different to DFSV, because lot of the community members that we have seen going through the domestic family sexual violence that targets back into the mental health issues behind the scenes. So these two needs to be, I think, joined together, and we review when we look into the data reporting. We need to look at them together rather than looking at them separate. And even like showing the link, sometimes between the violence and hospitalization and well-being, that sort of an integration, I think that helps as well. And so one of the key resources I would like to mention here, which maybe you all may be familiar, is Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, AHW. I think they maintain pretty good data here. And ABS, Australian Bureau of Statistics, time to time, we know that, once in 4 or 5 years, we see the reporting there, but it's purely based on what we feed into the system. But ABS is again one of the good place where they do talk about, personal safety survey and I think national suicide related statistics as well. It gives the demographic information, but it doesn't talk in specific about some of the points that I have mentioned before. And I don't know too much myself, but I've just joined this meeting about 10 minutes before, and someone was talking about Australian Institute of Criminology, which I need to go and then read about. That apparently seems to be one of the a good source as well. And we do work with few other organizations like Rose in the Ocean and Blue Knot Foundation. They often look into National Suicide Prevention Office, and so that may be, I think, another resource. I'm quite sure. I need to look into their statistics, but we often hear from them about their way of collecting data. Apart from that, I'm sure there are some information like coroners when they do the analysis of themselves, of different victims, different scenarios. I'm sure they must be reporting all this information somewhere, which I haven't seen myself, but that may be a first hand of information as well. And time to time, I do hear about Royal Commission about all different types of issues which is happening in the national level. So maybe Royal Commission related statistics about this particular issue that may be helpful. That's another source we may look into. And we work with some of the national organizations like FECA, which is the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils in Australia. So they do give us a bit of a support time to time, and I talk to them, I interact with them, and I ask them, look, in ACT, we know what's happening because we are ACT-based organization, but when it comes to national level, what's happening, because NSW is a huge state, and Victoria, again, more population, and Queensland is land-wise, it's a bigger state as well, and there are regional and remote communities. So how all these are being recorded? So these are all the different things that we talk to them with the national body to get some form of support. So I would suggest, these are all the different ways we can look into the data collection statistics, because current evidence, what I would like to mention is it doesn't conclusively, I think it's not showing higher suicide rates, specifically among the CAL communities. In fact, maybe the central issue here is we don't routinely ask that question when it comes to the specific data about what culture, what language, and what visa status, and when did they migrate to the country, and that sort of a thing when the incident happens. So, but collecting all this, I think it will definitely lead into a strong positive change.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Ravi, your submission identifies cultural competency gaps amongst frontline workers. Which sectors do the communities that Aman represent possibly need the most reform? Would it be health, policing, courts? Is it maybe across all those sectors?
Health and well-being is definitely, David. I think that's one of the areas we need to focus on, because mental health suicide prevention, which we're talking about, is important here. Health literacy is an area where we actively work with our members. I think I'm not sure. I've sent an invitation to David for our 12th July event, which is outside of this inquiry.
You almost certainly have.
Yeah. So. Domestic, family, and sexual violence. The main point here is the community awareness, because early intervention is the best approach anywhere. Once we get into the situation, then tackling that and going through, putting the members in through different types of services and systems, and that is often expensive. So if we can bring that early intervention into the system, that prevents so many of these from happening. Culturally safe support, which I have mentioned in my submission as well. Trauma-informed engagement is important here. So education, health and well-being, DFSV itself is given a high priority, and we get a lot of support in the community. So these are all important. And one another initiative that we are doing from our network is the gambling and harm prevention, because as I said, I joined a little bit earlier in this inquiry, and I heard from others as well. People, they look at all other types of behavioral change. It may not be a good one as a way of keeping themselves happy, or just ignoring the original issue. So social cohesion, we need to improve overall. How we do that is through bringing all members into the nice civic participation. So these are all the different approaches. I think that definitely lead to a positive communal shift, a positive change.
Thanks, Ravi.
Mr. Greg.
Thank you, Chair. From what you've described, called community leaders and organisations looking to do right have to show a lot of initiative to get access to information and tools and supports to do what they need to do. I know that your submission referred to funding, but could our institutions, our health organisations do better in reaching out to communities to help them build resources that they can then tailor to their communities and forward on?
I would mention there's a mental health service plan which is being worked out by Canberra Health Service and ACT Health here. A few weeks ago, I was part of that workshop, which was a 2 days workshop in 4 different sections. We were just discussing about the design and what are the barriers and what are the issues. So I was trying to give all my positive contributions in that one. That was a fantastic initiative, because when the community hear from their trusted voice, I always call them community leaders, or their dependents where they can go and then open up. Even before going and telling a doctor, we hear from the community members, they always often talk to the person who they trust, they can support them. And if that person comes from their own background, they find it even more comfortable because they don't need to start from the scratch because it's the same background, so they can easily share. And, we can hear directly, oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah, we heard about it and that sort of a thing. That familiarity, it brings them more trust, and then they try to open up and then share their story, right? So the trusted voice is what I think I mentioned as well before, and I would like to reiterate here. Reducing that stigma mainly in the CAL communities, that is something that we are struggling, because I myself from migrated from India. That was many years ago, almost 25 years ago, and discussing domestic violence even now in some of the overseas countries, people, they never heard about it. They didn't know that they go through the DFSP, right? So these are all the different education awareness that we can bring to the community here. Partially, I think it is already happening. There are systems which are supporting our community members with that. Once that awareness kicks in, then how we identify earlier risk, I think that's one of the key steps here as well. Because if we can see that the pattern is shifting, and we can see through proper data collection, when we can see that that leads to what is going to happen, that gives us a good picture of, okay, so where this person and how I can help them as well, and knowing that we can connect those members to particular services or proper services, and that will help them. These are all part of prevention when we are discussing about the issues. But outside of that, if we can think a little bit broader, how we can encourage a healthy relationship, I think it matters a lot here. There are issues, yes, how we are finding and then how we are targeting and how we are fixing, that's one end. But if we can promote a healthy relationship, that's again a way of preventing it. Cost of living we talk about from various sources everywhere, and with even it's not even just within Australia here. Some of the international incidents, it can affect the mentality of people living inside Australia, that we have seen it. So promoting that good community relationship, healthy relationship within the community through the social cohesion is another area where we can focus a bit more, and that will bring more of that communal harmony. How we do that is building good trust, building trust within the communities. That's the best approach here. Often lots of consultations, we do, I do attend and I run consultations as well. But these days, I just make sure that when we run the consultation workshops, we collect the input and we draft everything, and then we produce the report, we share it with the members, back to them, look, this is what you told us, and this is where this data is feeding into the system. And we do everything, our level best to bring a change that, we are all looking for. So co-design, again, we're talking about, bringing people who are going to use the system at the end from the design phase, and giving them that voice to represent their communities and share their views. That's again another positive change as well, because all these policy documents, eventually it should lead into a better outcome for the end user. That's the whole purpose of the system design, right? So these are all some of the changes. If we can implement, I think that will be excellent for the community. Yeah.
I've got one more question, just going to a point raised in there, that the young people navigating cultural conflict between family expectations and Australian norms. I've had many parents worried that, their kids are kind of detaching from them. They're like, my parents don't get it. It's different. How do we help young people and their parents kind of navigate those, not conflicts, but divergences that almost, always happen, but, don't, and to make sure that we can maintain the strength of bond between parent and child at the same time as, supporting those young people through what is quite a unique journey for them?
That's a very interesting question, because including my own family, I can just talk about here. the second generation, they live between two different cultures. That's the point here, right? Because at home, they are expected to follow the family tradition and values, but at school and university, and when they go to work and all that, you know, the lifestyle is a bit different here. People coming from subcontinent and all this, different country of origin, the Australian values and how the interdependency work is a bit different outside. So it is a big challenge for them. But kids, I can see that kids are very clever, these days because they know where the expectations clash. That I can see very well. A lot of times I found having an open conversation within the family, it helps a lot. Back in my days when I grew up elsewhere, we don't ask questions. We are told to follow certain things and then we just follow, that's all. But when kids, we take them overseas and we ask them, there's a temple, and then you just go and then they do it. It's like, why are we doing it? When they start asking questions, and that gives them an opportunity, that inquisitive nature, naturally they ask questions. So we tend to think and then we try to dig down and then find an answer and then we just share it with them. So an open conversation, I would say, is the best solution here. And more and more of the Cal families, mainly I've noticed intergenerational, that gap is getting better these days because grandparents and parents and children, when they all live together in the same family, they can see that where grandparents are coming from, and the grandparents, they can witness where these children, what sort of a habit they getting used to, and they are bringing from outside. All these, I think, lead to eventually, I think, down the line, I think it'll lead to a better system because partly we also talk to sometimes, when kids, they do come to us and then they talk about within my network when they talk about their personal issues and stuff, and that's when we consult with the parents. And one of the workshops that was in 2024 we ran, and that was about the same topic here, because how the culture from different country, when we bring it here, it's more like a frozen state, I call it, because someone is leaving a country, say in 1990, and then they migrate, they come to Australia, the culture they bring here, they still follow how it was in 1990 over there. Whereas the culture in that country is shifted, has changed a lot. The country has changed without, this person living there. So these are all the different things, we just try to show them, and we tell them, look, if you think that, this is the best culture that your child needs to follow, have you seen what's happening over there? Because lots of countries, they call Western culture. This slowly countries are adopting to that sort of a nature. So creating that sort of a workshop where we create that safe space, and then we just try to educate them. We try to tell them, look, these are all the natural example where you can learn, the shift in the culture across. As a parent as well, we need to learn on a day-to-day basis too. There is not something that, I know everything and then my kids, they should follow my directions, right? And that's not how it works, right? When it comes to the faith-related questions, I always let them look. All faith, they lead to the same principle. It may be a different attire, different dress, and different language, and people, they look different. But at the end, every culture is trying to educate and bring that social harmony in the system. How we all can live together happily is the core purpose of any of the faith community, any of the culture. So these are all something that we try to share with our members. When the issue becomes sometimes, when it becomes intense, and that is when we tell them, look, there are counselors they can approach who can guide them, because they are qualified, properly educated professionals who have more, much more better knowledge than, from community, what I'm learning and sharing. So these are all the different methods we use, because the key point here is, young people, they should never feel that, they have to choose between whether, I have to follow whether the family or do I need to follow the culture from outside. But within the family of the parents and grandparents, we can act more like a bridge where we can tell them, look, these are all the different systems. These are all put together. Even in schools, they learn different subjects, right? Can I choose maths or science? It's not a question of that. Each one is leading to a different type of knowledge. And at the end, all this knowledge, the whole system is integrated into one. So that sort of a open communication and a safe support and having that conversation in the family, we found it always helps. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms Whitty.
Sorry, no, I have no questions. Thanks, Chair.
Lovely. Any other questions?
No.
No. Look, thank you so much. That has been really helpful. And thank you also for your written submission. It's been really useful to have that insight into one of the more vulnerable groups in terms of family domestic sexual violence and suicide. So, and thank you, and thank you for your openness about your own journey and your own family's journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, now I do have some formal words I have to say to you while I think about it. Thank you for your attendance today. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. The transcriptions are taking a little while at the moment, so it'll arrive. Once you've received the transcript, you are asked to provide any responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. So once again, thank you very much. That has been really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
You too. Oh, thank you. All right, I now welcome Mrs. Sarah Dangar and Mr. James Rowlands. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi, Sarah Dangar. I'm from City St George's University of London.
Hello, I'm James Rowlands and I'm from Durham University.
Thank you very much. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is in Adelaide's southern suburbs. We have a committee which is both in person and online, so I'll do a quick intro.
Thanks, Chair. Dave Smith, member for Bean, Canberra.
Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin in Victoria, and I apologise in advance if I have to duck out during the hearing.
Ms Whitty.
Sarah Whitty, member for Melbourne.
And Gabriel Ng from member for Menzies will be coming on at some stage, so he'll just appear on your screen. Okay, although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. I understand that parliamentary privilege may not apply to witnesses appearing outside Australia, so you've been warned. And ask you to consider this when responding to any questions. Thank you very much. Did you have a brief opening statement you'd like to make before we proceed to discussion?
Very, very brief from us. We just wanted to thank you for inviting us both to appear before the Standing Committee today. We really appreciate this opportunity to give evidence on what we often term this known unknown of suicide in the context of domestic and family violence, and enabling us to share the learning from England and Wales about the link to these really significant public health concerns, but also how domestic and family violence related deaths by suicide can be included within death review systems. We do apologise in advance if we fall into the term domestic abuse, which is the term that we are just more accustomed to here in England and Wales, so please forgive us our language if we slip into that.
Not a problem. Dr. Rowlands, did you want to say anything?
No, that's something we'd agree between us, so that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So we actually heard about you through a lived experience submission that was sent to us, and very helpfully listed a range of references, and you were one of them. So just recognising that that was a very useful way for us to find that information. Your submission emphasises the importance of extending DFV, so domestic family violence in our language, death reviews to include deaths by suicide, as you've done in the UK. Could you explain to us the death review process in the UK, particularly in relation to suspected deaths by suicide, and how this differs from other death reviews?
Thanks. Yes, and perhaps Sarah, if I take this to start. So the death review system in England and Wales is currently known as Domestic Homicide Review, although it has been renamed as Domestic Abuse Related Death Review to reflect the inclusion of death by suicide. When the review system was introduced in 2011, it primarily focused on domestic homicides and was extended in 2016 to include explicitly deaths by suicide. As you'll have seen from our submission, that extension was, well, welcome, somewhat underdeveloped. So it simply applied what had been the underlying statutory basis, which talks about deaths, within statutory guidance, which was then made explicit to include suicides, but it didn't really add much definition to that beyond describing those as cases that cause concern. Very briefly, in terms of how our death review system works, we conduct individual case reviews, and they are commissioned locally. So although it's a national system, local government essentially working with partners makes the decision about what cases to review. In theory, any case which meets the definition should be reviewed, although that then presents challenges in deaths by suicide because of the limited definition that was offered in the statutory guidance. And essentially that leads to a local review with multi-agency partners, potentially involving family and other friends, where common to any review system, there is a timeline built, an analysis of key agency contact and opportunities, and then learning and recommendations made. Perhaps one of the unique features of the English and Welsh system is because they're individual case reviews, they are individually published. So they're put into the public arena. Although nominally they are anonymised reports. It seems possible that with suicide reviews, there is a tendency to err on the side of caution in publishing these reviews, and so perhaps are more likely to be commissioned as executive summaries, to be published as executive summaries rather than the full report, although there's not been any formal research on that. I suppose one of the differences to a lot of other review systems, not all review systems look at suicide. Commonly they look at intimate partner homicide, sometimes adult family violence, but not all review systems look at suicide. And the additional complexity for us in England and Wales is most review systems do not publish their individual case reviews. So normally, because they're attached in, for example, Australia, primarily to coroners, that's within a coronial system, and the reporting is in aggregate and as a summary kind of document rather than individual narratives and accounts. So I'm hoping that is a useful summary.
Yes, that's very helpful. So, sorry, I might have missed, who is actually selecting the cases? Who is the person or the agency that says this one's in scope?
Yes, so formally that body is what's known as a community safety partnership, or in the original legislation, a crime and disorder reduction partnership. Essentially, that legislation puts some duties on a number of responsible authorities in any given local government area, commonly local authorities, the police, health, and so on, who make up this partnership. It then includes a wider range of agencies, including non-governmental organisations. But nominally that body, the Community Safety Partnership, is charged with the duty of undertaking reviews. In the statutory guidance, this specific responsibility is placed on the chair of that review, of that Community Safety Partnership. They have to make a decision about whether the case is reviewed. The practice around that really varies, and it often involves scoping work with local partners to establish if there was any contact. But ultimately, it's for that local area. There is, though, an additional step, which is the Home Office, which is our interior ministry, nationally should be informed of commissioning decisions, including decisions not to review. So in theory, can ask local areas to look again, and it has done this, although some of my research has identified how often that notification when a decision is made not to review is not actually received by the Home Office. So that level of secondary scrutiny is not always applied, but it's a local decision effectively. And that is one of the big challenges in England and Wales, is we have about 300 of these local bodies. So, for example, I work in Durham. Durham will have a community safety partnership for that area. And of course, you can imagine practice is quite varied between that range of local partners, made again more complex because there's not an explicit decision-making criteria for cases, especially suicide reviews.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Add, sorry. Just around the notification of those deaths is primarily those notifications will come from police into that community safety partnership to say we've had a death in our area and we feel that the circumstances give rise to concern, and that community safety partnership will then make a decision. But what is really critical in England as well, in Wales, is anyone can make that notification to the community safety partnership. So if a family has concerns about the death by suspected suicide of their loved one, they can make a notification into the community safety partnership. So again, that's quite different from many other jurisdictions.
Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. Now, I note that you're saying that this is underpinned by legislation. Can I ask, what was the thing that required the legislation as opposed to a general change of practice?
Do you mean in terms of what triggered the legislation?
Well, what is the thrust of the legislation? What's its...
okay.
Just broadly.
Yeah, so the legislation itself was in 2004, the original legislation, and it was a general purpose piece of legislation which introduced a range of changes around domestic abuse. And within that legislation, there was provision made specifically for the introduction of domestic homicides reviews as known, and essentially all it says is this is what a domestic abuse related death would be, and this is who should commission a review. There's very little further material in the actual statute because, as I said, it's a general purpose piece of legislation, but then there is underpinning statutory guidance issued. That's now been issued 3 times, most recently in 2016. We are currently awaiting a revision to that statutory guidance that is somewhat delayed. So that consultation was run and closed 2 years ago. So we are awaiting that, and it's likely to be somewhat delayed. You may or may not be aware we're going through some changes in terms of our political system. So that's likely to mean that review guidance isn't available, I imagine, until autumn at this stage.
Yeah, yes, it has made the newspapers here. Yeah. So, one of the challenges we've had here is around the definitions of what is and isn't in scope, but also the way that in our system, coroners, police, and even some of the service agencies tend not to be very blunt about what it is they're seeing. They use metaphors like difficult childhood, relationship issues, when actually what they mean is child abuse in the home or child sexual assault or a family domestic violence issue. Do you have you resolved that through any particular mechanism, or is that an issue you deal with as well?
Do you want to start, James, and then perhaps I'll follow up with what we've done in Scotland?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Sarah. I think that can still be a real challenge in terms of how agencies recognise someone's history, including experiences of violence and abuse. And I suppose there's 2 elements to that very broadly, or 3 perhaps. One is the initial disclosure someone is made. 2, it's whether the professional receiving that really recognises that for what it is, and then how it's recorded. And I certainly think that in some cases where that's recorded and therefore the agency language becomes very euphemistic, and that's true I would say. And often, in reality, that euphemism can also become about quite victim blaming. So language which is framed in particular ways, which will, for example, focus on a victim's mental health or presentation to services or engagement with services, rather than perhaps simply describing that behaviour, but then recognising the connection to underlying issues. That certainly makes it harder then to make a decision about a domestic abuse-related death by suicide, because it's just harder to establish what the connection may have been to some form of violence to abuse, which has a further challenge, which is actually what is that connection. So I think people in local areas when they're commissioning a homicide it's a much more linear pathway. Essentially, you have a perpetrator or an alleged perpetrator who is very likely, once they're identified, to be convicted. Our system is slightly different to other countries in that the review begins potentially before conviction, but has to be mindful of that. That's very different in a suicide review, where you don't have a perpetrator. They certainly, in most cases, won't be convicted. So. And the connection between the death event and the suicide and the domestic abuse, for example, that pathway is a lot less clear, and people really struggle to make that connection. And that's made even harder then if this language that people have used is quite euphemistic or unclear. And I think that remains a real challenge.
I've asked a couple well, Sarah, were you going to add anything in? Otherwise,
I was just going to. Perhaps we'll take a question. I can come back to some of the work we've done in Scotland to try to resolve some of these issues.
Sure. Well, Mr. Gregg will have to leave at some stage, so I'll give you first opportunity.
I was going to quickly ask, because of the investigation can predate a criminal outcome. If a criminal outcome there is that someone's not guilty, i.e. that we haven't been able to prove to the requisite standard guilt, is an outcome or of a review allowed to be inconsistent with the finding of a criminal court?
It is one of our challenges, yes. So the underpinning guidance is very clear that a domestic homicide related or domestic abuse related death in kind of more recent parlance is where the death has or appears to have resulted from violence and abuse and neglect. So that's a very low threshold, and that's certainly not a criminal justice threshold. So yes, in theory, so most of the time in homicides, for example, there will be an alleged perpetrator, they'll be in the system, and the review will start, but it will only progress to a certain point until the conviction is secured, and then it can kind of proceed with anything which otherwise might be sub judice. So that's how that kind of process is managed. In theory, though, yes, somebody may not be convicted, and the review would then have to make decisions about how it proceeds, whether it is paused or suspended, and ultimately whether it's published or not. So that would be a decision for the local community safety partnership. Interestingly, there's not very much guidance around that in the statutory guidance. A similar scenario would be in an appeal. So if a perpetrator is convicted but then is appealing, there we have a bit more guidance which says, well, the review should not weight the outcome of an appeal. So because the emphasis is this is a learning system, not the one charged with culpability, that is disconnected somewhat. But in reality, of course, that does inform what agencies feel they can share, and then considerations around disclosure.
My final one is around the involvement of local government. I appreciate the roles of different levels of government vary between jurisdictions, but what is the purpose of involving local government? Is it because they, where you are delivering the relevant services, or is that just something that was decided?
I think it's a combination of two things. So one, it's that. So obviously, most victims and perpetrators and their families, if they're accessing support, they will be accessing, even if it's national provision, it's locally provided. So in a city area, children's services will be operating at that level, and so on. The police will be regional force normally, but it's in that locality. So that I think is the underpinning assumption of why it makes sense to be located at local government. And in addition, since the late 90s, this community safety vehicle, the Community Safety Partnership, has existed. And again, the rationale being that is localised. There is national guidance around what it's meant to do and how it functions, but it means decisions about crime and disorder are being taken at the most appropriate level. So each area, for example, is required to do an annual strategic assessment of need and have a strategy to respond to that. So it's about the localism, and then the Community Safety Partnership was the most sensible body to deliver that because of the community safety agenda. There are tensions within that. So England and Wales is a very centralised state. So although local government and local partners have, of course, a degree of operational freedom, a lot of the requirements and a lot of the funding comes centrally. So it's a bit of a push-pull situation, and that includes with decommissioning and oversight of these reviews.
Thank you.
You're running off now?
Oh, yeah. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So clearly some of the data is coming from the local government services. Does the process involve reaching out to other data sources? Do you look for other government agencies, non-government agencies, that sort of information?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can answer that generally, and then Sarah will be able to share some examples from the actual research into suicide cases. But yes, so what would normally happen early in the review, there'd be some kind of scoping exercise establishing which agencies were involved. That might include local government, which here would be adult and child safeguarding, potentially housing, education, but other organisations would be involved, both statutory and non-statutory. So police, for example. In the former, non-statutory might be non-governmental organisations providing domestic abuse support, or otherwise working in the community, providing any number of different provisions. So the statutory guidance is very clear that the information request should go as widely as possible. And if there has been contact, or if the agency has perhaps expertise, they should be involved in the review in some way. And for some, that will be just information provision. Some will provide information and sit on the review panel itself to inform the deliberations. But it's not uncommon for there to be quite a wide range of information sources if a victim, perpetrator and children had contact, of course.
Mm-hmm. And critically, that goes beyond organisations and agencies. So we would go out in a review to friends, family, employers, faith groups, anyone in that victim's world that could have information to share that might support the review, to support how we then learn and make recommendations around our response to domestic abuse, and to better understand what people knew. And so those kind of decisions we made by the individual domestic homicide review chair and panel who are working on that review. And, those decisions are made taking into account what the risks might be, safety for surviving children, for example. But that's a really important part of our system, and families are seen as being really integral to our review process in terms of the information they have that perhaps is not known to agencies or support services, and critically going beyond family, because again, what you tell your best friend might be very different from what you might tell your mum. So really important to gather that information from as many sources as possible. So we're not relying on agencies as being the one truth, and we talk a lot about there being no hierarchy of testimony, and what a family tells us in a review process being as kind of weighted in the same way as what the police might tell us within that process about their interactions with that individual.
So one of the issues that comes up quite frequently is the next of kin issue, particularly where the next of kin is believed to be the perpetrator. How do you get around that, or is that really up to the training and education of the local domestic review people?
Yes, it's a really good example, I think, of where our statutory guidance, which it is operationalising the underlying legislation and saying this is the kind of process you need to follow, is really incomplete. So the result is, although obviously we're talking in the round about the review system, and there's lots of strengths and positives, but I think one of the real challenges we face is inconsistency of practice because of that kind of push-pull I've described between this national guidance, which is not always really robust enough or broad enough or specific enough, and then local implementation, you can get real variation in terms of outcomes. But in terms of that specific question, that would be something that the review chair would make a decision on, normally advised by the review panel, often the police. The reality is that next of kin point will often be whoever the police has been primarily working with, and then the review kind of flows from that process. That does present some real challenges. So the chair of the review is normally dependent on the police providing the introduction, so they're kind of acting as the gatekeeper. So obviously families can be much more complex than a single individual speaking for the family as a whole. So their best practice would be work to, for example, understand the family makeup, to identify any kind of ongoing issues within that family context, and then make some decisions accordingly about who you would approach when and how, ideally underpinned by a risk assessment. Probably in Wales, which has developed something called the Single Unified Safeguarding Review System. So it's taken domestic homicide reviews and it has created an umbrella approach which then incorporates those reviews with other kinds of statutory reviews into child or adult deaths, for example. And part of their work has been to really develop some standardised procedures and templates to support things like, in this case, family engagement. So really thinking through how would you do this in terms of identifying family members and then contacting them in the most appropriate way. Because of that learning, which is it's primarily that police next of kin contact who we start with, and that can be really problematic. I don't know if there's anything, Sarah, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think one of the real challenges that we're finding with our current review system is it was obviously built with homicide in mind. And the statutory guidance brought deaths by suicide into scope, as James said, in 2016, which again was very welcomed, acknowledging the impact of domestic abuse on the suicidality of victims. However, what that meant is essentially the review system wasn't built for suicides, and so some of these real operational issues around how do you involve we're encouraged to involve perpetrators of abuse in reviews. How do we do that when it's a suicide? How do we make decisions around which deaths to review? And the term suicide in our guidance is used very broadly. So where someone has taken their own life, died by an act of fatal self-harm, as opposed to a kind of formal coronial definition of suicide. So we've got two systems that aren't speaking particularly the same language, even in just the term suicide, which can create difficulties. So one of the things James and I have been involved in is the model development in Scotland as they've developed their domestic homicide and suicide review models. And suicide came into scope as part of their public consultation. And one of the things they've really done is built their review system, which launched earlier this year with some of those considerations in mind. So with suicide in scope and in mind as the system was designed to help to provide some more consistency and perhaps some more clarity in the statutory guidance, which I think we would hope to see in the next iteration of statutory guidance in England and Wales, because it does create some of these tensions that James mentioned.
Thank you. I'm going to have one more question and I'm going to give someone else a try. So the information that you've got so far from these reviews, is there an ability to aggregate the data and get some learnings from it? And I'm looking specifically in terms of things like red flags that, someone's escalating, intervention points where we can say, okay, this is where we can get a service in that will be effective. Anything that we can learn from that?
Yeah, so some colleagues and I, we did a piece of work where we looked at published domestic homicide reviews in cases of suicide to try and better understand profiles and vulnerabilities of those dying by suicide in the context of domestic abuse, but also their kind of interactions with services. And we'd previously talked about these individuals being quite invisible because they're not counted in our data collection. But actually what we found through this research is these victims are in plain sight of services. There was a really high levels of service interaction. So in terms of profiles, we saw patterns around drug and alcohol use. We saw patterns around previous suicidality, mental ill health. But in agency interactions, that's where we really saw these kind of missed opportunities. So, for example, 90% had been in contact with police. We saw about 2/3 in contact with their general practitioner. We saw about 1/3 in contact with drug and alcohol service and mental health and counselling services. So we did see some of these patterns of agency interactions that could support us to look at where we could potentially intervene. But of course, that intervention requires not just the domestic abuse sector that primarily thinks about safety in terms of a perpetrator of abuse and what does safety look like, and a suicide prevention sector, which would clearly be looking at safety in relation to risk from self. So what's missing is the understanding really of the connection between the impact of domestic and family violence on individuals, mental ill health, which potentially is created or exacerbated by the abuse that someone's being subjected to, and then their risk of suicide or fatal self-harm. So really important learning for us. And as we had 32 published reviews at that time. They take quite a long time in England and Wales from start to finish. As part of my PhD, I'm doing a kind of extended piece of work around that, and I've got 104 reviews, so a much bigger sample, but actually what we're seeing is the same or similar patterns of agency involvement. So there's certainly information for us to draw on around where there are potential opportunities for interventions, as I said, both by domestic abuse services, but equally by suicide prevention programmes, strategies, and just local campaign work, really.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, apologies if this question's been asked, because I dropped out for a short while. But so from what I can gather, the testimonial networks at least provide that opportunity to fill in gaps that agencies just don't really have that data on, and so it's and there's obviously issues around getting the consistency of that information, but it's providing a pretty important source of information to more accurately record what are likely to be DFE suicides. And I'm just wondering whether, with obviously wanting to move to more consistent guidance, also whether there's a move to more consistent training frameworks for both the review teams, importantly, but for our police services as well too.
Yeah, maybe I could talk about the review system, and Sarah, you could talk about some of the developments around policing and suicide. But in terms of the review system, yes, that's right. So the Home Office here has a reform agenda around DHRs. Part of that's been introducing chairs training. So chairs now have to complete a programme to be qualified as a chair, and local areas when commissioning, because they have to appoint, the terminology here is an independent chair, so they have to not have connection with the local area. Although quite how that's interpreted can vary, but now they have to have completed this training. So that does, for example, include content around suicide and things like family engagement. So the hope is that will increase consistency of the reviews. When the revised statutory guidance is finally published, that also promises to come with some more consistent templates and more detailed guidance for some of these kind of procedural aspects as well. So I think the intention is there. But there are still gaps. So, for example, there isn't specific training for review panel members. That's in contrast to Scotland. Sarah referred to the introduction of the review system there, and what they are providing, and it's a different model. So they have a smaller number of chairs because it's a smaller jurisdiction, but they will have a kind of centralised training programme in person, but for some of the key roles like the chairs of individual case reviews, the secretariat responsible for the system, for example. But then they will have a range of training resources for those otherwise involved in reviews. That's both material for the public more generally and families, for example, but then also review panel members. And in terms of my research, that's often looked at how we actually do these reviews. So less the findings, which of course Sarah is able to talk to, and more the process of reviewing. And one of the key issues has often been this lack of training. So this specificity of understanding what you are meant to be doing, including purpose, why we do these reviews. And that becomes really difficult when it's something like suicide, where the connection between the death event and the domestic abuse is perhaps less clear, and where agencies and professionals sometimes really struggle to think about, well, what does that mean in terms of learning, including what would families bring, because they see those as operating in different ways. So I think the training is vital. So that work is happening at the moment, and there's been some changes, I know, in terms of police guidance as well.
Yeah, and critically around that training for those independent chairs, essentially anyone in England and Wales that has some relevant experience, that there is some guidance within the statutory guidance, but it's relatively brief about who can establish themselves as an independent chair of domestic homicide reviews. So really the Home Office in that reform was wanting to bring consistency to the kind of baseline that each of those independent chairs was working to. I mean, it is a 4-day programme that is certified. It's a qualification, and there is quite a considerable workbook for those chairs to do to bring that consistency. Again, the model, as James said, in Scotland and indeed in Northern Ireland is slightly different in that there are a small pool of chairs, and in Scotland they're publicly appointed. Again, it's a smaller jurisdiction and they're able to do that, but I think what they're really aiming to do is have that consistency with having a small pool of chairs to draw from, who are consistently working on these reviews and have that kind of peer support element and critically clinical supervision as they undertake this work. So it does look quite different. In terms of changes around police, one of the things that families have been telling us for years and years, I worked in an organisation supporting families bereaved by fatal domestic abuse for a number of years. Families told us time and time again about their frustrations, about police investigations following suspected suicides, and not exploring the kind of post-death potential criminality, so coercive controlling behaviour offences or assault offences, for example, once the individual had died, and indeed not investigating what post-death charges might be applicable in terms of the death itself, so unlawful act manslaughter, for example. So the National Police Chiefs Council and the College of Policing have issued guidance for police and more clarity on what's required when they attend a sudden or unexpected death, in terms of some of those checks and balances around investigation, the level of policing required at that kind of point of investigation. Again, to offer better consistency and to potentially identify where post-death charging might be appropriate or possible, and critically to help to inform their decision making in terms of notification of a potential review into those community safety partnerships. So we've seen quite a lot of reform over a number of years.
Excellent. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Whitty?
No question, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ng?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Rollins and Dr. Dana, for joining us today, especially from so far away, and sharing your expertise. Apologies, I wasn't on when you first started giving evidence. I just had another commitment. So I suppose my first question, you've looked at a range of jurisdictions where there seems to be some improved information gathering at the coronial level and at a range of other levels. I'm just wondering if you've looked at, I suppose, the balance between the information gathered and the amount of training that's been required to go into, developing some of that information sharing, but also, I suppose, the burden that it places on services and how to get that balance right, because, I mean, especially in the family violence space, we're dealing with services that are often, stretched pretty thin, and we want to take away from their work as little as possible to provide reporting and information. And so have you, or do you have any particular insights that you could share into how we get that balance right, how we don't increase the burden on an already taxed system, and I suppose as well, making sure that we're only requiring that information, even from, say, coroners, that will actually go towards possibly reducing risk of suicide, reducing risk of family violence.
Sarah, do you want to go first or do you want me to?
So you go ahead and start. No, I'll come in.
Okay. So I think that, that's a great question. And I think I would start my comments with a general observation. And obviously I can only speak for myself and my reflections on England and Wales. But underpinning often that concern about burden is fundamentally underinvestment. So what we're often talking about is services which, as you rightly say, are really struggling in the context within which domestic abuse provision has often not been prioritised or not had sufficient funding in the first place. So it becomes a bit of a catch-22. And so sometimes that argument has been made not to do some of this work because of concerns about resourcing. And actually, I'd be arguing that, they are separate conversations, and the sector as a whole in terms of prevention and intervention for victims and perpetrators need to be properly resourced, and then therefore this system as well. One of the things we do know, though, if review systems are considering deaths by suicide, regardless of questions about what is in scope and how do you make decisions, the demand on that review system will increase. So part of the research I have recently completed with colleagues has come back and confirmed now that deaths by suicide are now the single largest cause of notifications into our review system. So Sarah was talking about some of her early research, which looked at about 30 deaths by suicide reviews. And actually in 2024, for example, there were 108 notifications for deaths by suicide across England and Wales, compared to 86 notifications for homicide. So if deaths by suicide are included, that will create more pressure on the system because they are a larger category of deaths than deaths by homicide. That's perhaps inevitable, which then raises questions, and certainly that's an issue here, about how do you resource those reviews adequately. At the moment, essentially what the central government is saying is we will fund some aspects of this, so the chair's training, but the delivery of reviews is a local concern, and it is for local areas to fund that. So it is putting pressure on community safety partnerships to pay some of the direct costs, but also the opportunity cost for agencies to participate is very high. That is more easily absorbed by, for example, the police and other large statutory services which have specialist review teams to support these kind of functions. It becomes very difficult for smaller charities and non-governmental organisations who are often running on a pretty tight budget and then are being asked to release senior managers to something. So one area of best practice, for example, in the UK is that you should be funding specialist provision to support this kind of work. But yes, it absolutely creates a real pressure. And then the last reflection I will perhaps talk to is one of the results of that pressure has become quite a frustration with the review system. So a concern that what we're doing is asking people to put resource into reviewing deaths with a lack of clarity about how that information is going to be used, where it will go to change practice and policy, and more importantly, whether the recommendations made are being monitored and accountability is in place to ensure delivery. And I would say that's one of the consistent challenges across review systems globally. Different review systems do that in different ways, but where you get this disconnect between the learning and the output in terms of whether that leads to change. And we can absolutely demonstrate change. The problem is that's often quite anecdotal and case-based. What we struggle with more broadly is to demonstrate the impact of these reviews. There's some very good reasons for that. It's quite hard to attribute direct change in these scenarios because there's so many other system factors in play. But certainly that is an issue we need to resolve to maintain confidence in the review system, which then allows people to make the commitment of resource and time to support delivery.
I think James has really articulated well lots of the challenges. And I suppose I want to counterbalance that a little bit with some of the real benefits, I think, of reviewing these deaths. You know, we know from data in England and Wales. So the Domestic Homicide Project, which was established by the Home Office during COVID, has published their 5-year data. And there were 1,452 domestic abuse-related deaths reported into that project by police. 553 of those were suspected victim suicides. That represented 38% of all deaths. So this is a really, it's a really considerable number of deaths, which potentially we know suicide is, I don't like to say preventable, but, in many cases, suicide is more preventable than perhaps domestic homicide. So a really important opportunity in these reviews, really, to think about our response to domestic abuse, so how we make life better for those victim survivors and their children, but ultimately how we prevent these victims taking their own lives because they feel so entrapped or so hopeless, or they feel that the research has shown us they take their own lives before they're going to be killed. So, how do we prevent these individuals, largely women, from taking their own lives in this context? And I think, these reviews have, James and I talk about it quite a lot, cross purposes, really. They're a lasting narrative, really importantly, of someone's life and their experiences and their deaths. And that's really, really important that we have that state, that the state is taking notice of these lives and deaths and valuing these individuals. They provide us with a really rich source of learning and recommendations, albeit there's lots of problems around action plans and oversight of that work. But they're also a really rich source of data for us as researchers in terms of what we can learn when we look at them as a body of data, and look at those individuals' experiences and our kind of prevention efforts around domestic and family violence and suicide. So they are really, really difficult. It's particularly difficult to review these suicides, and that's without even considering the intersection of the coronial process, which we also have in England and Wales, because the two systems operate separately, again, without real clarity in the guidance of how those two systems work. And again, that leads to inconsistency. So they are really, really challenging, but they're very, very valuable in terms of how we can potentially prevent these deaths.
Thank you. I suppose somewhat related to what you were just saying, I suppose thinking of, the research and the data collection in terms of a kind of more of an outcome focused of, as I said, reducing the risk of suicides in these circumstances, but also the sense of maybe justice that the family members or the loved ones of people who have suicided as a result of domestic, family and sexual violence. Do you have information, I suppose, both in terms of those criminal cases that are mentioned in your report where there have been maybe prosecutions for people who have been responsible for the suicides in that context, but also from the coronial processes where that story is told. Do you have information about whether or not that provides a sense of comfort to family members, or is it traumatising? What kind of impact is it having there?
I think certainly the families we spoke to in the research that we did where we looked at these reviews, we also spoke to 37 stakeholders, some of whom were bereaved families. We have had a focus group for bereaved families. One of the challenges when we're reviewing these suicides is that there can be some families are perhaps hoping for something from reviews that the reviews can't give them in terms of that sense of justice, or hopes that the review might uncover something that could lead to a criminal justice outcome. There are a very limited number of cases where actually a review has uncovered information that has led police to investigate further, the Crown Prosecution Service to then go on and prosecute with differing outcomes around those cases. But families also told us that they know that they can't get a criminal justice outcome out of the reviews, but what they want is a voice, and they want their loved one's voice to be heard, and they want their narrative to be set out in a statutory process that feels like it has some weight. So I think families are hoping for different things, and one of the benefits of our system is we have advocacy support in place for families if they want to take it up. and that's lay advocacy, but those advocates can help them through the review system around expectation and what might be possible. We have seen a number of criminal justice outcomes. So we have seen one conviction for manslaughter. So in the Nicholas Allen case, Justine Rees took her own life. Mr. Allen did plead guilty in that case. We've had a number of cases where the defendants were acquitted in these cases. And juries seem to be finding it quite difficult under our current legislation to make those connections, and perhaps, as you would expect, juries don't necessarily have that deep-seated understanding and nuance of what domestic and family violence can look like and the impact that can have. Part of my research currently is around the inquest process. And again, there's real inconsistency in approach, and that's partly due to a kind of lack of guidance for coroners. Some are bringing the domestic abuse into scope, and often that's really around family advocacy, family representation, and how whether there is a more traditional inquest or a broader Article 2 right to life inquest, where there is more scope to ask those questions. So we have again seen 2 cases where there has been in one where the coroner originally took the decision that Kelly Sutton died by suicide, and following the reopening of the inquest, that was following some family activism. They found a jury inquest found that Kelly Sutton had been unlawfully killed, and in that case, there was a post-death coercive controlling behaviour conviction for the perpetrator of that abuse. But these cases are rare, and we don't always see that kind of. Even where we see suicide, we are starting to see some coroners in the prevention of future death reports making those connections between the domestic abuse that someone's been subjected to, their subsequent deterioration in mental health, and their suicide. So, for example, in the case of Jessie Laverack, again, though, to get to that point, that required some quite considerable activism from the family with legal support. So we're seeing very inconsistent practice in our coronial process, again, because the process isn't designed to necessarily be considering something that can be as nuanced as domestic abuse.
And if I might just jump in, I think one of the interesting things around family involvement is it's often professionals have a really driving concern about harm to families. And I think it's important to separate what we mean by that. And often, certainly in my experience, again, in my research, when you talk to families, that they will say, actually, we have been harmed already. The worst possible thing has happened to us in terms of the loss of our loved one. Don't use that concern with harm to prevent us then being able to achieve the things that we are looking for, and actually recognise the harm that may be ensuing is harms from these systems about how they interact with family, rather than what it is to be doing something about our loved one after their death. And in terms of what that doing something about loved one, certainly the research I have done, Sarah's done similar work, really emphasises the potential for some degree of catharsis, the healing impact of being heard, of being able to tell or correct the story of one's loved one, as a second point. And then as a third thing, that opportunity to try and be part of change, to try and do something for other victims or other families, and that real idea actually of kind of passing forward. So try and move from tragedy to something more positive. So I think that's a really important message, that sometimes our concern with harm is slightly misplaced, because the harm is actually coming from our systems, and the opportunities or the possible opportunities for family, whilst very complex and difficult, are quite clearly articulated often if you speak to family about what they want the opportunity to do and how they might want things to change.
And that's why it's so critical that you have independent chairs of these reviews that are properly trained, and also an advocacy or support service who can support families through that process, be that through navigating the systems, which of course they can't possibly have an understanding of, because why would you? But also offering them that emotional support, signposting, and critically helping them to engage with other families. One dad said to me, it's the elite club no one wants to be a part of, but actually by being able to bring people together, whether that be in COVID, we started virtual peer support events. We ran peer support weekends, which families called retreats, because that's how they felt. They came together and they could really openly talk about some of those details that they simply couldn't talk to their friends about, and also those systems and those processes afterwards. So any system that does involve families and friends and wider testimonial networks is so critical that support mechanisms are in place for those families. These really expert support mechanisms who have this expertise around review systems and coronial processes, but equally that can offer that emotional support, can manage expectations, can work with the independent chair, and can provide those kind of peer support opportunities for families that want to engage.
Thank you, and I certainly hear you about it needing to be properly resourced and for there to be that training there, so it's not a harmful process for families. One final question, just in terms of using information or being able to use information to identify people who might be prevalent perpetrators of family violence or coercive control. Has it been able to be used in that way to perhaps flag people who might be serial offenders?
If I start just by perhaps telling you what we've learned from the research from these reviews, when we looked at that kind of smaller sample, we talked about this absent presence of perpetrators. They were quite invisible for many of the reviews in terms of their actual engagement with reviews themselves, but also the information that was gathered about them. And obviously that's a tricky issue because these are not convicted perpetrators of abuse, they're not in prison. So accessing information about them can be really tricky, and it's one of those things that we're trying to navigate. In my bigger sample now, where the review process has grown and well, we've learnt, the independent chairs are learning, representatives are learning, we're actually finding out much more about those perpetrators of abuse. And that's really helpful because it does help us to understand how we're managing perpetrators. It's showing some patterns of significant serial perpetrators within communities. And because these reviews are locally based, that's actually really helpful around the table for that multi-agency approach. But it's also telling us, giving us some really critical information about perpetrators and their histories and their vulnerabilities that can be really helpful, again, when we're thinking about intervention. So we know that perpetrators are experiencing housing precarity, they're accessing homelessness service, they're accessing drug and alcohol services. Are there opportunities there to think about how we engage perpetrators in their harmful behaviour, as opposed to just relying on probation, for example, or relying on behaviour change programmes that are commissioned locally? So I think whilst we're probably not harnessing that opportunity currently, there is a lot of opportunity for us to learn more about those perpetrator behaviours and perhaps find other ways of addressing those behaviours. James, I didn't know there was something you wanted to add.
No, broadly what I would add is I think it's a really good question. I think there's really for reviews and the learning they generate, in more likelihood where this would feed into is then a broader package of work around, sometimes the language we use in the UK is kind of high harm, high frequency offenders. And there is a pillar within the national strategy which is around perpetrator work. So looking, for example, with the police at how they identify those kind of high risk, high frequency offenders, including where they haven't had criminal convictions, which of course is particularly important in suicide cases. That's a real challenge often, you haven't had a prior conviction. So I think, yes, you're asking a very good question. I think the information from reviews would probably feed into that wider package of work around how do we target and disrupt, identify, target and disrupt perpetrators who are with or without the criminal justice system and try and intervene sooner. There is one practice consideration, though, that it's worth noting in reviews by deaths by suicide, and this may be perhaps more likely to be an issue for England and Wales because we start the reviews before everything is concluded in terms of criminal or coronial proceedings. But it is not uncommon for a review system to be aware of the alleged perpetrator and then receive information that they perhaps are in a new relationship. So I'm actually currently sitting as an academic representative on one review panel where, as part of the review system, what we've confirmed is both the history of previous partners this individual was abusive towards, or at least there's information around that, if no convictions, and then now information that they're in a new relationship post the abuse. So there, the challenge for review systems is how do we articulate that? And it's not within scope of our work, but we need to make sure that information has been identified by police or other relevant agencies in the present so that they can then act on that information. But that might be a more specific in Wales situation because these reviews are concurrent, potentially with ongoing issues.
And just something important to add that we haven't really touched on is considering one of the things that's coming out in my bigger sample of work is the levels of suicidality in perpetrators of abuse. And actually, critically, when we're thinking about this issue more broadly, we do need to consider perpetrator suicide too. We want to save all lives when we're talking about suicide prevention. And we also, there's emerging evidence around the harm to victim survivors and their children if a perpetrator does go on to take their own life. So it's a really important element of work. And certainly, as I said, I'm seeing emerging themes in my own research around those levels of perpetrator suicide. There's been, whilst there's kind of a huge body of work around male suicide because we know suicide is gendered, very little actually specifically looks at domestic and family violence perpetration. Some studies have touched on it. But we do know there is one piece of work that shows that those high-risk, high-harm perpetrators are 23 times more likely than to take their own lives than the highest rate of suicide in men in England. So there's some real risk here for those perpetrating abuse dying by suicide. And one, implications for them and their own, their wider families, but also for the victim survivors and their children who are left behind. So it's really important for us to consider how we manage that risk too, and what that means for our interventions. And it's just it's an area of work that is perhaps been neglected in research. We see lots of euphemisms around family, relationship problems in kind of the male suicide literature, but we don't know what that means. Does that mean divorce, or does that mean abuse either as a victim or indeed as a perpetrator? So an area really that needs some real consideration if we're thinking about preventing domestic abuse related deaths more broadly.
And I suppose that prompts a further question, and in terms of reference, as you might be aware, there's one of the terms of reference talks to people who use threats to suicide as a tool of coercive control. Is there any way of, I suppose, differentiating between a threat of suicide that's for the purpose of coercive control or one that may be genuine, do all threats of suicide need to be treated with seriousness and appropriate interventions be put in place regardless?
I would argue that all threats of suicide should be taken very seriously. Of course, literature tells us that we see threats of suicide used as a means of coercive control. Again, in my current research, that's one of the things that I'm coding. So threats to kill the victim, family members, and indeed threats to kill self. But I'm also coding for that suicidality, self-harm, or suicide attempts. But this is ongoing work, and again another area that's under researched. So certainly an area of concern, I think it's fair to say, in an area that warrants further time, resource, and research.
Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Look, I just want to finish off on a couple of my standard questions. One is around when these death reviews are looking at a background of abuse, how far back do they go? Do they go back to childhood and say, well, this person grew up in a violent house and that tale of trauma is part of it? Or do you have a time frame?
I mean, the time frame is really for the determination of the independent chair with the review panel. Potentially, yes, that timeline will go back to childhood. I suppose in practice, to manage the realities of resourcing and time, what you'll often find is that the agreement in terms of the review and its scope and what agencies therefore have to provide as information is they might say something like, could you go back 4 years to the start of the relationship? But if you have any significant information from prior to that period that you feel is relevant to the review, could you note that? And then what you might see in the review itself is that there perhaps is some broad context to perhaps childhood or history of previous domestic abuse relationships, and an attempt to recognise what that might mean then in the actual in-scope part of the review. So a really good example would be, actually I used to independently chair reviews before researching them, and there was what you might do in those scenarios in a suicide review is think, well, what did that individual's previous history of an abusive relationship and perhaps confidence in the police and what they carried from that mean for this relationship, which is actually the scope of the review. And in the review I'm thinking of, for example, our conclusion was actually that victim probably had very low confidence in the police and that they would do anything that substantively helped manage the situation, which might help us understand why they engaged subsequently in the way they did with police and other statutory agencies. So it's by discretion, and just as a matter of practice, it's often a focal time period with, as relevant, share the following information. It is really challenging, though, of course, that historic information to perhaps find it, to pass what's relevant, because often policy and practice have changed so much. So really, sometimes it's the it's the kind of summative part of that. What might this mean for that person in the present or the more recent past? That's the focus of those conversations.
And often because we're really focused, because we're often focused on systems change, we're looking at the kind of more proximal history to think about how can our domestic abuse services improve, how can our policing improve. But within the analysis, you would hope that those past experiences and those vulnerabilities are recognised and analysed, but they may not necessarily lead to the learning and the recommendations for that action plan, for example, because the focus is really on how can we change current practice. But it's definitely a consideration, I think, something that we're seeing more and more within reviews too.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of testimonial networks, can you sort of tell me a little bit about what they are, how they operate and how they work with a death review, what their role is?
Yeah, I mean, as used, that idea of testimonial network would encompass family, but also perhaps friends, colleagues, neighbours, members of faith communities, for example. So a pretty large term. What that would mean in reviews is that there is a requirement in our statutory guidance, and the language is to see through the eyes of the victim and actually the perpetrator. So this idea that if we just base it on agency information, we're going to miss the full picture, because victims don't necessarily tell agencies everything, or they may have a particular view of an agency which is quite contrary to what an agency thought in terms of perhaps the impact of its engagement. So that emphasis on seeing through the eyes means that there's an emphasis on testimonial network engagement. In practice, what that prioritises family engagement, particularly the family of the victim, who then have some additional rights in the review process. So victim's family, for example, can see the draft report and comment and challenge it. Whereas family and others are slightly more distant, but they are being invited to contribute. Normally, in practice, what that means is at the start of the review, the chair would inform the family, although that does go back to that discussion we had about next of kin, set out how they can be involved in the review. and begin that process. And at some point, there would be also a discussion of wider testimonial networks. That might be based on the police investigation. So if the police are able to say, look, this is our web of witnesses, this is who is relevant in this case. Or it might be that a chair, for example, asks family members that they're interviewing, who are their friends, who would be good to speak to. Or in another scenario, perhaps the employer is involved and is able to say, these are their close friends at work, we could perhaps facilitate contact. However you map that, what normally that involves is some kind of request for information, and then that is fed into the review. For family, that's often some kind of interview or written submission, depending on preference. They also have additional rights, as I said, in terms of the review process itself. For other testimonial networks, again, that might be an interview or a phone call, or some kind of conversation, or it might simply be agreeing that they give consent for the police to release witness statements, for example. They may not wish to repeat their story, but they're happy for the police to provide their witness statement to the review. But that's the idea, basically, with testimonial networks. You kind of map them, you work out who's involved, and then there are different ways of bringing their information into the review and asking them, of course, targeted questions. So in different cases, you will perhaps make decisions about what you need to know as a review and who might know that. So again, the review I'm currently involved in as an academic member, it was actually a review into the death of a gay man. And so one of the conversations are, actually, do we have a sense of what his family and his friend network are able to tell us about his lived experience in terms of confidence around engagement with services, for example, or the risk posed by by the perpetrator in that case. So that's broadly how family testimonial networks are involved. I would say that includes perpetrators and their networks as well. That's a complicated piece of work, and there's less involvement in those cases. There are legitimate concerns, particularly around the veracity of what a perpetrator may say, of course, or in suicides, whether you can even engage them. But potentially they also bring really important information about contact with services or the history of the relationship.
And may I add, we also involve children in our reviews where possible. So one of the things that the statutory guidance requires us to do, and again, I'm a practicing independent chair, is to think about how we might involve children. And obviously that's very, very difficult work. We do have specialist children's advocates, and it may not always be safe in terms of risk, depending on where the children are living. But clearly, children have a wealth of information that they can share about life within their home, and what they've experienced and what they may have also witnessed. And critically for families too, and employers, for example, it's not just about what they knew, it's perhaps what they did. So we know that some families are third-party reporting to police, for example, or some families perhaps didn't understand that separation doesn't mean safety. And employers, do they know what to do with disclosures? Do they have domestic abuse policies in place? So there's lots of learning from those testimonial networks too about what happens with disclosures and how we can better support families, for example, who are trying to look after their loved ones but don't always know the best ways to do that safely. So there's not just learning about, I guess, filling those gaps in service knowledge, but it's also about the learning about how, what other options are there for families, for employers to put in interventions or to signpost to support, for example.
Lovely. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our time at the moment. But if there's anything else you feel we need to know, please do let us know. I do have some formal words to say to you, however. Thank you for your attendance today. You'll be sent a transcript of the evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Transcriptions are taking a while at the moment, so it may be a little while. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that's been requested today to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. For those in person or listening online, if you've heard anything today that's upset you or caused distress, please reach out to 1800 RESPECT, Lifeline, 13 Yarn, Kids Helpline or other support services. There is also a Parliamentary Workplace Support Service and Employee Assistance Program for Broadcasting, Hansard, the Committee Secretariat and the committee itself. I now declare the public hearing closed.